Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. This is our first of two qualifying Challengers Cups, and we are excited to be kicking off all of the action. Folks, you remember me. I'm Waffles for Sid, and of course, joined by the fantastic Naori Mizuki. Sam, how are you feeling going into, all the action today? And well, after all of the exciting games that happened yesterday, too.
Yeah, I mean, today's obviously a really big day. It is our playoff day. And by the end of today, we will know which four teams will have secured themselves that spot in the final. So that is incredibly exciting. And of course, we're kicking it off today with the round of 16. So just obviously a little reminder of how the format works. We had our Swiss stage. That wrapped up yesterday. 6 grueling rounds of first to twos. And now we're here in our playoff. 16 teams have made it through. It is a single elimination, so of course everything to play for here. It's first to 3, and only the top 4 teams can go through to the finals.
And that is a big, big prize that everyone's going to have their eyes on. But folks, there is still a little bit of hope left for anyone else who hasn't quite made it through to this tournament today. We have the registration opening tomorrow for the second qualifier tournament for this Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. So make sure you guys go ahead and check out the callingallheroes.gg and sign up. You can once again sign up as whole teams, or maybe if you're a lone wolf looking to find a pack for yourself, you can also join the crew. And I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with how well some of our free agent teams have been doing, Sam. We have about 15 of them, and they have definitely been making a name for themselves.
Yeah, and here we have our playoffs bracket, and I think that a lot of these names should be pretty familiar to a lot of our viewers, particularly if you've been watching over the last couple of days, or if you've kind of watched since the Empowerment Cup earlier this year. Mm-hmm. There's some big names here, some really big name players as well. I'm really excited to see how these teams progress. I mean, you look at like number 1 on Overbuff. You look at, who was it? Mochi? Oh, it was one of the Altiora. Mochi definitely, and To Be Named did really well. But I'm trying to remember which was the team that had the core of Umfi Amers.
Altiora Artemis.
There you go.
Yes.
Altiora Artemis. Of course, Umfi Amers won the Empowerment Cup. So there's a lot of players here who have been around the block. But as you said, right, we had 32 eligible teams in the tournament, and 15 of those teams were free agent teams, which is incredibly exciting. And what that means is that it's players who joined and signed up as a solo person and then created a team later. So if you sign up on your own, don't be afraid that you won't be able to get a team, because literally half of our teams for this weekend were free agents. So, come along, sign up tomorrow. We're having a ton of fun here.
Absolutely. And, it's really nice to see that there is another additional avenue here running parallel to the path to pro. So people can have another opportunity to really make a name for themselves, or just step into the competitive environment, right? This is really being facilitated to be that higher level of competition. And, everyone really wants to make their splash and debut here for the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. Starting off for today, our first control map will be Busan, and from there we'll move on to Hybrid, Escort, and Push. As per usual, the loser will go ahead and pick their map of choice. But Sam, today it is going to be a best to 3, and hopefully the odds are ever in their favor.
So just a slight correction there for anyone who's getting too excited about Busan. It's actually Lijiang Tower for the round of 16. Yeah, the bracket obviously just shows the maps available. For our first map, it is going to be Lijiang. But then as you mentioned, right, we're going to cycle through some of the other game modes. We might actually get to see some push today. We were so psyched for it the other day, and we never actually got to it because it's a first to two, and then you got to kind of hope somebody has like a tie, and then we have to go to tiebreaker, and that like never happened. So at least today, we might actually get the opportunity to see that.
That would be fantastic. And, you know, get to see some of those new maps that have been brought to the table, maybe some uncharted territory for some of these teams as far as really competing at a higher level on these different terrains, on these newer terrains, right? Overwatch 2 has been out for a while, but you know, there hasn't been huge amounts of competition available for people to really hone and refine those skills under pressure, right? Playing comp and, you know, that's fine and all, but this is a whole different type of scenario. And you know, I'm really excited to see what our two teams bring to the table. We've got Altiora Nimbus going up against Glade. And, well, it's our first round here of the playoffs, right? So I don't want to jump to too many conclusions. Everyone's earned their spot here so far.
Yeah, and speaking of, we can just jump in and take a look at our first team, which is Altiora Nimbus. And bearing in mind, okay, so Altiora were the organization group, I'm not 100% sure, but they have 5 teams in this tournament, 5 separate teams competing here. That is insane.
Yeah,
I love to see that level of representation. And then the number of those teams that have actually made it to playoffs is like 4 of those 5 teams have made it to playoffs. It is nuts. And we got to see a little bit of what they were capable of yesterday and the day before. We saw a couple of those teams compete. And now we're going to get to see Nimbus, who haven't had a chance to be on the broadcast just yet. And I see Me-Man is a Kiriko enjoyer, much like myself. So I really hope that we'll get to see some of that play come out.
Yeah, well, honestly, I want to give a little props over to the Altiora org in general and, you know, their ability to bring so many strong teams to the table. That's got to speak a lot to the coaching and the foundation that they're bringing. And honestly, if that many people are continuing to stay and join, that is a recipe for success. And it's going to be a tough one to go up against. Now, I know Glade, you know, they're not to be underestimated, all right? It's also going to be their first time here on the broadcast for this tournament, so hopefully they'll get to make a big debut here. We might see a bit of ASH opening out. We haven't seen too much of that throughout the tournament. Sojourn's been extremely popular, but, you know, I'm going to hold out a bit of hope there, Sam, that we see her brought to the table.
And something that I do just want to point out, so Milo, as far as I understand, is actually a console player, which I think might be one of the few that we've actually seen. I know you and I didn't get a chance to broadcast any console players, at least to the best of our knowledge, a couple days ago. So that's pretty exciting. Looking forward to seeing what they're going to be capable of. They do play the support role, so you know, you might think that makes it a little bit easier. I think that these console players, no, like they are not to be underestimated in the least. I think that they're going to absolutely pop off. So looking forward to seeing that.
I've got a soft spot for console players personally. You know, I started out there myself. It's not everyone can afford or find the space for a big old PC, all right? And we want a game too. So really excited to see actually that we have the utilization of crossplay, right? We're really, there's no strings here and there are pretty much no walls holding anyone from bringing their all to the table.
Honestly, I'm a why not both kind of person. I have like 4 consoles and a PC, you know,
right?
like
thank you.
Just dip your toes in everywhere, play a little bit of everything.
We don't
I
discriminate.
play, you know, some mobile games, right? You know, you gotta dip in and play all the things. I also just wanted to point out, I think Nimbus has the best logo in the
agree.
tournament. Like if there was like a separate side competition for that, they would win hands down.
I love dragons, so I'm already biased in that favor. I have no additional comment. Oh, it looks like Nimbus actually has already lost a player here early in the match. So, I'm not sure exactly how we're going to continue unfolding since we did get a DC early on. We're still skirmishing here on the side, so, not gonna... There we go. Okay. Sam, I should have just been a little more patient.
Sometimes that's all it takes. Just
Totally.
a little bit of patience. Yeah.
Wait for
So
it.
unfortunately, we're not going to get to dive right in. I did see the Kiriko, which excites me. So looking forward to seeing some of that play come out. Of course, as I understand it, they should be once the play is back in. I'm not too sure if it'll be a restart or just a continuation, so we will wait to hear back on word for that. But if it is a restart, then I imagine they would have to have the same agents. And there you go. We have confirmation that it is going to be a restart. And at least for what I believe, which... take that with a grain of salt. I'm a caster, that I just yell about the game. But I believe that they would have to have the same age heroes. And the only reason I'm mentioning that is because I really hope they stick on the Kiriko. Like, I want to see that come through. It was paired with the Genji as well. Like, we had the whole Weeb squad. We just needed Hanzo and, to the moon. So I'm really excited about that.
Well, and I'm glad that they're going to go ahead and just go with the full restart as well. I love it when two teams just opt for that, clean slate first push. False starts happen. It's not always anyone's fault. Sometimes, like you just saw, equipment breaks down, and we're here to actually compete at our best level and at the highest capacity. So yeah, we'd rather just go ahead and reopen the gates up front. I do wonder if we'll actually go back to the same map on Lijiang Tower, or if maybe they'll just change it up as far as, taking us to gardens instead, right? Really just throw a full curveball in there for a fresher, clean slate, more clean. I don't know.
I don't know. Assuming they can. I'm not sure that... When I say can, I mean, I know you physically can, but just in terms of, if it's allowed, we might just have to, redo the whole thing from scratch.
Right. They're going back to lobby or not, the whole 9 yards.
I will say that I intimately understand tech issues. If you recall, 2 days ago, I almost wasn't on this broadcast.
Yes.
You almost had to solo cast for the whole night because my internet stopped working.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we got through that, but we do understand the nature of technical difficulties. And again, chat, this is not just us wanting to hear our own voices. We do want to get into the game, but if you've just jumped in and you're wondering why it hasn't started, as mentioned, one of the players is having a little bit of a technical difficulty, was disconnected from the game, and so we are trying to get them back in and restart.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to do a few reboots there on their end, get the router re-going, and, folks, we're just going to take a quick break. We'll come back with the action, so top off your waters, and we'll see you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. This is one of 2 qualifier tournaments going on, and Sam, we are about to get into our first matchup of the day. As you folks may recall, we had a little bit of technical difficulties, and one of the players did disconnect, but thankfully, we've got a ringer here in the mix to bring us up to full team levels.
That'll do it. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's Nenai, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But yes.
I think so.
Yeah. But we, as mentioned, unfortunately, yes, one of the players was unable to, stay in the game. Internet issues do happen, unfortunately. So got a ringer jumping on in, and of course, this is the importance of having substitutes. So thankfully they do have that. And we just had confirmation. So it is Nenai that is in here. So a little unfortunate that they can't play as their core 5. But having someone that can step in at the last minute is, of course, invaluable. So hopefully it won't be too much of a drawback. Hopefully they will have, trained up nicely and have a good synergy flowing with the rest of the team. As now we wait to see, is it still gonna be the same map, or are we heading off to nope, same map. There you go.
There you have it. Well, hopefully Nenai is feeling relaxed and ready to actually be thrown into this game last minute. I used to swim, and when I almost missed my race, I swam quite fast because my adrenaline had just all dumped into my bloodstream. But for the gaming, that's definitely not as easily harnessed. You definitely get a little bit more jittery and feel the pressure is on. So we'll see how Nimbus does.
All right. I'm really curious about this one. As mentioned, I'm really happy to see the Genji and the I nearly said Kitsune, the Kiriko come out. But there is, of course, a Sombra available on the board here, and I think that could have some really destructive power.
Sombra has been so oppressive lately, especially, right? That hack coming in strong, already taking an effect there. Gonna go ahead, get a little bit more ult charge farmed up as the rest of Nimbus and Glade continue to engage here around the white room. We see these Zaryas are farming for charge, and Nomad is at 100. Gotta watch out, but taken down in the process, all right? Jacoby goes ahead, knows they have plenty of backup and charge of their own. It's gonna be a Nimbus taking the first possession.
Yeah, this was a good hold from Nimbus. They kind of take a slightly more aggressive hold. They managed to push into that white room a little bit further and put a lot of pressure onto Glade. They really struggled to maintain any sort of space there. So well done just to keep that pressure up. And now, of course, Glade having to regroup a little bit, starting to push back in here, looking to try and gather some of that space. Of course, that's big grab.
I gotta say, I love a grab that's gonna shut down an offensive push before there's even a chance of it getting put together, right? That is exactly what Altior Nimbus wants to do to continue staying in this tournament.
Oh, and this, again, that high pressure holding close on the doors. They do need to just be aware, however, they don't really have an ultimate that can back up this sort of an aggressive play. The Blade is very nearly online, so might be able to hold with that. Oh, but that early pick, that's all they needed.
Oh, man, and it is just a free-for-all in the back line there for Nenai, and man, Genji has been... There's a reason Genji has been extremely popular in the Overwatch scene recently, and he has been cracked with that blade.
Yeah. Good solid aggression there. I like to see that now Glade are opting for a more kind of around the world approach. Unfortunately, it's taken them a little bit long to do this, and they've given a lot of space over to LTR, who are immediately re-engaging.
Yeah, it is tough to engage into the Kitsune rush there of Me Man, and well, Demon's trying to make some hero plays happen here with his own blade, manages to get a couple kills, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Altiora Nimbus has so many people focus firing here on the point. We're at 97%, and it is just Sonar had to go ahead and pop their own sound barrier to try and keep themselves in this fight a little longer. Now the OT bar has triggered, caught up in the grab, and Sam, it is all Nimbus here going ahead to take this first round.
Really impressive work from Jacoby just to maintain those bubbles so well, keep the team safe. I was watching how some of those were coming out in really, really key moments and keeping some of those players alive. Once was, you know, getting a bubble onto the Genji, and eventually you see Damon managed to get through there and managed to take down Nanai, but they basically used the entire blade just on the alternate Genji. And that is based off of the fact that Nanai was bubbled so well and was able to survive for so long, and so the blade was effectively wasted. And this just goes to show again how good Nimbus have been at communicating and focusing up. Now as we head on to the second round here, Glade gotta pull something huge out of the box. Coming in with that Diva, questionable. Of course, gonna struggle a little bit against that Zarya.
And we have seen how charged up Jacoby gets playing that Zarya. Like last round, she was definitely a force to be reckoned with. So far, Nimbus moving around the side here. Does get a little bit of hack, but trying to push into Glade, who's already set up here on this point. Nobad's trying to get some damage done, and there's been a couple of exchanges back and forth. There's two supports down. It's really about who can continue to sustain. With both Altiora supports being eliminated, though, Glade is going to go ahead and feel really confident trying to push onto this point and capture it for themselves. Okay, that's a nice shot.
Jacoby was so far away from the fight, and so, you know, Guardian was able to get so much done on that Diva, but now the re-engage from Nimbus, a little bit dangerous, but they keep the pressure up.
Yeah, this has been a constant pressure and pretty much almost a continuous fight. There's another big amount of kills coming through from Jacoby, and that's going to be giving them the exact advantage they need to take this point for the first time.
Yeah, there you go. It looked like Glade had won that engagement, but Jacoby, who wasn't really involved on the point as the rest of the team, survived for long enough, and that when the re-engage came, you know, high energy, melts down the Diva, and instantly wins the round back in their favor.
There's going to be a lot of pressure on Guardian to try and eat this grab coming up here from Jacoby as well. There's some good pressure being put here onto Nimbus, and the self-destruct is forced out as a result. Guardian is deleted before they can get back into their mech, and this is exactly what Nimbus want to continue holding on to the point themselves. Milo is forced to use this coalescence here towards the end, trying to get some last little bit of damage through and heal up the team, but Sam, it is going to be really tough for Glade to push into Nimbus with this many ultimates online.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was lost, and investing the coalescence may have been a little bit premature because now they don't really have anything to go into this next fight. They will have the blade available very soon and the sound barrier as well, but to have that coalescence as well just to beef it up would have been really great. Oh no, Guardian. No, D-Mech before the fight.
Oh, and because of that, Nanai goes ahead, jumps in with the Dragon Blade, and just kind of has a free reign to cut people down. Glade having to reset, and with 70% on the board, Sam, it's going to be getting closer to last fight territory.
Oh, dearie me. Not a lot of space here for Glade. They didn't use those ultimates just yet, but if they get picks too early again, it could be devastating.
Wow! Zine6 goes ahead, deletes Sonar before the sound barrier can be fully cast. That is a huge play coming through for Altiora Nimbus to pretty much win the fight before it's even kicked off. They've cleared out the members of Glade at this point, and no one can touch. It's going to be a really nice, clean win there for Altiora Nimbus.
Oh, that is a heartbreaking end for Glade. I mean, every time they attempted to reaggress, early pick off and their entire execution gets shut down, right? Like in the second last fight, it was Guardian getting de-mech'd, and then what do you do without your tank? And then in the second fight, you've got Sonar coming out trying to drop the sound barrier, and dies before hitting the ground. And you'll actually notice, so Sonar's coming off of a wall, so is too high in the air and is too far to hit the ground, because you have to hit the ground before that ultimate will actually go off. And of course, when you're in the middle of the sky, you're essentially a sitting duck. And a good sojourn, like we saw, like Nanai, is going to get you off the board instantly. So unfortunately, that was 2 pushes that were shut down before they even had a chance to come into fruition. So first map is going to go to Nimbus, but of course it is a first to 3. So hopefully Glade will be able to pick it up a little bit. I mean, we saw this a couple days ago, right? The first map goes one way super, super dominantly. And then you head over to the next map. It's your hybrid, and it's way more of a different beast than a control. And it can turn the tides of battle.
And that's definitely something we should really keep in mind moving through to our next map in the series. Control maps in particular have some really abusive chokes that are trying to get through is almost nigh impossible, especially in those in the control center, right? That one is a very, very tough one to break through when the defense is established. I'm really looking forward to see, the change-ups that our hybrid map inherently brings to the different types of gameplay, and, the less of the constant king of the hill attack that has to go on, right? There's a lot more opportunity to take space and really snowball your advantage if your opponent can't get their footing. There's, plenty of maps left to go, folks. So we'll see you in a couple moments for the next one. Hey folks, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. We are in the midst of our first matchup of the day, seeing Altiora and Nimbus go up against Glade. And Sam, we are about to move into our hybrid map. What are your thoughts kind of going into this?
So similarly to what I had kind of been saying on day one, I feel like Paraiso is not necessarily one that we would see come out too often, because obviously Overwatch 2 relatively new for the open player base, so not as much time to practice on that, whereas a map like Eichenwald or King's Row, obviously teams have been playing that ad infinitum for the last few years. They've played it so many times, so seems most likely that it'll be one of those. And okay, I was going to say I think it's Scrim's Row, but sure, Eichenwald, let's go.
Hey, that's a very nice change of pace. I think we had only King's Row on our first day.
Yes.
Yeah, so, didn't quite have the zingers that day 2 had for Dustin and Moxie, but I'm really excited to move over to Eichenwald, right? There's a lot of opportunities to bring some of the flyers into play for this map in particular, and after you capture the point there on that first objective, trying to push into that high ground can be almost impossible if the defense is set up properly.
Yeah, I feel like dive compositions can be very, very good on this Eichenwald map, particularly like second point, right? It's so open.
Right.
You can bring out those double snipers. You can bring out a Winston,
Ooh.
right? Have that Lucio for a little bit of speed boost. So there's a lot of potential for something a little different on this map. That being said, yeah, some of your heroes are so powerful that you don't necessarily want to move away from them. And Zarya is just one of those heroes, right? You've still got kind of a lot of the dive-esque essence in there. You got your Genjis, you got your Kiriko, your Lucio, even your Bap to a certain extent. But in terms of your tank, obviously you want that kind of stalwart, you want that damage as well. Now with the changes to the bubble, Zarya can build up so much charge faster. So it's definitely one of the things you want to have, right? You got to get a good balance of tankiness and damage as well. The Sojourner on Nimbus, again, I think is going to give a very big advantage over the Sombra. The Sombra didn't seem to get too much done on the previous map, but hopefully this time around, Kurenai will be able to, do a little bit more, get a little bit more done.
That's going to be a lot of pressure too on the Sombra to really make sure they're getting that value in disrupting the other team and taking away the valuable resources that actually make each of these characters special in each of their kits. Sonar has already gone down early in this fight, and a couple other members of Glade following suit. It's going to be a nice defensive hold there for Altiora Nimbus so far.
I mean, losing the Batiste as your very first hero down is really rough when your other support is a Lucio. Now, the Lucio, of course, can do a ton of healing. It's got that AoE range on it, but it's not quite, like, it doesn't have as much burst as what you can get out with the Batiste. So now we have that swapping over onto the Moira instead for a little bit more survivability.
Yeah, and well, it looks like it's paying off a little bit here. It is still really tough to push into a team like Altiora Nimbus that has so much damage available. And well, with Zeinzucht hitting those railgun shots and chunking down the members of Glade so quickly, I'm not surprised Sonar felt forced to go ahead and switch to something with that burst healing potential.
Yeah, I'm still kind of hoping we see a Sombra swap off. Again, it's not really netting the max results that they would want to have, right? You're not getting off a good hack and then the prioritization. You're getting into the back line, but not really enabling as much as you.
A little bit of a skirmish here from the Genjis, and it is going to be Kurenai going down first. There's still an exchange of DPS though, and Glade does not want to give this fight up yet. Zeinzucht goes ahead, gets the railgun kill once again with Sonar and Demon out of the picture. It's going to be another great defensive hold here for Altiora Nimbus.
I almost want to ask for a Zeinzucht can. I feel like we just need to follow them because good grief. I mean, that was almost a solo hold from this player. Just exceptional work done. The Sojourn is powerful, tell you that, but when you put it in the hands of a player that knows what they're doing, like clearly Zeinzucht does, wow, just it's like a masterclass.
There's the Dragon Blade now here. Does find one. There's Sonar once again getting cut down early in this fight. Milo follows very quickly after, and with no sustained, Glade has to try and just back out. Man, Altiora Nimbus are hunting these supports here on Glade, and poor Sonar has been first on their list multiple times.
It's so difficult to protect those supports as well. I mean, Nanai just gets into the back line, pops the Dragon Blade. What do you do at that point, you know?
And how do you protect
really
them from a railgun shot?
Now it's the grab as well. And it's a solo grab as well. The disrespect.
You say that it's disrespect, but I also view it as a huge form of respect, right? I recognize that you as the tank player are extremely critical, and if you go down, no one else is going to hold space on this fight, and they're going to have to give regardless. And now, Sam, they're at the last 30 seconds here of this entire push. The blade has to be used here by Damon, and the grab is used at the same time. Can he continue to clean up any kills? Not quite finding everyone. Little pressure on the side, going for that duel, but goes ahead to regroup with the team. All right, this is the name of the game, trying to capture this point, and an EMP hits. It's only going to clip one person, and well, that's going to be Altiora flipping the table, taking the kills. And with that last team wipe, Sam, I don't think anyone from Glade's going to be able to touch.
I gotta ask, are you a tank player?
Yes, sometimes.
There you
Depends
go.
on the
That
day.
explains the hopium. That explains the hopium. Yeah, I mean, rough all things considered, all around. I feel really bad kind of hopping on this, but again, I feel like the Sombra can be an incredibly powerful hero, but you have certain like checkpoints, right?
Right.
Or you've got to be, you know, ticking off, making sure that you're doing specific things, right? And it's not just a case of getting a hack, right? There's got to be follow-up to that, right? Like, I mean, even when the Sojourn, when Zenzucht gets hacked, they're still able to win that duel.
Right.
And then you've separated yourself from the rest of the team, because that's what Sombra does. You got to go, you got to get a hack, and then, you know, off of that, the team needs to have some follow-up. So you've separated yourself from the team. They're going in 4v5, essentially. You lose your 1v1, and then your team is fully in a 4v5. So it's a really, really difficult state to be in. Now the swap comes out. Kurenai is going to be on the Reaper, which I'm really curious to see how that one works out. There's a lot of potential damage there with the shotguns, particularly on some of your squishier characters. I think it can really work if Kurenai gets a good shot on one of those supports, get them off the board early, and then hopefully that'll be enough to just help them kind of hold the line a little bit longer. Again, I'm a little bit concerned about the D.Va pick, but I think with the right amount of backup from the rest of the team, you know, a lot of that burst healing from the Batiste as well, it could still work out.
And Glade is going to have a lot of mobility options as a result for having Guardian on that D.Va. So maybe they'll be able to really maximize that value. All that being said, it is going to be a tough ask, though. Nimbus here needs just 30% of this point to go ahead and win this Eichenwald map. They have already aggressed really quickly forward here into the heart of Glade. Sonar! The poor thing has been first on their list to go down over and over. Nimbus is absolutely cutthroat, chasing down those supports one after another. My goodness, poor Glade coming through. There's still a couple more stragglers, Sam, but at this point, it's looking like Nimbus is going to handle the trickle, and Glade is just going to try and do their best to stall this out.
Oh goodness, the attempt at the trickle, but that entire choke point was shut down. Another relatively it was pretty one-sided,
yeah,
unfortunately for Glade. Just struggling to find an in here on this map. I think that some of those changes could have been good, but possibly came a little bit too late. I like the idea behind the D.Va and the Reaper pick. I think, you know, they wanted to kind of go for an assassination onto one or two of those supports, try and take them off the board, and then use that as a way to snowball in. I mean, you know, they saw what happened with their own attacks. Instantly, Sonar goes down, your Batista's off, and your entire attack falls apart. So they're trying to replicate that in their own way, but unfortunately, something that we spoke about at length on day one was just the importance of target prioritization.
Right.
For Nimbus, it was just consistently there. I mean, we even saw in one of those pushes, a grav blade comes out, and I think like one person died, and it caught about 3 players in it, and yet still Glade were unable to get that target focus, get those players down, and get control of the point. Nimbus have just kind of outclassed on these first 2 maps.
Yeah, I agree with you there a bit. And, you know, Nimbus is really showing how strong of a team they are moving into these qualifiers. You know, Altiora seems to be doing something right to have this many high caliber players participating in general here in the Challengers Cup. And, you know, I'm really curious to see what they bring for our last match, or potentially our last match, right? There's still some hope here for Glade, but they're going to have to really make some big changes coming up. Man, Sonar, my heart goes out to you, dude. That was some rough gameplay for you. They were unrelenting chasing you down, and you know, I would really love to see Glade recognize that, protect that support a little bit longer, you know, keep that sustained in play for them. But there's a few minutes for them to go ahead and reflect a bit before our next matchup, folks. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you then. Hello gamers, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. We are moving on to our third map of the day so far. We've seen Altiora Nimbus go up against Glade, and so far Altiora Nimbus has been showing us some really strong, clean fundamentals. And honestly, Sam, I expect to see it consistently for the next map too.
Yeah, next map at least there is some chance for Glade. Of course, this isn't a point that you need to capture like those first two maps were. This is a full-on escort, so get that cart moving, keep the momentum going. And again, I think it's going to come down to a choice between Dorado and Route 66, because with Circuit Royale being such a new map, I don't think that many of these teams will be comfortable enough to play that to a competitive level. So yeah, probably going to be one of the older maps. I quite like the Route 66. So,
me too.
Fingers crossed for that one. See if that comes out.
Well, I also wouldn't want to go to a map like Circuit Royale with Nanai on that Sojourn, constantly popping off with the railgun shots. I would want to try and, minimize some of those long alleyways and opportunities for them to, headhunt a little bit there on my, quest to play Maze Runner, apparently, some days in the game.
Okay.
And poor Sonar was just running back from spawn over and over. Hopefully they are, going to be making some recalibrations to keep them more protected. But, Route 66, still more to behold.
Well, match and series point here for Nimbus. Glade have got a serious task ahead of them here. They're going to be starting off, of course, on the attacking side. Looking forward to seeing what they are going to bring to the table here. Oh, no. So, Sojourn and Widowmaker. Nimbus just, they don't want to give any sort of room to breathe for Glade here. Gonna be looking to abuse those long sight lines and just completely shut them off. Glade's composition, I know that I don't generally like to talk about attackers before the gates open, but this is what they've been playing for basically all of the maps so far, aside from Guardian, who likes to swap between the Diva and the Zarya. So I think it's safe to assume that this is what they're going to be rolling out with. Still not too sure on that Diva, but hopefully they'll be able to make something work a little bit better this time around.
Right. And actually it was Zeinzucht on that Sojourn. My apologies there earlier. Deadly regardless. And Well, really curious to see how Glade's going to continue pushing forward. I like the Guardians trying to take some space, and hopefully the additional mobility here from playing the Diva will give them the edge they need. Trying to put a little pressure on Altior, who's set up on the high ground. Some hacks coming through to just set some groundwork here as Glade looking to get in position to continue pushing forward. They've got a bit of progress so far, and this payload map seems to be treating them well. So Nimbus still pushing on through and keeping this defensive hold line. Nomad is demeched, and just after the immortality field is committed, a good attempt there from Sonar, but as the cleanup rolls through, Nimbus holds strong.
Yeah, I mean, at least Baby Diva's still alive. Hasn't had the opportunity to remech just yet, but they are trying to keep the pressure. But there you go, tanks down. They're gonna have to pull back. They're gonna have to regroup. But look at this aggression from Nimbus. As much as Glade did get quite a little bit of push there, Nimbus were looking to really push them back and take a lot of that space away. And okay, off of the Widowmaker onto the Tracer. Only just noticed that one, and already close to a pulse bomb. It wasn't noticed. No ways.
Oh, I thought they were about to throw the pulse bomb, and well, just kidding. Don't even need it quite yet. There's a time and a place. There's a grab being thrown into the middle, waiting for some more kills to push through. There is a couple going through onto Glade. That is the edge Nimbus wants to continue trying to hold this defensive line. The sound barrier committed on top of that, and they're still trying to sustain through this very long fight.
Pulse Bomb didn't manage to get any value, but Glade somehow still hold on for dear life. Unfortunately, Guardian goes down, Milo goes down, the tank and the support off the board here, and once again Nimbus just gonna push them right back into their spawns.
Well, Glade is going to have this Dragon Blade online pushing in for their next offense, right? It's going to take just a moment to farm, but it won't be long. The real thing is that Nimbus is going to have a handful of ultimates to try and mitigate, particularly that sound barrier from Kuropi. So it's going to be important that they stay alive and they are ready when the blade is used here by Damon.
Good to see that Guardian has swapped over onto the Zarya. Gonna try and go toe-to-toe here. Oh, but the Kitsune comes through. The extra damage, the extra rate of fire just goes absolutely burr. Finally, Kiriko does get taken off the board, and Glade seem to be in control.
This is the momentum shift that they need to try and go ahead and move this point on through. Nanai absolutely crushing it there at the end, but it's still going to be Glade punching through the defensive Nimbus.
I think possibly Miman got a little bit aggressive there with that Kitsune coming out, tries to push forward with the rest of the team, gets taken out relatively quickly, and again, that's a lot of healing off the board. That's exactly what we wanted to see from Glade.
Man, and once again, continuing to hold true to their pattern, Zainzuk just goes ahead and has a heyday with that railgun. Now we see Damon going ahead using the Dragon Blade, doesn't quite find what they're looking for, and man, off the tail end of that overclock, I'm not sure Glade had that big of a chance.
Yeah, I mean, Glade used quite a bit in that previous fight to give themselves the space that they need, but they are building up to more ultimates here. So looking to get a little bit more pushes. Oh no, there's no time left. Somebody has to touch.
Are they going to be there? Oh, the grab almost shut down any potential for a touch right there, but Glade managed to go ahead and sneak on through. It's still going to be a desperate attempt to hold this overtime bar alive as Altior continues to handle the trickle members of Glade. OT bar is going to trickle down, and that's going to be a very nice hold there by Nimbus.
Oh, that last fight. I think I was getting so like involved in the fight and the engagements that were happening, and I was like, and then I looked at the time and I was like, oh no. And I think Glade themselves were also like, oh no. They did manage to contest at the very last second there, but as you said, the grab had come out, and while it didn't stop the contest, it did of course nab a bunch of those players just to get beamed down by a very charged Jacoby on that Zarya. They do stop that cart from getting to that first point. Now, everything to play for. Glade we said it, right? Match and series point. They have to make something happen here. I'm very curious to see what composition they're going to run out the gate with. And so far, so usual. Just waiting to see what Milo locks in, but very likely going to be something like the Moira or the Lucio that they have been playing on the last few maps. Again, little concerning with that Sombra, still not quite getting the value that they want to be getting. Oh, there's my Winston. All right. I was waiting to see if we did see this one come out, so glad to see that we are going to. But again, waiting to see that follow up. If we lock into okay, it's a Kiriko. I was about to say, if we get the Lucio. But no, I like the Kiriko. We can definitely roll with that.
Yeah, well, with the clock, getting closer to the gate opening, you definitely don't want to lag too far. Is anyone going to be foolish enough to get clipped by this? Thankfully, no. No easy shots there coming through. It's going to be some pepper damage, and, well, some patience is going to be required if Nanai is going to find those shots. There's still an engagement as Glade decides to hold the top of Big Earl's gas station. A dive attempt coming through here, and it's going to push a few people away. Altiora decides to give that space, let Glade push on up, and, well, just continue to go back and forth, right? No one went down quite yet. It was a really nice little poke to try and force out those resources. A couple of people falling low, and have to use the Suzu right there just to save a friend. A nice headshot comes through there, taking down Milo in the process. That's going to be Altiora with an opening pick. Another one from Nanai. This is the Widowmaker starting to hit their flow state. But okay, not quite right there.
I think I saw like Damon was in the middle of the reflect animation, so not sure if that is what happened there. The Widowmaker goes huge, manages to take down the Winston as well, but now it's down to the last wire for Glade as they attempt to continue to recontest. Yeah, their full team still hasn't arrived. They've got to hold the line, and Milo's already down.
Oh man, and this is a very tough battle. We can see Zainzuk just free firing here from the high ground, easily avoids any dive and any pressure. The other members of Nimbus seem to be attacking Glade from all angles, and well, with Guardian going down, that's gonna be the win for Nimbus.
Well, there it is. Our first to 3 ends in 3 swift maps for Altiora Nimbus. Again, putting some serious pride on the Altiora name. A lot of these Altiora teams have been so good throughout the tournament so far, and that's just yet another display of how good they have been. Unfortunately, with this being single elimination, that means that we are unfortunately saying goodbye to Glade, but I'm sure that they will be back tomorrow to register for the next qualifier. So, that registration does open tomorrow if you want to get in and get that done as well. You want to join these players and see, if you think you can do better, please come show us. I look forward to it. Put your money where your mouth is. Show me what you got. Indeed.
I love that, and honestly, hopefully this is not the last time we see Glade in this tournament. They did make it here to the playoffs for a reason, and we mentioned before, some of these teams were just some of those free agents, lone wolves put together in a team, and a little bit of synergy over a few weeks, or maybe during some of those off holiday hours would do them some good. We've all got a little extra time to indulge during those days. But Sam, not sure if we're gonna have an interview quite yet. Folks, we will take it to a quick break and see you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. We have a victorious team member from Altiora Nimbus with us here. Me Man, thank you so much for joining us today, and congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much.
So, how are you guys feeling, going into the playoffs after all of the round robins you had yesterday? And what's kind of your mindset around the competition level of what you guys have been going through?
Overall, I think there are some really good teams in this tournament, and I'm really looking forward to playing against them. We have been vodding and scrimming a lot to prepare for it, so I'm excited for that. Uh, Overall mindset though, we lost a player like pretty recently, so we have to go into it with subs, and we're adjusting to that. And I think we're doing pretty well so far.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean, unfortunately, you guys had to sub in at the start of the game as well. So seems that those troubles follow you. But I was quite curious. So obviously, the Altiora name has about 4 different
Five
teams in
teams.
playoffs. Well, in the playoffs themselves. So I was curious. Which Altiora team do you think is the strongest? Is it your team, or is there maybe another team that you think we should be looking out for?
Um, Artemis is definitely the strongest team. They have 5 players that have contenders experience, and I think that will do a lot for their team.
yeah,
Okay.
well, having that experience is definitely, helpful. But what do you think is maybe the edge that you guys bring other or outside of the other Altiora teams? What's your guys' niche coming through?
Um, on paper, a lot of us have team experience. I know AJMR played with Shiki. I think they were top 12 or
Mm-hmm.
8 in OD or something. And I mean, I have experience. I played in OD. I made top 24. A lot of us have team experience. Kira plays on Regen. Senna plays on a lot of teams. So I think with that experience, we can pull through.
Nice. I just want to do the my usual things. So, is there anyone that you want to throw a shout out to, like your team, your mom, your best friend, somebody that you just want to be like, thank you so much for being there and supporting us.
A big, very big shout out to Poke, Sword, and Chip. They have been coaching us. They are the coaches for the contenders team for Altiora, and they've been working with us very
Okay,
closely. And I'm very thankful for everything they've did, and they've taken a lot of time to help us.
nice.
Well, it has definitely shown in your guys' gameplay that you guys have been working really hard. And, well, your fundamentals were very clean and enjoyable to watch during that match. So, congratulations once again on your win, and good luck throughout the rest of the playoffs.
Thank you so much.
Well, folks, that was just our first match of the day, Sam. We've got a couple more coming through the bottleneck. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back shortly with our second round. everyone, what's up, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. We are pretty much in the midst of the tournament here, waiting for some of the first rounds to finish up. We are looking forward to move on to our next matchup, Sam, and I think we already know one of the teams so far. If we want to take a look at the bracket.
Yeah, so obviously we have one of our teams that we're going to be watching in the next match, and that's going to be 1:30 time zone. You can see that in the second level of the bracket. And just to give you guys an idea of what's happened so far, well, Altiora Artemis, that was the team that Me-Man said was the better of the Altiora teams, and of course coming in at first seed. Unsurprising, I suppose. 3-0ing, a little bit sad. They had to knock out one of their own teams in Skywoods, but clearly they didn't hold back. A 3-0 victory for them. And then obviously, as mentioned, we had 1:30 time zone winning out over Cataclysm. Shikigami takes down Double Bubble. And in the bottom bracket, we have both Altiora teams, Nimbus and Polaris, making it through their matches. So unfortunately, we're going to have an Altiora knock out another Altiora in the next round, sadly.
Well, that is honestly, some rough seeding for the Altiora teams in general, right? Two rounds of each of their own teams having to knock each other out. A little bit unlucky there as far as how the cards fell for them, but they did have 4 teams in the tournament, Sam, so not too much sympathy beyond that.
Well, 5 teams in the tournament, 4 in playoffs.
Right.
And that does actually say a lot about the caliber of the organization.
Yeah, that is some high caliber level of playing coming through from just one organization. Like I mentioned earlier, huge props to the coaching and the staff helping support that and actually creating this environment where players can flourish. It definitely is, there's a lot more going on in the background, and those unsung heroes don't always get called out. Sam, just like our prod team here in the background, want to give some love over to Annie and Cynthia, who have, been bringing a lot of the fantastic magic you guys see here for this entire Challengers Cup. And well, Sam, the results are in for who 1:30 time zone's gonna be going up against.
That it is, but we're going to leave you on a cliffhanger, and we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, you'll find out who that is, and we'll have our second game.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. This is one of 2 qualifier tournaments that we will be holding here for the overall tournament. And Sam, I gotta say, I'm really looking forward to our next matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we've finally made it here into the quarterfinals. And this is really, really exciting for a lot of these teams. As we mentioned, only 4 teams are going to be able to make it through to the finals. And now that we're down to 8, this is pretty much a last chance saloon for any of these teams to nag themselves one of those spots. So very, very exciting times here. And looking forward to seeing what this next round of teams are going to be able to do.
Totally. And, you mentioned it's their last chance to nab a round or one of the qualifiers in these rounds. But there is a little bit of hope afterwards, right? The second qualifier tournament does open up tomorrow, so we may not see the last of these teams here today, but that doesn't really reduce any of the pressure they're feeling, right? They would much rather secure that victory, make it to the finals, and, take it easy for the next couple of months and just work on refining their own, synergy and comfortability on these new maps for Overwatch 2.
Yeah, well, there's a flip side to that coin. You come in the second qualifier, all the good teams have gone through the first qualifier and have already made a potentially slightly easier pathway. But of course, I am expecting and hoping that we'll have an influx of more teams now that the first qualifier is gone and everybody's had a chance to see what this is all about. But let's jump into our next matchup. As we said, we're into the quarterfinals. And first up, we're going to be taking a look at Shikigami, also another team. It's their first time here on the broadcast, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, they were yesterday.
What they're going to be able to bring. Were they on yesterday?
Yeah,
I must have missed that one.
I believe they were on yesterday. Shikigami is a team that's pretty well known, and I think they were Moxie's favorite, if I recall properly. I don't know. I'm sure she'll, we'll see what she says later on down the road. But I do know that they had a really, really tough matchup yesterday. They went against Altiora Polaris, and, didn't quite have everything they needed all the time, but obviously they've brought their A game today. And going up against Mochi is going to be a tough ask. Mochi is another team that's, been around the scene pretty regularly. We've seen them in the Empowerment Cup. We saw them on day 1 personally, Sam. Sunshine on Sojourn is definitely someone to watch out for because, it's not great sunshine for the other team when she's playing Sojourn.
Yeah, and I mean, this was if I'm not mistaken, so it was Mochi playing up against number 1 on Overbuff, and that first map was a disaster for Mochi, right? They went down 0-2 on Control. The second round was 100-0. It was rough going. But then they went on and they won the next 2 maps, and, relatively strongly as well. So, again, this is one of those teams that you really can't afford to overlook. Control may be a little bit of a weak spot for this team, but they make up for it in spades on the other maps that they can play.
Well, and today is a first to 3 series, so there's a lot more room to be exploring those other types of maps beyond just the one Control style map. King of the Hill is always a very different mindset and approach, and it can be some teams' jams, and other times it's their weakness in all the map pools. So we'll have to see how it unfolds, if Mochi will have maybe a rocky start like we saw on day 1, or if maybe they'll bring a strong appearance here on Nepal.
I'm looking forward to Nepal. I'm one of the people that really, really enjoy this map. I think that it's one of the most diverse of the Control maps. I think that there's a lot of potential here to really bring out some interesting strategies, and you really do need to change up a lot from map to map. So I really want to see what these teams are going to bring out for us. Just bearing in mind when we saw Mochi a couple days ago, so Jam wasn't playing. If I remember correctly, it was Claire playing. So it was definitely Claire playing, but I I think it was Jam that wasn't fielded that day. So I'll be curious to see if they do bring Jam back on today, if they're going to be available and able to play. But I remember, watching Ruby and thinking, wow, absolutely incredible. And then we can't overlook, that Farah on Scrim's Row was so deadly.
Wow.
They bulldozed through that first point in a matter of seconds. So there's a lot of diverse talent on this team, and I think that they're gonna really give Shikigami a run for their money.
I definitely agree with you there. Both these teams are, pretty well known. They've already made it through the first round of playoffs, and now it's quarterfinals time. So, the time for some of that experimentation is over, and hopefully everybody's been doing their homework throughout the tournament, watching these games that are being streamed so they can make sure they're fully prepared for what the enemy might throw at them. A little bit of that VOD review sure can go a long way. And, Sam, some of these teams are, their names are well known, but they might have some new players that have been recruited through the Calling All Heroes initiative. So that doesn't necessarily mean they're the exact same 5 that have been playing together forever. And, I'm looking to see some of that refinement come through. And Shikigami and Mochi have been some strong contenders. This should be a good matchup to see. And I wouldn't be surprised if whoever loses this round definitely comes back for our second qualifier.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think that no matter what happens here in the quarterfinals, I think that we can almost guarantee that whichever 4 teams don't make it, we'll see them again in the next qualifier, because to have made it this far, to have put all of that work in, I don't think that these are teams that are necessarily willing to give up at the finish line. So they're going to be looking to take that second opportunity for themselves. And a reminder, everybody, tomorrow is the day. If you want to join in on the Calling All Heroes initiative, tomorrow is registration for the second qualifier. So do go on ahead and do that. It's fine if you're a free agent. You can be slotted into a team with other free agents. Not an issue whatsoever. As I mentioned a little bit earlier on in the broadcast, half of our teams that participated in this qualifier were made up of free agent players, single players who were then slotted into or formed new teams when they arrived. So please, if you're interested, come join us, come join the fun, because I believe that it is a lot of fun for all of the players, and obviously there's a lot to learn from some of these more experienced players as well.
Oh yeah, and the experience gained from being in this type of competition, right? With this level of other players and opponents rolling through, we've had some really high ranked, or let me rephrase that, some high SR teams. I'm hesitant to tell anyone they're ranked this and that. But regardless of what the SR says, this is a team game, and synergy is extremely critical to being successful. And we saw that really prominently with Mochi on their first day 1 matchup. Shikigami also did very well. And, well, I'm looking to see who can continue to be consistently, to be consistent.
Yeah. That is one of the key things to have if you want to play in a competitive environment. You have to be consistent. In the immortal words of Twiggy, another commentator who very often works with Moxie, if you want to win, you have to win. Which is, of course, me boiling down a long point that he was making that makes a lot of sense, but it was really funny at the time. And it is true. If you want to win, you do indeed have to win. If you want to win the tournament, you have to win each and every one of your games. You have to be on top form. You maintain that consistency. So, of course, looking to see now if these 2 teams have that consistency, because, of course, only one is going to be able to secure themselves a spot in the semifinals, and by virtue of that, the final tournament as well.
Ooh, yeah, and just win, well, simple and easy, don't always overlap, folks, and that is exactly what these 2 teams are encountering. A nice disruptor shot, gonna be right in the middle of Team Shikigami. Bogglingly trying to take on some of that damage, is taken down in the end, wanting to get that early charge for that Zarya. Mochi here just continuing to just dash around left and right. It's Lucio zipping away a bit, but what a clean initial take here for Mochi.
We were so impressed with Sunshine, but she managed to do a little bit too much elimination on themselves there and eliminates themselves from the game. But you know what? They were just giving themselves, they were giving Mochi, or rather they were giving Shikigami a little bit of a handicap, right? They still managed to take control of the point, but now the regress comes in.
Oh, geez, that was so close. And, you know, never know if you're going to accidentally kill yourself once again. So far, though, Mochi continuing to handle this pressure. Shikigami keeps applying. They back off after just losing one for a nice soft regroup, right? Time is of the essence here on Control, Sam, and you cannot dilly-dally.
And that was impressive from Mochi. They lost quite a few of their players, won the round, won the control, pulled back, regroup, re-engage before Shikigami can take control of the point. And now this massive aggression blocking out any of these choke points, the amplification matrix coming out as well, just to keep them in their funneled hole. This is mean.
Well, and we've seen this repeatedly on control maps, right? The team that is trying to break through this initial choke point is having a really hard time just making it out of there without taking a horde of damage. Now Hammy goes ahead and uses the Dragon Blade just as Shikigami tries to make it out. A huge overclock here from New Year's Kiss, turning over a new leaf for Shikigami.
Oh no, sunshine. That's the second time they've done that. A little bit rough. They do manage to eventually take down New Year's Kiss. So, but at the end of the day, New Year's Kiss had done far too much damage. Shikigami finally bring the point back into their control, and now they're going to go for a far more aggressive hold as well. They're close to the Graviton Surge, but they don't quite have it, so they're going to have to pull back relatively early here.
Oh, and regardless of the bubble thrown onto Hammy, Ruby tried to save him, could not quite make it through all of this damage. There's a lot of charge coming through from both of these Zaryas, and now that grabs are online, they are definitely fishing for it. Mochi has a few other resources to try and follow up, but pushing into this Kitsune might be tough. There is the sound barrier from Jam, reinforcing the attack on top of that grab. No major kills coming. Well, Megatron's gone down. That's a huge amount of sustain off of the table. Mochi goes ahead, pushes on, takes the point, and now has 80%.
Yeah, that was a bit of a weird one. You see the Kitsune come out, and instantly you see Bogglingly start pushing through, but the backup from the rest of the team isn't there, so they wind up on their own in enemy lines, only manages to get one, and then somehow, you know, winds up on their own, surrounded by 4 Mochi players, because the rest of their team has already been eliminated. Now, the last-ditch effort as the Wrecking Ball has come through onto the site and trying to maintain some of that control.
Oh, and that is some tough eliminations for Shikigami here. The overtime bar has been triggered. Mochi's all over it. And it looks like, well, they're going to try and go ahead and shut down this last desperate Dragon Blade to hold on to the overtime bar. Shikigami's trickle game is definitely very strong, but at this point, Sam, Mochi's going to go ahead, take this first round.
Oh, very dominant one here. To be fair, Shikigami do put up a good fight. They do manage to take control of the point for a little while there, but unfortunately, it's not enough to maintain that control. I did appreciate the attempt at the Wrecking Ball, but I think that you put yourself in a little bit too much of a dangerous situation. Bearing in mind, of course, it was, as I mentioned, kind of that last-ditch Hail Mary effort to get in onto the point to, you know, try and keep that contesting going for as long as possible, but unfortunately, yeah, just completely melted by the high charge Zarya in Ruby. Now we head on to our next one, and I'm so excited because we have an Ashe. Never mind, no we don't. I hate it when they do that. It makes me so sad. Come on, tell me the Symmetra is real. Yes, the Symmetra. No. It was just for the teleport. Man, I am heartbroken.
You want to make one more guess? 3 for 3
no,
for you,
go
Sam?
away. Leave me alone. I'm sulking.
Oh, we see this initial skirmish though. Ruby's the first to draw blood with Sparrow off the table for Shikigami and Quiet following. There is no speed to help them escape, less sustain now that Megatron's joined them, and Mochi just gonna open up the fight, take the point for themselves, and ooh, that was right by the ear of Hammy, folks. I think I felt that one whisk my hair.
Nice little stagger kill there as well from Mochi, just to deny kind of, now they have to wait for that respawn. And okay, to be fair, Sojourn's quite fast, a little bit of a power slide across the map and can very quickly get back to the rest of the team, but it does slow things down a little bit and it gives Mochi the time they need to get ready for the next push.
An early pick onto Jam. That is absolutely massive here for Shikigami. They continue to capitalize after that initial momentum. Aramori getting a little bit of pressure here, does manage to stay alive, but it is still Shikigami taking the point for themselves and honestly really capitalizing on that initial pick beautifully.
Nice re-engage there, and they do so very, very cleanly as well. And they did some nice early chip damage because Mochi didn't have a lot of cover up on that high ground. So at that point, you know, you kind of have to clean up a little bit. Yeah, now as Mochi re-aggress, Shikigami not quite having any of those ultimates online just yet, but looking to try and farm those up here as Mochi tried to re-aggress.
Aramori goes ahead, pops the amplification matrix, trying to continue putting in the damage. There's a nice railgun shot just to honestly thread the needle straight through everybody from New Year's Kiss. Doesn't matter though, there's Mochi all over the place here. Ruby is an absolute force to be reckoned with. You don't need the grab, just gonna keep taking on people with max charge and mowing them down.
And Mochi with just as clean of a re-aggress that we saw very similarly to Shikigami. But now, this is where things become important because, of course, now we have ultimates online. Mochi did drop that amplification matrix, as you mentioned a little bit earlier on, but they're so close to having 3 of those ultimates online. Sound barrier isn't far behind, but Shikigami also with basically 5 ultimates online. Yeah, no, Megatron goes down early.
Ooh, and that is devastating there for Shikigami and their most recent push. They committed the overclock on top of it, but that's the only ultimate they used for that fight, Sam. So not as bad as it could have been. Definitely mitigated some losses there.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this was also great from Mochi because they only used 1 ultimate to win that fight, and they've managed to hold on to the other 2 that they had. That sound barrier is going to be online now, but time is slowly ticking away. Shikigami, they have to push in.
Dragon Blade's online as well, and everyone's caught in the grab. It's a slice and dice easy mode right here for Sparrow, one after another. There's a little bit of distance finally just to cover, but of course, okay, Sunshine comes through, pops him, and takes care of that. Shikigami still holding the defensive point.
I think that Sparrow got a 2-for-1 special there when the sound barrier came down, the dash through, 2 players go down. That was fantastic. Gives them all the space they need, but they did invest quite a lot into that. They don't have much left. Mochi going to be pushing in here again with their own blade online and the damage amplification matrix just about online as well. So Shikigami gonna have to be very, very careful about how they hold the line here. They're gonna have to try and bait those ultimates out.
Dragon Blade here thrown from Hammy, trying to find some kills. Immortality Field is taken down, and there are the kills to follow suit right afterwards. Little bit of damage left to try and output there on to Megatron. The bubbles are absolutely clutch from Bogglingly, though, keeping the entire support team alive there just for a little bit longer. At the end, Mochi was able to go ahead and take this back, but it's still last fight for Shikigami.
Yeah, I mean, Megatron was clinging to life there for so long. Great bubbles from Bogglingly, but a re-aggress is already on the cards here. Shikigami going in so aggressively, they don't have the whole team. They've already lost New Year's Kiss. No!
That is really, really tough, and now they're not going to have full strength to go and push into this point for the last fight and the last touch. 99%, you see the OT bar triggered. Shikigami pushing in and trying to do their best to make moves and keep this fight alive. Pushed into the corner, doesn't matter. Mochi is handling the trickle one after another. It's just New Year's Kiss left, caught in the grab. Mochi's gonna go ahead and take this first map.
Oh, that was so close from Shikigami, but a little bit of a misplay there in that last fight. You know, they have one player pushing in a little bit too aggressively. New Year's Kiss getting right up in their faces, and had they waited just a couple seconds longer, wait for the rest of the team, re-aggress as a team, then maybe they have a better opportunity. We'd already noted that at that point, you know, all ultimates had been exhausted, so it really was coming down to coordination and target prioritization. But unfortunately, New Year's Kiss going down so early on in the fight, you've lost a huge damage dealer in your Sojourn, and unfortunately unfortunately, they just weren't able to restabilize after that. They were trickling in, and Mochi did a great job of holding on. And yeah, what looked like, it looked like we could be going to a third map on Nepal. Unfortunately, that's going to put Mochi at 1-0 in the series. And of course, that means that Shikigami get to choose the next map.
Yeah, that'll be our hybrid map for sure. So we'll see if it's a, comfort Overwatch 1 map pick or maybe a spicy new Overwatch 2 map pick. But I do want to say Shikigami really showed us a different team for that second map on Nepal. They even surpassed Mochi in point percentage for a certain amount of time just before Mochi came back and won the last fight. So, I think they did a really good job at adapting after that first map. Control Center in particular, I think can be really just almost stunting to try and make it through that choke point. I think that's one of the hardest ones to make it through for any of the control maps in general. And so seeing this new breath of life in Shikigami on the village map was really exciting to see, and exactly what I want to see them bring to our hybrid map, Sam. So we'll have to see what they pick. They got a minute since, we're setting up the lobby, folks. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. We are in the midst of our second matchup of the day, but we have had a ton of other matches going on in the background and, during this exact time right now, Sam. We mentioned earlier that we saw both Altiora teams having to go up against each other. And now we can see that, kicking off, Artemis is going to have to go up against number 1 on Overbuff, which, Sam, I think should be a pretty good game.
Yeah, honestly, I think that could be very, very spicy. I'd be curious to follow along on that one. We do have a bracket, so you guys can check that one out. I'm not sure if it's live updates, but if you do want to follow along, there is a bracket for that. And of course, to be named, who we saw on day 1, they're going to be going up against 1:30 time zone. And as we have already seen, Shikigami and Mochi currently ongoing. If you missed that, maybe you just got here, right? So that's what we're covering. And finally, again, the Altioras against one another. One of them has to knock the other out. But it's shaping up to be a pretty spicy quarterfinal.
Absolutely. And, we've seen Shikigami and Mochi facing off so far on Nepal. The first round was a little lackluster coming through from Shikigami, but after that, The Heat really turned up, and they went to go, pretty much 99-99 on the second match point. In the end, Mochi was able to, get on through and just take that win for themselves. But Sam, we're going to move over to Hybrid as the next match. Shikigami's going to get their fair pick. I gotta say, I don't think we're going to Circuit Royale because I don't think they would want to see Sunshine on. Yeah.
Scrims Row, baby. We live here. We live here.
Indeed.
We don't go anywhere. I mean, I think we've seen Eichenwald once, and that was, of course, earlier this evening. But for the rest, it's Kings Row. It is home to all of our players. I don't think that there are any players who don't like Kings Row. It is such a good, balanced, fun, aesthetically pleasing map. You can't get better than Kings Row.
The width of the hallways are perfect for your Reinhardts. They're perfect for it was for the Orisa shields as well, right? There were just so many fantastic angles that you could really
Are you saying that this map is chonk friendly?
Yes. I love your nut shelling.
Nice.
That's
Honestly,
what I need
chonk
more
friendly,
of.
I appreciate chonk friendly, okay?
It's a sweet spot though, as far as, the exact width and trying to continue playing those corners. It's Kings Row. We do love it. Mm-hmm. I love seeing a Mei on this map because the punishment potential for anyone being sectioned off is just, it's annihilating. But
do you remember the old classico Symmetra bastion on top of the Mondada statue?
Yeah,
that's good times.
The Lion King
and the
strat.
shield on top as well. Yeah, we love that. We
Lob
love
it
that.
over.
So glad that's not in anymore. All right, Widowmaker, let's see what you can do here. Wow, Shikigami already on the point.
Okay, that was definitely some fast-moving attack patterns coming through, especially with New Year's Kiss as a Widowmaker, right? Not a huge amount of frontline presence on that. Looks like they're just going to go ahead and pick on the backline presence of Mochi as a result. They do go down. Mochi still has the numbers in their favor, but Shikigami will have spawn advantage, so Mochi needs to be careful.
That's just good work from Mochi. Kind of pull back a little bit, give a little bit of space, and then aggress in. Let Shikigami come out into the open, and then kind of pick them off one by one. Very well played there, and it is going to slow things down a little bit now. Shikigami's still on that Widowmaker, and this is the thing. Mochi are doing really well to play these sightlines, to play the cover, and New Year's Kiss is going to struggle to find the value.
Moving through the hotel, Mochi continues to put pressure onto Shikigami here. Does force New Year's Kiss to retreat away with that grapple, but Hammy's getting pressured. You do not want to get lasered by these Zarya beams. Ruby is absolutely charged up, easily refreshing to max charge over and over again. Now it's time to take their counterpart on because you got no charge, you got no game.
Got no game. Jeez, tell them how you really feel.
100 to charge, it's tough.
Well, as mentioned, the Widowmaker not quite getting the value that they would have wanted. New Year's Kiss is going to keep trying, though. I'm really impressed with how Mochi have been handling it. They chill in hotel, the spawn point, the damage amplification matrix comes out, and Shikigami just struggle to push through.
Jeez, Aramori had that ready so quickly on top of it. Now the grab is thrown to continue closing out the fight. I love the seal. I mean, that's the seal. That's the seal of approval right there.
And I gotta wonder why Shikigami just don't run past the hotel onto the point. Yeah,
that's
okay,
a good
Mochi,
question.
I mean, now that New Year's Kiss is swapped off, Mochi can play a little bit more out in the open. But there you go, Shikigami running around the hotel.
And they go ahead and initiate with this amplification matrix. They're trying to get those kills. They've gotten a couple all ready to go through with Hammy going down. Now it's about holding on to this point. Can Mochi recontest? They go ahead, throw the grab and the sound barrier. Shikigami's feeling beefed up. Mochi responds with their own sound barrier, but can they sustain through Sparrow's blade? Sunshine's going away. Looks like it's gonna be Shikigami capping the point.
Yeah, get rid of the Widow and then stop pushing Hotel. Like, it works really well, given how Mochi were playing that defense, right? They were holding in Hotel. They were expecting Shikigami to push through. And the moment Shikigami kind of move away from that and take space over on the, like, towards the point itself, they managed to very quickly overrun Mochi on the site and get themselves that, you know, cart and get it moving. And this is really, really good news. We're definitely off to a better start than what we had in our previous matchup. So yeah, I mean, this could be competitive.
Yeah, and I like New Year's Kiss on this Sojourn, really having a lot of impact now for their entire team. It's going to be tough pushing into this Amp Matrix, and Shikigami's backing off just a little bit, right? You don't need to push through that. You got some time. Now they're continuing to aggress on forward as Mochi retreats next to the next corner here coming up. New Year's Kiss has that overclock online, Sam, and that could be devastating, especially since Megatron is close to their own Amp Matrix. Ooh. There's a kill early. You don't even need to use the overclock. You're just gonna hit your normal shots with your plain old kit and win the fight.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that was a little bit of maybe an overstretch from Mochi, and bearing in mind, I mean, they'd used the blade in the previous fight as well, so didn't have that available, but it wouldn't have mattered because as soon as that blade came out, New Year's Kiss would have put it swiftly back where it came from. Now Hammy is swapped over off of the Genji onto the Reaper. Yeah. We saw this a little bit earlier in our previous series. Get that little bit of extra firepower available to try and leverage that, as they are now in this much closer spawn area. That is a huge grab. Gets quite a bit of value, and immediately Shikigami are going to get pressured back.
Yeah, well, and after that grab was thrown, pretty much everyone threw their resources trying to keep people alive in the grab. And once they were cleaned up in the grab, there's no resources to keep you alive on your retreat.
Yes, made that one a little bit tough, I think, on Shikigami, but still quite a bit to work with. Yeah, Grav and Blade are about to be online. Oh, okay. Hammy somehow managing to survive here, but only barely. That's going to push them off of their position, and that's going to give over a lot of space for Shikigami on this next push.
Nice grab comes through here, and there's a lot of people caught up. Can they continue to take the members down from Shikigami? There's another great pick coming through. Sunshine absolutely clutching it here with this overclock. Shikigami trying to continue to push on forward. Quiet's over here. Well, that's a classic Lucio right there. Skirting away and actually escaping. Wow, nice job.
Oh, okay. A little bit of chip damage still coming through here. Shikigami, well, neither of these two teams really fully pulling back. Mochi, of course, giving a little bit of space here to regroup and refortify their defenses. But Shikigami, with about a minute and a half left here to push a little bit more, have to play this that little bit more carefully. Only have the blade to work with, and Megatron is taken down.
That is crippling for Shikigami's most recent push. There's no way they can even think of sustaining, especially now that both supports have been eliminated. They're walking back from spawn, Sam. It'll be another few seconds.
I mean, it's bought them a little bit of time, so at least they have that going for them here. Try and just stall this out as long as possible, but Bogglingly still at reasonably high charge there, and trying to keep that up as much as possible so that when this regress comes in, going to have a lot of power. And oh no, New Year's Kiss taking down Sunshine. That's devastating for Mochi.
Ooh, but Shikigami has everything they want to try and flip the momentum in their favor. Mochi's not going down without a fight. Ruby and Hammy are here in the front lines trying to keep this dream alive. Ruby is absolutely crushing it here with this high charge Zarya. She's getting so many resources thrown into her one after another. A nice immortality keeps her in this fight. Doesn't matter that she goes down at the end. A great stall comes through, and now there's only 37 seconds left on the clock. Shikigami gonna be in a great position to roll this cart, Sam.
Still have the Graviton Surge online as well, so very likely gonna use that to block off one of the chokes. New Year's Kiss also very close to an ult as well, so that's a ton of damage. Oh, the grab doesn't come out. They're allowing the recontest to come through.
Okay, a little bit of a surprise there. Grab's just gonna go straight on the point. No survivors once you're there. Let's just go ahead, take them down one after another. And Shikigami manages to finish with time on the clock still.
Whew. 9.2 seconds. Seems that grab wasn't really necessary, to be honest. Everyone was going to group up anyway. They had to get on the cart. They had to stall it out. And eventually the grab does come out just to seal the deal, so to speak. Get those last few kills down. Shikigami with a very, very good push here. As we said, right, they had just a sparse amount of time left at the end of it, but they do manage to get all 3 points, and that is incredibly important here because it means that they've got a little bit of room to breathe. But what we did mention previously, right, like Mochi, if they come out with that Pharah like we saw a couple of days ago, it could be very, very devastating. It could give them a lot of early push and really give them the space they need to catch up here. So Shikigami potentially expecting it. Looks like we're going to see New Year's Kiss on that Widowmaker again. The only issue here is obviously if you get taken down early, sure, you can swap, but you've already lost a huge advantage on your defensive side. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on the rest of the team to make up for that. Widowmaker isn't necessarily a high constant damage like you would see from a Sojourn. It's very much a you have to hit that headshot or at least a body and then get some cleanup from, you know, either you hit a second shot or one of your teammates does the cleanup or whatever. But the idea is to get picks very, very quickly as opposed to just doing tons and tons of damage output. So this is going to have to be massive.
Wow, and Immortality Field also committed, keeps Hammy in this fight to be extremely aggressive, takes down New Year's Kiss as a result. What a beautiful work and teamwork and synergy, and honestly just that really goes to show you how long and experienced Mochi have been playing together. This push after that is just easy as butter for them, with one person down on Shikigami already, some late picks coming through, especially onto Megatron. Sam, that was some great Widow play. You had a Widow checklist early. Oh. Well, is there gonna be, there might be a little hope for them to try and stall out this point, at least contest some of the time, but it's not going to be that much.
New Year's Kiss with yet another kill here, trying to just maintain for as long as possible, but playing the Widowmaker, you can't really get your body on the point, and there you have it. Mochi do eventually take it down. Now that is the other problem. As much as she was able to get a few kills there, when you can't contest, when you can't physically get onto the point because you're a Widowmaker, it does make it that little bit more difficult. You know, really great work from Hammy, I think, to like, look how far Mochi pushed them back. This is what we were talking about. They did this the other day as well. They bring out the Pharah, they roll through the first point objective, and then everyone pushes all the way into the enemy spawn and just don't give them any space, so they get tons and tons of free push, and Shikigami clearly don't know how to deal with it.
This is exactly why the hybrid maps are honestly any of our other map types are very, very different from our control style. They can take this amount of space and just as quickly have to fall back to give it up and make sure that they can continue to stay alive in this fight. Aramori uses that Immortality Field and that Ant Matrix. Everyone's lined up in front of it, and after that, you just mow them down, stuck in the grab.
Mochi has now become synonymous in my mind with bullying. First the Pharah shenanigan, now this. They push all the way into the enemy spawn, pull back, regroup with the rest of the team, and then throw a Graviton Surge on top of them and just delete them. And now this payload could potentially reach that first point with plenty of time to spare. Hammy hasn't even needed to switch off of the Widow yet.
A little bit of pressure onto Hammy, but it's going to be New Year's Kiss taking him out from the long range with that rail gun. There's still a fight to be had here as Mochi goes ahead, commits that sound barrier. This is a really tough spot to be held, and they do not want that to happen. They want to keep aggressing forward, but Quiet pops that sound barrier. It's going to be even more difficult to try and take this point. Looks like Mochi is starting to, get a little bit cornered here. Sunshine all alone on the side as more kills continue to fill in for Shikigami. Ruby eventually going down, but honestly, a lot of damage has been done. This is a great spot, though, for Shikigami to hold.
And, imperative here is the last couple of kills, they are quite staggered out. So Mochi are going to have to take a little bit of time here to regroup. But bearing in mind that they still have 3 minutes to get it the last few meters to that point. And this has been a very, very impressive display so far from Shikigami on that last hold. But With only one ultimate left here in the bank for them, it's going to have to be massive to maintain control. They can't really make a mistake here. Otherwise, Mochi get that first point and start rolling on through to the next.
We've seen the dangers of Mochi getting momentum and snowballing through. Sparrow goes ahead and pulls the Dragon Blade, jumps into the heart of Mochi, but Ruby is too charged up. Goes ahead, takes them down, but New Year's Kiss just is popping off with that railgun. It was time to step up to the plate. They have done exactly that. And once again, Mochi has to give some space before they can even continue this push.
So much damage coming through there. Oh, New Year's Kiss just continues to be an absolute thorn in Mochi's side. Look at that! Another one! Just keep staggering it out. Just keep going, New Year's Kiss. You got this. Widowmaker for what? Should have just stayed on the Sojourn. Has been so good at getting those kills. Look at that gun control has been exceptional as well. The tracking just stays on top and manages to survive as well. Map knowledge on point. This is an exceptional player.
Yeah, my jumps are definitely not that clean with the slide. A grab comes through and oh my gosh, it doesn't matter. New Year's Kiss opened up the fight beautifully, but Mochi absolutely focus fired everyone from Shikigami down, and their burst potential was so, it was just devastating right there.
Well, finally, Mochi do find the opening that they need off the back of a massive Graviton Surge. Shikigami get a little bit over eager, push out way too far, and they all get caught up in that grab and don't really have anything to deal with it. Now New Year's Kiss swaps back over onto the Widowmaker for this final point. Gonna try and control the push here from Mochi, but it still has to be wary of Hammy on this Genji.
Yeah, Hammy has been definitely pressured a lot by Bogglingly on that Zarya, which is exactly what you want to be seeing. You can't deflect that beam, and, well, the damage is constant, especially when it's getting charged up fast. There's the grab being thrown here, and he dives in, trying to deflect as much damage for his teammates as possible. Just not quite enough, though. There's still some good, solid kills coming through from Shikigami. Hammy is definitely feeling the pressure there from that Widowmaker. And now, well, poor Ruby is caught out alone, sent back to spawn.
Can we just talk about how New Year's Kiss got a headshot on Hammy right after the Dragon Blade came out? Incredible stuff. Great hold here from Shikigami. Now Hammy swapping back over onto the Widowmaker. The battle between these two players has been fierce, to say the least. Now look to see who's going to come out on top of this. I think they're 1-for-1 at this point.
Wow.
And it's New Year's Kiss to come out on top yet again. Hammy off the board, and Mochi, what do you do?
Well, and New Year's Kiss has decided to continue holding the sights on top of it, right? So that's going to be another opportunity for them to have a significant advantage in the next Widowmaker duel, on top of already having the ideal position.
All right, sights have come out. That's going to be a huge advantage here for Shikigami as well. Oh, but despite that, it's Hammy who comes out on top. It's so back and forth, and that is a huge pick for Mochi as they start to push in once again.
Yeah,
might have got sure no one's on the flank.
Right. Well, New Year's Kiss may be a little overconfident with the sights, thinking they could take Hammy on. Ruby does go down, though, in this fight, and that could actually be devastating for Mochi. Jam is gone, and that's no sound barrier online. With 37 seconds left, Sam, they need to regroup if they want to actually push this point all 3 marks.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, the pressure is definitely on. They only really have the sound barrier here. Okay, to be fair, Graviton Surge is about to be online, but Ruby needs to live. If Ruby dies here, that's their final push. Not great. So,
right.
All right, does manage to survive. That's good. But look at Shikigami's ultimates, right? Graviton Surge, Dragon Blade, sound barrier. There's so much to push into this. Mochi have to be so careful.
There's the grab being thrown and the Dragon Blade on top of it. They're trying to get the kills, but the Immortality Field and now the sound barrier stacked onto Shikigami is keeping everyone tanky and alive in this fight. They're taking down the members of Mochi one after another, and regardless of how charged up Ruby is on this Zarya, Shikigami continues to handle the trickle, and they're gonna take King's Row.
New Year's Kiss goes hard on that one. In the last fight there, manages to get 2 beautiful headshots. I think the Graviton Surge may have been a contributing factor in that, but still, getting those 2 players off the board is instrumental, and they managed to hold on. I'm really impressed with how well Shikigami did to maintain that line of defense. That first point, I mean, they held on for quite some time. That's a lie. The first point went relatively quickly, and the steamroll came through from Mochi. But once we got near that second point, and it wasn't even that Shikigami had the spawn advantage at that point. Mochi definitely had spawn advantage when they were near second point, but Shikigami did really well to rally themselves, to cycle those ultimates quite nicely, and make sure that they're getting those all-important picks. And of course, Hammy and New Year's Kiss constantly going at each other, you know, swapping between the Genjis and the Widowmakers, seeing which one was going to come out on top. And, well, at the end of the day, it was Shikigami that did it, and that's going to put us at 1-1 in this first to 3, so we should see at least 4 maps here. Push is an option. It could happen, folks.
Let's go. I want to see a push map. I'm sure we all want to see the push map, but I gotta say, I am really, really excited to see what Shikigami brings to the table for this next map, Sam. They showed us a glimpse of their adaptability during Control, during Control second round. And then here they really turned up the heat for King's Row, pushing it all 3 points on top of it. I don't think Mochi was quite ready for this, level up of Shikigami in the midst of the series. And I, hope they're keeping their own heads cool and calm in the midst of all of this stress and competition. Looking forward to seeing which map that they decide to choose, since they lost that last one. They get to pick where we're going for our escort map. So folks, we'll have to see what they choose, and we'll be right back. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. We are in the midst of our second matchup of the day, Shikigami going up against Mochi. And Sam, we are 1-1 in the series and heating up.
I'm really curious to see how this next map is going to go, because obviously the first two maps each involve a point to capture, and then of course the second map involves you pushing the payload. This time around, however, it's pure payload, as we know.
Right.
There is no point to try to wrestle control of, and I'm really wondering how that's going to go, because obviously, so we had Mochi winning the control map, we had Shikigami winning the hybrid. Now as we head on to escort, I kind of favor Shikigami a little bit just based off of their performance on King's Row. And oh well, there you go, Dorado as expected. Ooh. Not one of the new maps, but I don't think we saw Dorado the other day.
Nope.
If I'm not mistaken. No,
well,
yeah,
the
so
other day
cool.
we didn't we only made it to Route 66
you're right.
once.
You're right. That's true.
But I have to say,
so at least we get some Dorado.
Right. Well, and it's nice that we have a different change up from the Route 66 map we already saw earlier. And, I really like Dorado as far as all of the different, there's a lot of different levels that you can be working and holding to try and encircle the opponent that's attacking. So, the Sojourns have been having a heyday, Sam, and I think this is gonna really open them up to have some more fun on top of that, or more Widowmakers. Actually, that would be a nice change.
Yeah, to change, quote unquote. I mean, yeah, we had some of that to a large degree, and it was a lot of fun. But what I am interested to note here, of course, is we've got an Honor coming out, which is huge. And then, of course, we have the Mercy and the Ashe. Now, obviously, Mercy you don't see a whole ton of. But because the Ashe is coming out here, the damage boost onto New Year's Kiss is going to be devastating. And I think that of course is why they bring out the Honor, right? Because you've got a lot of Mercy kind of focusing in on New Year's Kiss, so Megatron is going to have to keep the rest of the team healed up. And we've got Diva versus Diva here, so no Zarya to make things difficult, but I think that we might see Claire, who is now subbed in for Jam, clearly. We might see them swap off of the Zen. That could be a little bit difficult to maintain.
Yeah, definitely a little squishy there, especially with Sparrow on that Genji available for a lot of dive and pressure opportunity. Of course, New Year's Kiss going to be keeping a nice healthy pocket from Quiet on that damage boost, trying to continue outputting that value. Little splash comes up through there. Shikigami still being forced back, though. Mochi making some space. It's really when they get to this archway, though, that some type of defensive hold really needs to come through. Ooh. Sparrow gets a good pick early, and that is Shikigami running away with the momentum.
That was some excellent movement from Sparrow as well. And then, of course, New Year's Kiss manages to de-mech the Diva, and that basically shuts down Mochi's attack. And now they're staggering out the baby Diva as well. So it's going to take a little bit longer for Mochi to be back into this fight. Buys them that little bit of time. New Year's Kiss getting relatively close to that Bob as well, just constantly doing a ton of chip damage. Valkyrie's almost online as well, but could be a little bit dangerous to do because Sunshine is available, and we've seen how good they can be with that Sojourn.
I like these skirmishes from both Divas on the high ground there. It's Boggingly goes ahead, retreats back, and Hammy goes down as a result. A nice drop back there to help out teammates, and once again, just reset up on their position. Nobody knows ways. Sunshine's here? Okay, a little bit of a cheeky move coming through, but of course going to be receiving a lot of pressure. And looks like they're going to be taking themselves out.
Yeah, a little bit of a damage boost there onto Sparrow, and unfortunately that did not end well for Sunshine. And of course that means that I have to wait for that respawn as well. The pressure here from Shikigami just continues to mount. Mochi not sure how to deal with this, and as expected that Zen did get swapped off of the Kitsune, the Kiriko rod. It could be instrumental in helping to deal with the Ana.
There is the Ant Matrix coming through there from Mochi, trying to clear some additional space. Sparrow's blade is absolutely devastating, outclassing anything else brought to the table.
Well, I mean, you know, Nano Blade, it is a classic. You know what? Along with the Grav Dragon. Those are the two El Clasicos, right? You just that's where it is. The Hanzo game, the Weeb brothers and their combinations. It's just too powerful. And Mochi have a few ultimates here to play with themselves, but gonna have to be very, very careful on how they execute this. Need to potentially get a nice little early pick off here to give them the advantage they need.
There's Kitsune's rush, and it's going to be Hammy stacking his own Dragon Blade on top of it. Mochi goes ahead, does get an initial pick off of the Dragon Blade, and another one to close it out. New Year's Kiss is rezzed and comes back hot, taking down Sunshine in the process. Shikigami knows they don't want to give up this particular choke point if possible, because it is absolutely critical to continuing to holding this first point. Ruby's denecked, and once again Shikigami holding strong.
That is devastating for Mochi. They get so much done there, but nobody's babysitting the Mercy to make sure that the res can't come through. And of course, New Year's Kiss back in the game, like, you just can't afford for that to happen. You got to keep them off the board for as long as possible. Hammy's now swapped over onto the Widowmaker, gonna try and get a few pickoffs here, try and create the space needed, but coming up against the Diva could be a little bit difficult to get the value in the sight lines.
There's still some ultimates online, though, that they can use to try and continue taking the space. Hammy literally needs to have some godlike plays here if they're going to clutch this out for their team. Sunshine jumps onto the point, and there is Ruby's self-destruct continuing to zone members of Shikigami back. There is still so much damage being thrown at Mochi from all angles. This damage-boosted New Year's Kiss is nasty from the backlines. No one has a break. No one can seem to find any type of reprieve as Mochi continues to try and push this point and keep it alive. In the end, though, Shikigami continuing to just handle this trickle salmon. At the end of the day, I'm not sure that... There it is. Yeah, that's the closeout they needed to go ahead and hold.
Wow. Definitely starting to see why Shikigami were Moxie's potential favorite to come out on top of this one. What a good performance here from them. I mean, you think about the first map, and they, it was a fairly one-sided affair. You head on to the second map, and they come through quite strong. And I felt like Escort was definitely going to lean in their favor, given the performance on King's Row. And wow, just a complete shutout. Did not allow any space for Mochi to push through. Really, really impressive stuff there, but now we get to swap sides, and Mochi have a chance to try and replicate that. Of course, this is going to be a lot more difficult because Mochi are now on the defensive half and so far away from their spawn. If so much as one of their players goes down, it obviously makes it very, very difficult to maintain control. So a little bit of a change up coming through here as we see the Hanzo. We've completed the Weeb Triad. Unfortunately, we don't have the Genji with, but Genji's on the other team. So we have all three here available and in play. The Mercy, of course, no longer on the board as New Year's Kiss. Nah, surely not.
Nah.
Surely not. I'll believe it when I actually see it.
We've got all the ninjas on the board. Hopefully this change up with Hammy on the Hanzo, though, really gives them that extra damage they need, the extra consistent damage, right? Hanzo is a very different type of sniper damage dealer than the Widowmaker, and well, some of his additional utility can be extremely helpful for your teammates. Well, that is definitely some rough luck there for Sparrow. Shikigami losing one early in the fight, but Sunshine really showing us the consistency that they have on this Sojourn. New Year's Kiss is, oh man, Junkrat sneaking around quietly, slowly waiting for the right person and opportunity to capitalize. Is found out. Not sneaky, New Year's Kiss. Not sneaky at all. Taken down as a result. And, well, Mochi did lose Sunshine in the process, so created enough of a distraction to force Mochi to turn, contribute resources, and, well, shooting you in the back, it looks like what Shikigami had on the menu, taking out their members one after another. Aramori does go down, and, well, the point is still rolling on forward, Sam. Someone has to get on the cart to stop it.
Yeah, well, they at least try to. Ruby hops down, but is instantly demech'd, and now the contest, it's trickling on. Shikigami definitely have the upper hand here, and they're continuing to just barrage damage into Mochi. Oh, the nano onto the Echo, and this could be absolutely devastating. Maybe?
Oh, that was close.
It's taking a little while.
Well, when the payload and the victory box is so close here to the end and so close just to some of the initial start, it definitely puts the teams in a position where they feel like they can just keep on pushing through, trickling in, taking down, those 1 or 2 single picks. But at this point, it is all over the place. Mochi's getting pushed back into the corner here. Sparrow's trying to go ahead and make this dream come true, close out the map with the overclock. Holy crap! They are absolutely crushing it. That's the nail in the coffin for Shikigami to go ahead and take this map.
I questioned the Echo for a moment. I saw that and I went, really? And I definitely questioned the Junkrat. And to be fair, the Junkrat didn't do terribly much.
Yeah.
But the Sparrow changed the ultimate into a second Sojourn. Now you got 2 Sojourns running around. I mean, they're struggling to deal with 1 Sojourn when you have 2 on the battlefield. Devastating. I mean, this was an unrealistically quick map. Shikigami made such quick work of Mochi, definitely looking to secure themselves a spot in that next round. Now the big question is going to be push, right? Because this is a completely different beast to any of the maps we've had so far. It's got like some element of escort to it, but as we know, it's not quite the same thing, right? It's very, very back and forth. It's got that kind of tug of war thing going on, and we haven't really got to see much of it. It's a brand new map type, so both of these 2 teams won't be like super, super, super comfortable on it, not to the extent that they would be on all of the other map types. So I'm very interested to see how that one's gonna go.
I am too, especially with the performance that Shikigami just brought to the table. Obviously, they're adapting really, really well to the style that Mochi has been playing and really figuring out who their key players are in each of the fights and who's really bringing the most utility and value and taking that away, right? Or taking away their attention from protecting that person. Well, either way, Shikigami is seeing some really fantastic results, especially in comparison to that first map, Sam. And I gotta say, I am excited to see what we have for push. Like you mentioned, it's a very different map style and type of competition style with that tug of war. And well, we'll have to see. Does Mochi have it in them to really push back and show that they have what it takes to adapt to Shikigami? Or is Shikigami going to go ahead and take it away? We'll see, folks. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. For any of you who are just joining us, we are currently at match point for our second game of the day. We've seen Shikigami go up against Mochi, and Sam, Shikigami has come to the table. They've adapted really well, and we're pretty strong during that Dorado map.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very, very dominant performance. But we move on to push now. And obviously, not only is this new maps, it's a whole new mode. Something that we haven't really had a lot to see, particularly like you and I, right? We didn't really get to cast push as much as we wanted to. So this is going to be really fun to see how these teams navigate this newer map. Of course, they will have had some time to have played this, particularly if they played in the beta. And now, of course, with the game having been released officially as well a few weeks ago, there's been some time to practice and get a little bit acquainted with the maps, but the familiarity won't be quite the same as some of the maps that have come over from Overwatch 1. So looks like we're going to be heading in onto Colossio, and honestly, I'm going into this one with a super open mind, no expectations, because I think, you know what, both of these teams definitely deserve the benefit of the doubt.
Well, and we're going into a very different game mode once again, and we've seen very different performances depending on which type of map and game mode these teams are playing. So I have to agree with you there. I don't want to jump to any conclusions quite yet. I am leaning a bit towards Shikigami just because their adaptation has been really fantastic for the last few maps, and that's an it factor that's not easily taught or honed, right? It's something you kind of just have to be in the heat of the battle experiencing to really develop, and that's a tall ask.
Absolutely. Well, looking forward to seeing what's going to happen here. I mean, compositionally, I'm not too sure what to expect. I think that there are some comfort picks that both of these two teams have definitely shown. So we might see a little bit more of that. And when I say comfort, I mean, they're strong picks, right? The Sojourn has been incredible. Oh, we've got the Genjis coming out again. New Year's Kiss on that Widowmaker. And to be fair, they were clicking some heads in some of those previous maps. So looking forward to seeing if that's going to continue here. The sightlines aren't quite as tasty on this map as on some of the other ones. So might be a little bit more difficult to get that. But it's going to do a lot to keep the pressure up. And I think that in a map like Push, in a mode like Push, let me rather say, pressure is a very, very important factor.
I like the imagery of tasty sightlines. Ooh, yeah, New Year's Kiss, taste it. He loves it. She loves it. That is exactly what they're looking for in this type of map. These long alleyways perfectly give them the opportunity to do that. And, well, Shikigami made it look really easy for that opening fight, Sam. Wow.
There you go, tasty. That's where that was. Initial engagement. Oh my goodness! When a Genji starts chasing down a Zarya, sure, I guess, just keep building up to that ultimate. And we said the pressure was important. The robot's moving, but now Mochi getting 2 picks for themselves. Shikigami gonna have to retreat.
Yeah, that was a little over ambitious there from Shikigami and some of those engagements. Mochi definitely seeing that opportunity to capitalize and punish as a result, Sam.
Yeah, and immediately, Robot gets back to his initial position and starts heading on over in the opposite direction. And Mochi going to play this a little bit more carefully than what Shikigami did. They're going to babysit the robot to an extent and just try and keep their eyes peeled for Shikigami.
Yeah, and I want to call out, we've actually got Jam back in the mix here for Mochi, taking on that Lucio role once again. They've been really critical, and my goodness, Mochi continuing to just push on through. Sam, these Sojourns are absolutely incredible with how many picks and how much value they're really bringing to the table.
Yeah, and I think so the hero composition has definitely been a huge factor, but also the fact that they play a much tighter game. They haven't been pushing out unnecessarily too much. I mean, now, they're taking the higher ground, they're doing a bit of chip damage, but they haven't overextended. They can very easily get back to the rest of their team, and that was a bit of a misstep that Shikigami made a little bit earlier, and it's cost them a lot of the push time.
Yeah, this Ant Matrix here from Aramori has been thrown to continue discouraging any contest from Shikigami up this very, very long alleyway here to push. So far, though, a nice anti comes through, is going to force Mochi to be a little passive. Now it's worn off, and Dragon Blade is online. The grab has been thrown, but we're not seeing there's the the cleanup kills coming through just a fraction afterwards. And well, to be honest, Shikigami taking back the robot and taking down Mochi for that with a huge amount of resources still in the bank.
Now, here's a big question for Shikigami, right? Because they held on to, or rather Mochi, they held on to a lot of their ultimates in their previous engagement. They didn't really use anything after the amplification matrix. Do they use them now to win the fight? Or do they hold them for that fight when you get to the end of the push? Of course, now the fight starts out quite early on with Sunshine popping that ultimate, and well, that's going to be instrumental, but oh my god, the return fire.
Anything you can do, I can do better. New Year's Kiss just pops off on this Sojourn once again, takes down their counterpart, continues to get aggressive, takes down a few other people, and really enables Shikigami to continue pushing the bot.
Well, I wondered about when they were going to use those ultimates. They popped 2 of them in that fight and still didn't manage to maintain control. Now, bearing in mind, they did pull out a couple of Shikigami's ultimates as well. So they've got a little bit of an advantage in that factor. But now Shikigami, again, taking a little bit more of an aggressive approach, doing a lot of that chip damage and trying to keep the pressure up. But could they have overextended again?
Oh, man. Some mistakes are fated to be repeated, but Mochi continuing to try and push this point back. So far, Shikigami did manage to retreat back. They've committed with the grab. Bogglingly is so low, dips behind the robots. That way they can outweight a little bit of the sound barrier, but Jam really coming through for their team, taking the robot, and well, Mochi stopped Shikigami before they pushed the bot farther than themselves.
That was a bit of a weird one, though, because, like, Ruby's ultimate comes out. It's a solo grab onto Bogglingly, who survives, and then Ruby winds up going down. Takes a little while. Fight continues on. Ruby comes back, throws out a grab of their own, pulls in everybody, and eventually the fight gets won. But it was very, like, strange back and forth with some of that utility coming out. Now Mochi, after getting control of the robot, have to wait for their team to come back, so they give up all of that space, and the robot's just going back towards the... Oh, my goodness.
This little stretch here of the track is quite popular for the teams. Hammy gets the first kill there onto Sparrow, and as a result, Mochi continues to push on through. Still more dashes available, and well, the immortality field's keeping everyone on Mochi alive and trying to keep them in this fight. It allows them to be a little bit extra aggressive. Both of these Zaryas are really charged up, but Ruby's the one hunting. Bogglingly's trying to escape, using those bubbles as much as they can, but it is so close. Both of them go down as a result. Sparrow goes ahead, pops the blade to capitalize on anyone else who dares remain alive, and Shikigami take the bot.
Almost this time around, it's Mochi that take a slightly more aggressive position than maybe they should have. The Zarya back and forth gets a little bit close for comfort there, but when that Dragon Blade comes out, it shuts everything down, and now Shikigami finally going to start to... No, they're instantly pushed back. There's so much respect given over, but they have to wait for the rest of their team to show up. Now Lucio trying to stall the bot out a little bit longer while they wait for the rest of the team. But the grab comes out. It catches everyone.
Sound barriers are thrown across the board. Shikigami commits fully to that fight. The overclock putting in a ton of work here as once again New Year's Kiss pops off, and now Shikigami are looking to either overtake Mochi in bot push or at least catch that checkpoint.
Okay, I mean, New Year's Kiss literally saves that. People in that grab, the immortality field comes out to provide a little bit of support, and New Year's Kiss just goes absolutely ham. Now, once again, we're taking this aggressive stance, doing a ton of that spam damage, but there's the Dragon Blade coming through the bubble on top to try to help to protect. Takes out the counterpart in speed, and the follow-up from Mochi is so good.
These Dragon Blades are running rampant through all the teams, to be honest. It's happened across the board, Sam, and I gotta say, these Genjis, they are farming Blade so quickly. I still wonder why CC was removed sometimes, at least when I see them zipping around. But not too bitter right there, right? Overclock from Sunshine rolling through. Seeing a ton of big kills so far or beforehand, but nothing yielding quite as much this time. It's actually Shikigami coming through, getting the kills they need, and with the sound barrier committed here from Jam after losing Ruby, Mochi is still trying to keep this fight alive.
That sound barrier may have been a little bit of an overcommitment, however, as Shikigami managed to break through those shields relatively easily and start to push that robot right back. Now, bearing in mind, with about 2 minutes left here, Mochi still do have the distance advantage, and they've been doing really well at slowly trying to stop that robot's progress, but still quite a bit of time to make something happen here. Shikigami pushing forward once again, looking to do a lot of damage to try and push Mochi back.
Aramori goes ahead, pops the Amp Matrix, and, well, it's going to be a couple of exchanges regardless. New Year's Kiss is on the high ground, free firing with the overclock. Not a situation you want to be pushing into if you are Mochi. Once again, Shikigami continuing to push this bot, and, geez, Sam, it feels like it's the New Year's Kiss show.
And this is super, super crucial because now Shikigami have taken the lead. And bearing in mind, this is match and series points. If Shikigami win here, that's it for Mochi. And they've given over so much push space here. Shikigami continue to spam into their spawn. Mochi have to think about how this approach is going to go. They do have the Graviton Surge available, and that's a huge ultimate to try and turn the tides back in their favor. They're going to try and farm up this blade, combo that, and hopefully they'll be able to start pushing that robot back.
There's a grab thrown, but this one's Bogglingly's grab, trying to continue mowing down members of Mochi, but now they're caught up in the grab themselves. Ruby goes ahead and tries to continue throwing in the damage, and there are the kills. Dragon Blade grab equals Shikigami back in spawn.
Oh, is it going to be enough, though? I mean, Mochi, okay, so they're busy, escorting the robot back to the initial point and back to where they had already, pushed to. But Shikigami are going to come back with 3 ultimates. They're already here meeting in the middle, and Shikigami, they just have to win this fight with 20 seconds left to go. If they win this fight, then they will likely win the map. Mochi with everything on the line here, and Hammy's gone down.
Megatron also uses the Amp Matrix to continue re-solidifying the advantage Shikigami has. The blade has been thrown. They had so many ults to commit to this fight, and Sam, with 2 seconds left on the board, it's just going to be the overtime bar triggered here by Mochi. Shikigami had this in the bag, and, well, it looks like they're just going to go ahead and, well, they're going to keep moving the bot. Okay. No. There we go.
No, there you go.
No San Francisco shocking it for us.
There was an attempt at some contestation to try and stop the robot, but unfortunately, Shikigami, it took them a little while. Mochi getting that early push so far made it very difficult for Shikigami, and it took them a few minutes to match that distance, but once they did, they managed to best it, and they held on to those last 3 ultimates for that very last fight, and they were able to shut down Mochi and stop any sort of a resurgence there. An exceptional display here from Shikigami. No control did not go their way, but they picked it up so well in the last few maps. They take the series 3-1, and they'll be heading on to the semi-final, and they have secured themselves a spot in the Calling All Heroes final.
Congratulations to them, officially, Shikigami. Oh, and we've got the other couple others added to our finals and qualifiers here. We've got 1:30 time zone, and Altior Artemis also joining the club with Shikigami. Oh, Sam, seeing Shikigami have all those ultimates online at the end kind of gives me the same feeling as when, you're playing Uno and the last card you have in your hand is a wild, and no one could possibly force you to lose because that's all you've got in the tank. And when they had so many ultimates online waiting, especially like Grav and Dragon Blade and Amp Matrix, it's definitely, a really tough fight to push into for that very last push. And, Shikigami looking really strong. And honestly, I still hats off to them for the adaptation from the very first map round to coming back to winning this series here. Really nice job. Mochi did a fantastic job as well. These were not, okay, there was a couple one-sided moments there, but Mochi really came back during this push map, which, you know, we suspected they might feel more comfortable and stronger at.
Yeah, I mean, the push and the escort, very, very similar. Obviously not the same, but have some aspects that are quite similar. So if they were going to do that well on escort, then I suppose it's unsurprising that they would do well on push. And to your analogy of the Uno thing, to me it was more like a Yu-Gi-Oh! You've activated my trap card kind of moment, you know? Surprise! We have 3 ultimates. But either way, it was a very, very strong performance. And just to add to that, so I just quickly went double checked on the bracket because I'm like that, and one of the teams we still had a question mark there. It's Altiora Polaris who came out on top of Nimbus, so they will be joining those teams. So that's 2 Altiora teams, because unfortunately they had to knock out their counterparts, and alongside that it'll be, as we saw, the 1:30 time zone and Shikigami, who just solidified themselves. This has been a really, really cool series. I think it's been one of the closest series that you and I have had the opportunity to cast, and it was a lot of fun as well. We finally got to see push, and to be honest, that was my first time casting push, so it was a hell of a lot of fun. Super happy that I got to do that.
Yeah, I was thrilled to see us going, you know, multiple maps like that. And there was a lot of really strong back and forth between the 2 teams, especially for that push map at the end. There was a long while that Mochi had just enough of a lead and was holding that corner beautifully. But man, New Year's Kiss just seemed to continuously improve at a high, strong trajectory, hitting every single shot. And, you know, when someone really steps up to the plate like that to compete and be that clutch factor for their team, it's going to be really hard to contain. And, you know, I got to say, I'm really excited to see how Shikigami continues through this tournament. We know we're going to see Mochi for the second qualifiers, so I'm not too worried. They got some time to, you know, polish up a little bit. But, folks, we're going to try and get an interview here from someone from Shikigami, so we'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. For those of you just joining us, we have Quiet here on the interview, joining us from the victorious Shikigami team. Also goes by Shush. Shush, congratulations on your win. How are you guys feeling coming off the tail end of that?
Thank you, first off. And secondly, I'm feeling great. I mean, I think we got off pretty slow, but we really brought it back.
Yeah, got
Yeah.
off a little slow is definitely a good way of describing it. Give us a bit of insight, kind of like what went on as far as your team communication or maybe the mindset shift or, did you get one of those, anime worthy emotional pep talks in the middle kind of thing?
I mean, it's kind of just like getting back into the flow of it, because going off of like I guess kind of the momentum shift of like playing our 3 games or whatever the last 2 days separately from today. And then
Ah.
our first match, like with all due respect to them, wasn't as good as the team that we just faced. So it was kind of hard to like ease in and like warm up as quickly as we would have liked, but we got it done.
So now, obviously, you guys are pretty warmed up heading into the
hmm
next games. You've made it into the semi-finals. How are you feeling about your next couple of games? Obviously, next up, you're going to be going up against Altiora Polaris, and then potentially into the semi against Artemis or 130 time zones. How are you feeling about those teams? Are you feeling confident? Are you a little nervous?
I mean, there's always gonna be nerves going into especially a semifinal, but when it comes to like the Polaris game, we already played them yesterday, I think. So
Yes.
we already kind of know what to expect from them. We know what their play style is, and I think today we have what it takes to beat them.
Nice.
Ooh. Well,
I
that is
like that.
exciting to hear. Yeah, looks like Polaris had a good matchup yesterday for themselves, and I'm
hmm
looking forward to see you guys bring in the heat for that. Have you been doing anything like specifically to prepare for your upcoming matches today?
I mean, in terms of like planning, not necessarily, because like a lot of teams are more or less running the same thing with like Genji, Kiri,
Fair.
Lucio. Like
Totally.
sometimes people are running BAP, whatever, but like it's just some teams feel like they like put more resources to different elements. Like Polaris, by example, I think pours a lot more resources into something like their Zarya as opposed to Artemis, who I think puts a lot more focus on their DPS. And
Ooh.
it's just kind of making those micro adjustments that I think we can do.
Okay, I love that little bit of extra insight as well. Now,
hmm
obviously, you have had a lot of support in the chats and I'm sure behind the scenes. So, my favorite question that I like to end off on, do you have any shout outs you'd like to give? Anyone you'd like to just say thank you to, or just, big ups or whatever? Floor's yours.
Well, I guess first and foremost, shout out to my team. I love my entire team, and of course, I can't be up here without the rest of them. I mean, Shikigami kind of gave us like a brand last minute to work with, which was really good. Um, and of course, Arrow, who's been managing us and has been so much help, and I appreciate it. But that's about it. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, Shush, congratulations on your win today. You guys honestly slayed it out there. You did fantastic. And it was such a joy to watch you guys really change and adapt throughout that entire series and come back extremely strong. Good
Mhm.
luck on the remainder of your games. And honestly, really looking forward to seeing how it plays out.
Yep, thank you.
Well, folks, as we continue to round out through the day, we are going to move along to our next matchup. We're going to be covered by Moxie and Dustin, so that'll be it for the for Sam and Sid here on the broadcast so far. But we've had some really fantastic gameplay overall. Sam, you have any initial thoughts you want to throw out?
Honestly, just I love these kinds of initiatives. This lean towards inclusivity and giving everyone an opportunity to really shine and really show what they're made of. A safe space where they can, do their best and work hard and really put it out for the world to see. And honestly, the bravery that takes as well.
Ooh.
So really well done, everyone who has participated so far. And I wish them all luck for not just the rest of today, but for the second qualifier as well.
Ooh, yeah, the second qualifier as well. Nice little top off there. I want to give a little shout out to our production team behind the scenes. Of course, they're the ones who are bringing you guys the real magic, all of the gameplay, and actually making this broadcast work. So make sure you guys check out their socials as well. Cynthia and Annie are around the scene constantly, and if you don't already know them, you're out of the loop a little bit. So catch up there, folks.
And don't forget Radiant. They've run the entire production, run by Heather Sapphire. So, go and check them out as well. Really huge in the inclusivity sector of esports.
Yeah, and we've all been around. We were in the Empowerment Cup before, and I gotta say it is great to see this Calling All Heroes initiative coming through. Folks, get ready for the remainder of the matches and the grand finals coming up, and don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup. And we have a new set of faces here, as well as the semifinals with myself, Dustin, joined by Moxie. And obviously, we have a big, we have to follow up on a great job by Sid and Sam earlier in the broadcast. So honestly, awesome games thus far in the playoffs. And Moxie, we are now where it matters most, right? Every team is qualified, but now that they are qualified, they also have to fight for seeding now. This is for the top seeds in the actual full-fledged matches coming in December.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Dustin. So this is the first qualifier in the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. So 4 teams have been able to qualify for that full event in December, and then we're going to have a second qualifier event in November, as we can have a look at the 4 teams that have been able to make it through. It is indeed Shikigami, 1:30 time zone, Altiora Artemis, and Altiora Polaris. So 2 Altiora teams actually making it through to that main event to try to fight it out for that first position place and the $10,000 prize pool. Shikigami as well, just edging out Mochi on that last series. It looked a little bit close. Shikigami were definitely on the ropes on that first map, but they were very quickly able to adapt into the composition that they like to run onto. And we did see immediately them just taking a little bit of time to find their footing before being able to find that win. As we move on to this next matchup, which honestly, Dustin, I'm really happy that we finally get to see Altiora Artemis coming into play, because coming into this tournament, they were my pick. They were my favorites on paper to walk away with that first place position. And I mean, when you look at the roster that they've locked in with, you can absolutely see why.
Yeah, for good reason. I mean, they have some of the most talented roster in the entirety of the Challenger Cup. And it makes sense, right? You have HK. I've seen them in ranked quite often, actually, considering they are incredibly high ranked. I consistently see them on Genji and popping off just so consistently. And I mean, you've sung the praises of this team before the tournament itself, and I understand why. And now we get to see them live on broadcast, really showing why they are one of the best teams in the Challengers Cup, shooting for that #1 seed leading into the playoffs in December and after this qualifiers in its entirety.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, when we look at the names as well coming to this tournament, they're probably the most prolific, right? We've got HK and Wicca, both of who were actually playing for Cryx in the previous iteration of Contenders NA for the B-sides. HK was actually their Genji, and Wicca actually worked alongside her as that Lucio in that Jotes meta composition. So getting to see that they're still having that synergy and bringing it along to the table with that Genji play still being very immersive and crucial to being able to bring that burst damage is really lovely, as we can have a look at their opponents, a team who is going to be trying to be the first team to hand Artemis a loss. It is going to be 1:30 time zone. And I'm really excited about this roster too, because I think we're going to get to see Kiriko versus Kiriko in the hero teasers. And as well, when we ask the players, like, what exactly do you want to be playing? What is your favorite hero that you want to have featured here? Kiriko was definitely one of those resounding answers. And I know you, Dustin, are such a fan of how good this support can be.
Why are you gonna leave me on like that? What the heck, Moxie? Listen, I think the character is great. It's super fun. It's aesthetically pleasing. I think Kiriko is one of the coolest looking and most interesting characters that we have in the game. And it's yet another ninja. You know, it seems to be that we keep getting ninjas coming out of Japan, and that seems to be the case with Kiriko. And at the same time, you know, playing so much Kiriko, it's given me an opportunity to realize, okay, wait a second, this character is very similar to Genji in terms of the mobility, in terms of just like moving around the map. You're just a little, you know, you're more like, obviously way more of a support character. I mean, the character is a support after all, but we've talked with plenty of players from the Challengers Cup who have said the biggest strength of Kiriko is the fact that she can get those opening picks and maybe get off those off angles that other supports can't really do. And because she could do that, it allows your team this extra pressure from all different sides and kind of gives you an edge over the other team that maybe runs that Lucio or the Ana or the BAP. And so far in the Challengers Cup, Moxie, I mean, we've seen so many different compositions. We've seen the Lucio Baptiste, we've seen Lucio Kiriko, we've seen Mercy even thrown in there every now and again. So I wouldn't be surprised if, yes, like you mentioned before, Kiriko would be played, but also I wouldn't be surprised if we see some variability in the team comps themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those where you sort of look at those metas and decide, okay, well, what exactly are we going to run out with? And I think for control as well, it really is very important that even though you do now carry that 30% ultimate charge when you do go for those swaps, you really want to be coming out on a comp that you're going to stick with, because it is all about trying to take control of that first fight, trying to take control of that first point, because we actually saw in the earlier series as today, teams that were able to find that control of the first point were able to win out overall, not in terms of the fight that they were going into, but because they had control of places like chokes, they were actually exhausting the ultimate economy of their opponents, forcing their opponents to throw a good free 2 ultimates into being able to break past that choke and take temporarily position and hold of that point before they themselves were able to come back in and just overwhelm them with the sheer amount of power. And so one thing that I've been really looking at how these teams are integrating in terms of that composition when they run out for those first control points is whether or not they're going to be sticking with them. And the thing is, on day one, we saw a lot of teams having to go back to the spawn doors because they tried to run out with Diva and unfortunately ran into a Zarya. And ever since that first day where teams have a little bit of a stumble in terms of having that tank pick, we've been seeing Zarya really just popping up again and again and again in terms of having her for that control map.
Yeah, unfortunately for Diva, she does, yeah, like you mentioned, lose in that matchup versus the Zarya. I mean, once that Zarya gets high charge, she can just shoot through that defense matrix. Like, it's not like you have much of a counter. Whereas if you mirror the Zarya, you can kind of just get high charge if the other Zarya just starts to, you know, throw in those right clicks from across the map and maybe counter it that way, but it's not really counter at that point. You're just mirroring, and that's kind of how things have transitioned throughout this meta, is that we've experienced teams trying to play that diva, trying to play that high ground, but what ends up happening is a lot of teams just play that low ground, play that charge, and it ends up playing out where the Zarya just gets high charge and just deletes the rest of your team.
Yeah, and the thing as well, like, even when we've talked to players and asked them about synergies and compositions, we actually heard from Dax yesterday, who explained that their entire strategy was around that Kiriko being paired with that Zarya. So I'm not expecting Elam to come out on this team first. I think it's definitely, like, viable, but when it comes to having that tank, you really do want to have those Zarya bubbles just to make sure that things like your Genji and that Kiriko, if they want to go in deep, play aggressively, look to punish that backline, have that safety blanket of the bubble to be able to survive the dive and that it doesn't eat into the resources of that Lucio having to use an amp to be able to get an escape tool. And exactly as we see it, Elam is off the Doomfist onto that Zarya, full mirror matchup for both of these teams, as it now becomes a slugfest over that high ground.
Yeah, they are immediately already go to that high ground. Both Zarya's getting high charge. The Genji of Altior, Artemis running into the face of SDF of 130 time zone. So they're going to have to back all the way up into the hookah room. And HK already with the early pick onto Auburn allows them to continually take this space and put that pressure down range. And Moxie, that's what we talked about. That's what we talked about Artemis being one of the favorites here and just putting so much pressure onto 130 time zone already.
You have to remember as well, HK has had experience being the Genji that has to dive into Brigitte backlines. So if you're not able to force that Genji away, HK is most likely going to be able to walk away with a pick that wins her team so much control of how this next fight is going to ramp up. As Bun in that backline on that Sojourn finds the snipe onto phone, and it is just going to be 130 time zone having to use that Lucio and just get out as fast as possible. Acknowledge that they've lost the fight, but make sure it's only going to translate into one body count, and that they can go for the full regroup, sacrifice a good 10% point percentage, but at least have a chance of coming in with your 5 players strong.
And now 130 is doing that. They're trying to group up here. The only thing that they have actually is a Kiriko ultimate over Artemis, but Artemis are sure to build up ultimates during this fight. So now they rotate towards that point. They're about to pop that Kiriko ult. Now they do, but also they've lost their Lucio. So now you're down 1. You also lose that Genji as well. The Kiriko falls, and unfortunately they couldn't wait. They didn't even pop the ultimate rather, so at least they save it. But Artemis, now they have 60% on the board and ultimates built.
Yeah, they didn't actually get the chance to use Rush because unfortunately Open actually had to use their Swift Step to try and teleport to Auburn and save them from HQ's onslaught on that Genji. So it does mean silver lining they will have it to push into this next fight. But unfortunately, the delay has been so long that Artemis now have built up ultimates and can kickstart this fight. And Graviton comes through. No blade necessary. HQ's dash picks up 2 for the price of 1.
Wow. I mean, this is kind of dominant performance so far from Artemis. 130 time zone realizing they just want to save on to ultimates, but look at this. Artemis going for the close spawns, trying to poke in the damage, but they might go for an early fight here just to make sure they can't touch the point. They pop the rush in the spawn doors. They pick off phone. They have to use the beat drop just to leave the spawn doors, but they can't leave anywhere. They pop the grab, luckily, but it doesn't matter. However, they've rotated one to the point, so they're going to touch, but it's just this person on the point, which is the Lucio, but eventually they fall. Auburn, unfortunately, can't delay for any longer, and Artemis with 100-0 on the first round of Oasis.
There is a reason that this team have had such a dominant performance through the entirety of these last 3 days, Dustin. They are undefeated. And it's not close matches. It's been quite a literal steamroller that Artemis have been able to activate. And again, you can see why. When there is no CC to stop HKey, she can just push in aggressively, and it's eating into those resources that 130 time zone are trying to save. They're not able to open up these fights. They had a very small window where they could have regrouped, come in with that Kitsune rush, punched the fact that Artemis had not actually been able to build up the rush at the same time because they're not taking as much damage, they're not putting the same amount of healing. But unfortunately for 130, one of them gets sniped and they have to go for that reset. As again, we're going to see that mirror matchup. Again, we're going to have both of these teams actually trying to spat it out over the high ground so that their Sojin can have the absolute pick of the litter. But when you try and push into high ground, HK just goes onto the low ground and she's already found a pick onto the Sojin.
Man, that's just so good from that Genji player. So talented, and honestly, that's what it is. Like, it's a lot of Genji play, right? And the realistically, at the end of the day, the better Genji is going to be the one that carries their team, right? At the current moment in Overwatch, Genji is such a crazy character where it just does that much damage.
130 time zone are going for the swaps. Phone is coming out onto that Sombra, and I guarantee you that first hack is coming onto HK. This team has had enough of the Genji just waiting for the traffic to go on through, making sure you stop, look, and listen. For trying to figure out, oh, it's not going to be onto the Genji, but it goes onto the Sojourn, and Bun is immediately going to punish the Sombra. For trying to get that hack to connect onto the DPS. The sniper comes through, but thankfully it's not a fully charged up railgun, so the Sombra survives.
HK with the trade back onto Azure as SDF found the opening pick. So it's a 1-for-1, but unfortunately 130 time zone, they haven't found an opening here. They've allowed their Sombra to try to go into the back line, but it seems like every time they do so, they have to deal with either this Kitsune rush or they have to deal with this Kariko in the back line consistently, and they keep getting poked out, having to back up. And now HK has the ultimate for Artemis. They're holding on to it, ready to go. But at the same time, 130 time zone, Moxie, they're just playing back. They can't find the opening that they need.
I'm worried as well. They're trying to use this Diva Bomb to be able to crutch out this next fight, but Elim on this Zarya can just use the bubbles to be able to body block for it. As when you run that Diva mech, the defense matrix is mitigated by the power of that Zarya beam just being able to cut through it like absolute butter. As the Suzu comes through, guaranteeing that 1 second iframe until Elim's bubbles are back, and the Zarya just pushes forward anew.
One is pushing back into this fight. The EMP is popped. Almost desperation thwarted EMP rather in that fight. But now Ulterior Artemis already have 5 ultimates coming to this next fight, Moxie. Without that beat drop, 130 time zone only have a Diva Bomb to re-engage. And the Kitsune rushing the spawn door as well.
Oh, this is really unfortunate for 130. The spray comes through from HK. It's a celebration at the moment, as they are guaranteed to walk away with Oasis. An absolute dominant showing from the favorites coming into this day to win the entire tournament. You can see how good their mechanical prowess is. HK just getting to the move forward. I wish we could see the stats for that matchup, because my goodness, HK might have been pushing above 10k. Like, absolutely ridiculous. The amount that Genji was able to get done, the amount as well of the space that she was providing for the rest of her team. So if you didn't have to worry about HK just coming through with that first blood, it was the Sojourn sniping you out, taking the fact that you weren't able to find that kill in between those fights, push that railgun back to 0% charge, which means every single time 130 try to push onto one of those fights away from that spawn, they are risking opening themselves up to get shot out by that ult railgun fire.
I like that strategy as well from Artemis to even go for the Kitsune Rush in the spawn doors. Usually we don't see too many teams do that, where you just kind of lead out into the spawn to make sure 130 time zone can't leave. But these guys, or these people, are so intelligent and so smart with how they're playing the game at the moment. It really allows them to go for those crazy spawn camps like they have. But guys, we'll be going to a short break. When we come back, we'll be seeing more Altiora Artemis versus 130 time zone, so you're not going to miss it. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup. My name is Dustin, joined by Moxie, and we are coming into a mid-series matchup between Altiora Artemis and 130 time zone in the playoffs in the semifinals. Now, both of these teams have been qualified already. However, they are fighting for seeding, right? And Altiora Artemis are trying to make sure it is known that they are the top dogs in this tournament, to make sure they are the ones to be beaten. And at the moment, it's looking like they are that team to beat.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, entirely undefeated. This team trying to set themselves up to have a golden stage with 0 losses for the entire 3 days of this first qualifier for the Challengers Cup. The main event obviously going to be in December. We're having 2 qualifiers, Dustin, so the 4 teams that we already have are going to actually go toe-to-toe with the 4 teams that come out from those November qualifiers. The signups actually begin tomorrow. So if you want to be a part of this initiative, if you want to be able to take part and go toe-to-toe against some of these teams, make sure that you do hit those signups before that end closes. As we can have a look at it, indeed, Altiora Artemis versus 130 time zone. We're moving on to the second map of our series, which is going to be hybrid, and no surprises, it's going to be King's Row. I think this is honestly the best choice that you can go for, purely because the choke for Iconvold and Paraiso can just be negated by a Genji dashing on through and taking that fight to that point. So you lose a lot of setting up power in terms of before the fight actually begins. 130 time zone going to be on the defense first of all. I'm really happy to actually get to see Phone come out on this Mei. Granted, she's had a couple of tinkerings, a couple of changes in that move between Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2. She's lost the ability to fully freeze her opponents. What she has instead is retained the slow effect, but also her damage has been ramped up like crazy. So they're just going to try and keep HK under taps by making sure that her movement is as stunted as possible while running both the Lucio and the BAP. So a lot of peel in terms of the rotations that are available. And the BAP obviously has the lamp, which is going to force Altior Artemis to try and bait that one out before the ultimates can find those picks.
So it looks like the other side, Altiora wants to run a Mei of their own with HK, like you mentioned, on that Mei. But instead of having a Genji, they have that Sojourn. So they've opted for keeping the Sojourn for just the overall damage and potential railgun downrange that they potentially could hit, instead of this Genji just overall damage consistently. But 130 time zone rotating around this backside towards their own point while they take ELM down to 1 HP. But HK with the opening pick onto open from the backside of the map, showing that they can carry even on Mei. But at the same time, Altior Artemis just running over this point. Even though Esteth found a trade back kill, it's not enough to open things back up for them, and a reset was sure to come through.
Yeah, so a lot of teams actually, when it comes to defense on Kings Row, when they start losing that fight, they start pulling back towards Hotel, and that's actually something that HQ immediately takes advantage of and punishes, because what does she do? She simply wolves them off of the point. And so when that wall breaks, everyone on the side of 130 time zone are left trickling onto that point where Artemis are already going to be set up in position with that Sojourn, just ramping up so much damage. As we're having both mates actually activate that Cairo Freeze, and unfortunately it's going to be a very late stagger pick onto Phone, who is one of those heroes that 130 time zone was really relying on being able to utilize to burn as much time off of the clock with that wall in these chokes. And they lose the Zarya as well. Dustin, they're still staggering. And all the while, Artemis are getting absolute free payload control.
Even Mei ulted, HK even Mei ulted towards the third phase, whilst the payload hasn't even left the middle of the streets phase. It's still going to the pub area, Moxie. And they're over here in the third point of Kings Road, just spawn camping.
Artemis just playing with their food a little bit. Bun does actually fall down low and have to power slide back to line of sight to be able to get healed up from her team, but starting to build towards that overclock. So for 130 time zone, again, it becomes getting those players in safely for this contest. That snipe is going to be there on the table, as a rush for Wicker means that Artemis starts to move forward. A good Mei wall might actually be able to block the majority of it, as time zone trying to use that Blizzard to be able to recontest onto the cart.
Oh no, I think we experienced some technical difficulties. The Mei ult was kind of interesting. It did zone them out, actually. But in the same time, I'm sure we'll replay the map real fast to get it probably set back up. But yeah, very, very quick pushes from Artemis in general, to be honest. They go for those fast pushes. Esteth with some very, very good Graviton Surge. Unfortunately, the follow-up maybe not entirely there, but Artemis looking super good. Moxie, I think this brings up a discussion that I would like to have, which is the Genji Mei versus the Sojourn Mei. I think that in general, people look at Genji like, oh, this character is so broken and so good, which it is. But you have to bear in mind on the other side with Sojourn. Sojourn is as good, if not better, simply because of the fact that you can get those railgun shots, right, at the beginning of fights. And it kind of allows you even more long-range pressure than Genji would provide, right?
Yeah, and you also have to remember as well that for the Genji to actually find those opening picks, a lot of the time you actually have to go really deeply into that backline. It is a very much feast or famine strategy, because if you don't, as that Genji, find that kill, you don't get the dash reset. So you don't get that safety line, which I think really plays very well into the fact that we have Kiriko in. So that if the Genji isn't able to find that kill, you still have the sustain to be able to keep that DPS up, as opposed to the Sojourn, who, as you pointed out, has the luxury of still trying to open up those fights and delay a fight with that first snipe, but can do it from the safety of her own back line. Yes, you do have the power slide, so you can sort of play between having that frontline presence as well as using the power slide to get back to the safety of the back line. But at the same time, it means far less resources are actually heaped upon that Sojourn's shoulders to find the same level of success that the Genji finds.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup to decide on, and honestly, both characters bring their own strengths. But at the end of the day, it's up to the individual teams to make that choice. And Altiora Artemis has been deciding to run that Sojourn with Bun, specifically on that Sojourn, has looked so good in general. We talked about this during the break. Like, both of the DPS players of Artemis have been so good for their lineups individually, and it really allows them continued pressure. Now, on both sides, on both teams, everybody in the lobby is incredibly talented. However, it is a lot on those DPS players to make those carry maneuvers and to do things that will really create picks, right? Because your tank player can only do so much to some degree, right? The tank player comes in, creates space, and puts damage on range. But at the end of the day, it is kind of on the DPS players to get those opening picks, right?
Yeah, and this is something as well that a lot of the players in this tournament are actually picking up on. Sam instead got to do an interview with Shush from Shikigami before we went into this series, and they were actually very good at pointing out that some teams, especially teams like Altura Artemis, actually prized putting resources onto their DPS because it was the DPS that was seen as sort of the carries. They were the ones coming in with that burst potential. They were the ones translating and dictating how these fights actually happened because they were able to go in and find those first fights. A lot of the time, Artemis finds that strength to be able to play as aggressively as they want because they can rely on their Genji and that Sojourn to be able to come in and bring the damage numbers necessary to make sure that there is very little you can actually do besides trying to disengage as quickly as possible, which is something that 130 Time Zone are having to do. And it really forces this team's hands into running that Lucio, because without it, those stagger picks that we see continuously come through from Artemis just hounding this team every single time there's a sign of weakness, they would just be endless.
Yeah, no, it's just continued pressure and it's super hard to deal with. And this comes, I guess this brings into the debate because if you notice, I mean, yeah, like 130 Time Zone's running that Baptiste Moxie instead of running the Kariko. And Artemis is running that Kariko. But do you think that it's a compositional thing why Artemis is winning? I don't think either of us would say yes. I would say Artemis just looks like a very, very talented team. Not to say that 130 Time Zone isn't, but at the same time, it's just this team is kind of on another level at the current moment, resulting in them being able to do whatever they want. So I don't know, Moxie, do you think it's the Baptiste? Do you think it's the Kariko? Or do you think it's not really on those two characters and it's just more how Artemis has been playing?
So for Artemis, it's definitely the fact that they have just that mechanical prowess where they are able to move forward. And 130 Time Zone, the reason that they're running that map is to try and circumvent that burst damage that Artemis is bringing to the table. The fact that it doesn't actually take them boarding up into those ultimates to be able to win the fights, it is just the neutral. So what they're doing by running that Baptiste is they are forcing Artemis's DPS into, when they go for that dive, having to actually turn their focus and deal with the lamp, which is going to allow 130 Time Zone that little bit of breathing room to try to deal with the DPS when they are sat out of position away from Artemis's peel, and they're going to be the most vulnerable that they are. If we're ever going to see HQ being punished for just going for those dash kills, looking for those reset smashes, that's when we're going to see it come on through. The thing for 130 Time Zone, the main problem for this team is that when they're actually on the losing end of these fights, the disengagement tool isn't there because a lot of the time the Lucio is actually separated away from the rest of those members. So even though you have that speed boost potential, it's not being utilized to the full because the teammates aren't just playing around that Lucio to be able to benefit from it.
Yeah, both teams, it seems, have agreed to replay real fast on King's Row. And it looks like both similar compositions to as they ran before, so everything kind of repeating, whereas before maybe, you know, everybody likes to do that cheeky little reset thing where it's like if something happens, you know, you're on Widowmaker and it doesn't go right, oh, maybe I'll play Ashe this time, you know, and it seems like both teams have agreed to run the same compositions, and Artemis looking to run that Mei Sojourn once again.
Yeah, Artemis and 130 Time Zone both going to be running that Mei, so it is all going to be about that counter Mei. We're playing when we see those rushes, whichever Mei is going to be fast enough to be able to stop the path of the Foxes. Again, we can see 130 Time Zone actually taking the initiative.
I like this.
Breaking from the pattern that they had previously and actually pushing Artemis around the statue out of spawn so that they're able to use that choke, that Mei wall, to separate out those members and make sure that they're not able to escape cleanly. And as a result, 130 are going to be holding onto King's Row A for a little bit longer than last time.
Oh no, Azuri though went a little bit too aggressive, but I like the idea behind 130 Time Zone there, as you mentioned, Moxie, to play a little bit aggressive. It's super smart, right? A lot of teams will maybe have cold feet when going against a team they know is very, very talented, so they won't play aggressive. 130 Time Zone on the flip decided to play aggressive there. Unfortunately, it didn't look like it work out. However, they're going to have a Rika test coming into this point. They used the BAP lamp early, but now they go aggressive again. They want to get into that backline, make sure they can put that pressure on Altura Artemis, and this time it works out. Open got Elam at the same time, so now they're down to Zarya, and they're nice and healthy on the point. HQ is going to have to use their shift early. Bundy get the trade-off on Azure, but Azure has been creating space by going deep into the backline, and the Rika test was successful.
Yeah, and again, Open does actually go down, but they use that lamp on the BAP to be able to allow this team to get back onto that point and take the fight to the front line. And that's where they're able to bruise it into Artemis. As we can see that Ant Matrix Knight coming on through a very fast wall from HK to make sure that she's able to block the majority of the damage so that Artemis can immediately squeeze themselves out of line of sight to wait until that one has been out.
At least at the same time, now it's about time for Azure to come back, but the Kitsune Rush comes in, but a Graviton Surge is huge. However, the follow-up damage isn't there. It was zoned out, the Mayult came in, and so did the Overclock. And now Altior Artemis capture this first point. However, it's taken them 3 minutes longer than they would have liked.
It's an absolute devastating combination. Blizzard freezing those players in position and Overclock absolutely melting everyone standing inside of it. As Artemis are going to be able to take point A, as you pointed out, it did take a little bit longer as we actually saw 130 times. So I'm really trying to play that brawl. This is a very brawly composition. You need to be playing aggressively. If you're just constantly backing on out, you're never going to be able to find the value or the space. As we can see that Artemis have been able to push on forward. They're making sure that they're not going to have to fight their way and commit a Graviton in to get their way past that initial choke. And they can use it now to win the next fight instead.
And here's the grab onto 3 members of 130 time zone, but none of them die, and they zone back so well with a Mayult of their own. And that was all they needed. 1 Baptiste Lamp, 1 Mayult, and 1 in 30 time zone. That's a team fight win.
See, this is what I was talking about, right? That BAP coming into play allows Open to use that lamp to buy 130 time zone the time to react to what Artemis throw at them. Lamp comes through, Phone's able to throw down the Blizzard, making sure even though the grab is good, no follow-up damage is there. So Artemis lose that fight, as now we're going to see Azure on that Genji trying to use that Mayward to make sure that they're able to hit that blade onto so many of those members on the side of Artemis. But unfortunately, Artemis with that Trojan are just able to bruise her through the Genji damage.
The entire time, Phone's been on the front line, just pumping in that freeze damage, but Bun, with the Disruptor shot, eventually will get them, and so does S-Death Falls. So now, Artemis, they have 2 minutes 50 seconds after a team fight win, and they forced out the Genji Blade and window early.
And Orban as well, not going to be able to come in with that sound barrier. Has to save it for a full recontest, which means that Bun is in prime position. You can literally just see her moving forward. Wicca as well, practically frothing at the mouth to try and open up these fights with one of those snipes. About to hit that Kitsune Rush with the damage from those kunais from afar. And we're playing a little bit further away from the team, then using the Swift Step to get onto the front lines, but the Maywall is good! It actually blocks the majority of that damage and Kitsune Rush that comes out.
Both grabs, beat drops committed, and oh no, not again. Are we just cursed? I'm pretty sure we're cursed.
You know what, Dustin? We're just sticking to Japanese folklore. Kitsunes used to light the path and lead all of those stray souls to the way of the underworld, and every single time we get to see a Kitsune Rush, we're just following it along and being like, yes, we're disappearing from King's Row and heading into the Nether.
We're too lore accurate right now, Mox. I don't like this. We're heading to lands where competition is almost not possible. You can't even play the game because of the lore. That'd be so funny. Imagine if a character was like, yes, this character in its lore says that it disconnects. That's like what Sombra's like lore eventually is going to be edited. Like, yes, she has the ability that can shut down the server, so you can't play the game.
I mean, if we played according to lore, Ana players would only have half of their scope.
No.
And every single time you battled a Widowmaker, you would just automatically lose 50% of your health.
You're just automatically at a disadvantage because you're Ana. It already feels that way, to be honest.
Winston against Reaper would have a massive buff though, right? Because I mean, in the cinematic, Winston literally activates Primal Rage because Reaper steps on the glasses that Harold Winston had given to him, and he immediately goes into Primal. So maybe if we had lore matchups, every single time a Reaper walks towards a Winston, you just have the Scooby-Doo moment of like the glasses falling off, and he's just like searching around on the ground, just like, where are my glasses? The Reaper steps on it, accidentally smashes them, and Primal Rage pops up even if you had 0% ult charge.
Well, I mean, there you go. Now, that's just genius, honestly. But it looks like we're going to be switching maps and going to a different one. So, unfortunately, no more lower accurate King's Row for us. So, we'll be going to something else that maybe is a little bit more consistent here coming for the Challengers Cup, because honestly, Artemis, they looked like they struggled a little bit harder on they struggled a little bit more on that second time on King's Row in that Streets phase, because 130 time zone, they're going to be picking Ike and Valda now. And now that they have those high grounds, it could allow this Baptiste to maybe get better windows off, to get better lamp positions, and have a little bit more mobility, just jumping continually down and up from the high grounds.
Yeah, I think honestly for 130 time zone, no matter which map we go to, it's going to be a better showing than that first series because we got to see the adaptation come through in terms of controlling the tempo. They realized, okay, if we just keep giving this team too much respect, we play a little bit too hesitantly, they're just going to take an absolute inch and walk away with the entire map off of the back of it. Very quickly, we're going to lose ground where we can actually pull back from. So what did they start doing? They started getting aggressive. They started challenging the fact that Elim is trying to use those Zarya bubbles to just bruise it onto the front line, which eats into the resources that is there for HK. So that Genji is sometimes very, very vulnerable. You just have to apply a little bit of pressure. However, it is a different map, so it's going to be a different composition. Opens onto that Sombra, and Open isn't actually running out on the BAP, they're running out on the Kiriko. Because they've seen that Altiora or Artemis are going to be trying to cover up all of those absences of utilities with the Suzu to make sure that you have a little bit of a window to make sure that punishment of using those abilities a little bit too early is as less as possible, as well as just using that rush to instantly win a team fight.
Yeah, I like this different composition here for 130 time zone to swap over to that Kiriko this time and also run that Sombra's phone. Played it before, so we'll see how they do on the Sombra this time. Bun try to go for that Widow shot out of spawn, as you do, but it's very hard to get value out of it against a team that kind of knows what they're doing. But Altiora Artemis already going through this choke point very fast, and without that Mei, they can't block out this pressure from Artemis, and now without that Sombra in the back lines, it's just going to be continued frontline pressure from Elim.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a fan, honestly, of that Kiriko coming in and not running that BAP, as we saw getting that time using that lamp to be able to really be able to counter Artemis's aggression paid off in dividends for 130 time zone. As without it, we see a very similar situation to that first iteration of their defense on Kings Road Point A. Very quickly, they just do not have that sustained, that burst healing that a BAP or an Ana provides when you're only running the Lucio and the Kiriko. Yeah, gradual sustain is brilliant, but it's not quick. The Suzu is the only thing in Kiriko's kit with that 50 heal that immediately layers onto those players standing around it. That allows you to try to just sustain through the Zarya, Genji, and Sojin burst that's available for Artemis' side.
Yeah, Artemis are very well aware of how to play this mirror matchup, and they're going to continue to do so with 5 minutes and 12 seconds left. However, 130 time zone are building ultimates. However, at the same time, Wicca with some incredible shots on Kiriko allows them that opening pick already, and Bun gets on to open. That's why we see this Kiriko too, is because of those opening picks that can provide. As a support, it's very rare that we have heroes that can pick off this easily besides Zenyatta.
Yeah, and Phone on this Sombra is trying to actually deal with Wicca. Hack the Kiriko so you're not able to swift step out of fights and push on them that way. Unfortunately, that hack only delays your ability usage for 1 second, so the second that Wicca is actually able to use that wall climb, she's just able to immediately bounce on up and survive, and that Sombra damage, because you're actually trying to go after that Kiriko, it's not building up to the EMP. As HK on that Genji looks for an opportunity to use that blade, it is just going to be a Kitsune rush coming out from Artemis as they understand one ultimate should be able to win them the fight.
Yeah, HK does get the kill onto open, but yeah, off the back of that Kitsune rush early and the pick from Bun, that should just open things up for Artemis to move forward onto this third phase. However, the Sombra comes back with the Rigotesto's a diva here because the swap came for S-Stamp as well. And now, on the point, the overclock is popped from Bun. Maybe they can find the opening picks, but the grab is out to allow things to be a bit more consistent. However, the beat drop counters things, and Phone plays their life. Backs up to make sure they can't die. HK's back with the blade, gets Azure with the deflect, and Halo and Wicca are there with the fall through damage to allow Artemis to finally move forward into this third phase with a wicked fast time.
Yeah, Artemis just using so many ultimates to bait Open's sound barrier out. We see Open actually going on to that BAP, trying to use the lamp again to make sure this team have a little bit more time to be able to react. As if actually going to be sacrificing that Diva ultimate to opt back onto that Zarya, knowing that they're not going to be able to find the team when there are too many positions for Artemis to be able to hide away the bubbles from Elim. Suzy from Wickham into that self-destruct is not going to be finding the value that Time Zone are looking for, and it's better to sacrifice the ultimate and win the neutral instead.
Yeah, healing their team. The Zarya is full charge. Elim backs up, and they're waiting for that Kitsune rush. Bun on the Junkrat into this third phase to just make sure they can pump damage out in range. The overclock was almost was wasted there for 130 time zone because Artemis had a very successful disengage. The headshot does come through on the Zarya, but to stay alive to full HP, and H-Key goes deep onto phone early. Now the counter push happens really fast, forcing 130 time zone to continually back up as Etheth is trying to get that Graviton Surge for the last second engage.
Yeah, Bun on that Junkrat as well, just blitzing through Esdef's bubble health, popping them early so that HK is able to come in and find the follow through. And 130 time zone not able to get the touch and contest that payload. It is going to be Artemis walking away with nearly 4 minutes on the time bank. The time bank change of just that 1 second tick away.
It's just comedy. It's just that they're only 1 second worse than where they started.
It's like poetry. It comes back in circles.
You know what would be the worst change ever to Overwatch? Imagine if like you can keep going back to like 4 minutes time. Like imagine it just like it could have Overwatch going to like 12-12. You can already do that, right? Like I think if you tap out fast enough multiple times with nobody touching, I think somebody's gotten games up to like 20 different rounds or something like that. Like it's absurd. Like it's possible. Not that it would ever happen in a competitive sense, right? But
Elam, are you gonna come out on the Doomfest? Did you ruin the
No.
rollout? Or did you just use it to be able to get your way back to... Yeah, there it is. Use it to get her way back to be able to swap onto that Zarya, as Artemis are not fooling around. They are going to be looking to pull off the full hold. They've already done it against, I believe it was Nightshade on day 1. When they went up into Iconvolt, they were able to entirely full hold this map as 130 time zone. Now going to have to try and figure out how they're going to be able to get their way past this choke. And I like the answer that they've come up with. Avoid fighting through it entirely. Just go pharmacy, fly over the choke, take the fight out into the open towards where that point is going to be, taking away that early control that Artemis are looking to try to add.
I mean, I like this. It's Sojourn doesn't directly counter Pharah. You have to build up the railgun shot to even have a chance to kill her. And while you're on the low ground, the Pharah's in the sky, it's very hard to hit those headshots. Comparatively to a character like Ashe, it's easy to take care of that Pharah. But Phone, early pick onto Halo already. In this full kind of dive surround composition, they're almost sort of cheesing Artemis because they get the hook onto H-Key, and Azure comes onto the point and picks off Bun as well. And that opens up this first point because Phone hits those direct shots. A lot looking like a little bit like Yazan right now, Moxie.
I was about to actually say great minds dust. It does feel like we're seeing Phone attend the school of Yazan on that Pharah, just getting so much damage, and immediately Artemis actually going to be swapping up that composition. They're going to put HQ on the Pharah to go for that dogfight as Elim swaps over onto the Diva using those defense matrices. Make sure that all of that initial burst damage that the Pharah is trying to output is going to be entirely denied. As Esdef moves forward, trying to find a hook and get themselves a little bit more point percentage.
Ooh.
Defense Matrix immediately going to be cancelling out any impact from the barrage other than that pickup onto Wicked, but the pickup onto the enemies, the Armors just don't have the burst healing to try to sustain through. Halo tries to equalize out by removing one of the veins of damage, taking the Tracer out. But Esdef is able to equalize with a massive hook onto HQ.
Esdef, please don't make Hog look good. We're gonna see so many Hogs in ranked games now after this one because Esdef, with some perfectly timed flanks, now gets hacked and gets anti-grenaded so Elim can chase them down. Halo also gets Azure once again. In that Lucio Retracer matchup, Halo has taken the edge 2-0, and now Bun gets open as well. And finally, Artemis can get a bit of a foothold here into this Streets phase on Iconvalda.
Yeah, just throwing themselves into that fight, making sure that they can split and stagger 130 time zone for as long as possible, as we are going to see Altiora just going straight for that Tracer, straight for that Sombra, punishing the fact that when you run that Mercy, when you commit to the pharmacy, that Kiriko is not really going to be able to have any healing to keep themselves alive. Massive defense matrix onto Azure, having that pulse bomb, making sure to gobble it on up so it doesn't take out one of your backlines, allowing Wicked to stay alive. And you're going to need the Ana and the Sleep Dart to try to circumvent the barrage that Phone is looking to posture up with.
What a barrage to pick off Bun early. They also got the Suzu on them early, but it's a 3K for Fawn. Nice shots from them to open things, and the hook comes back, forces the nano boost actually onto Elam, but the Rika test is not going to be there. Now they come through last second. They have the Diva Bomb ready to go, but they're being blown to the back because of that Roadhog. The hook comes out, but Halo finally, the one to get phone is a Lucio, which is very rare. But with 1.11 meters left, SDeath gets Wicca, but they don't have enough people here to finally close out. 130 time zone gets stopped at the very end of this castle.
Too many players go after Wicca. Both the Hog and the Tracer try to secure that pick onto the Ana, and as a result, Artemis get way too much control on the front lines fight and are able to win it. And now 130 time zone have to intrude into the space yet again. They do have that rush. You have to be very careful that no one goes down to that early Diva Bomb, but Elim out of that mech is vulnerable and will get taken out by the Pharah.
Yeah, but they've committed so much just to get Auburn. The hack also came through. Now the EMP onto the Polenta to open. Can open play their life? Yes, they can. They Suzu last second, but it's not enough to keep them alive. And unfortunately, H-Key on the Genji is back on their comfort pick. And with the fall through damage from them, 2 minutes, 19 seconds left for 130 time zone.
130 time zone still going to be sitting on a couple of ultimates moving on through. Phone has normally been able to find one pick with that barrage. As we can see, Bond is taking a little bit of time off of 130 time zones clock. They've seen that this is a team that will turn around to try to deal with some of these players out of position. They want to see whether or not that Hug will stick around to try and chase the Sombra. As Artemis using that time to be able to put themselves up onto the high ground. Beautiful stick comes through from Azure, but no pick off of the back of it. Are still able to use that barrage to get one player before they go down, so sticking to tradition, but a massive anti-nade comes on through, and the Suzu is not in time to save the Pharah.
Yeah, Wicca does get phone there. That was very good early pick. The Nana boost is onto the Diva, finally wears off. But the Zenyatta has the hard peel. Estes stays down to 1 HP, has to use the heals to stay alive with the damage reduction. But Artemis is there on the payload after the peel for Halo, and they're going to hold once again after 130 time zone committed so many ultimates.
The problem for 130 time zone when they're running that pharmacy, well, when they were running that pharmacy, and it's still going to be the same to an extent running that Echo, is that it's very easy with little cover to just take the Echo and the Pharah out before the fight begins. Apply a little bit of pressure, having control of that high ground tower to make sure that it is 130 time zone who are in an uncomfortable position, and have to use things like the Suzu a little bit too early, which is when we see things like that Anthony coming on through and scuppering this team's chances, as that beam does come out from trying to use the focusing to get HQ below 50% and secure that kill, but the Genji stays alive, and that blade is the one thing that 130 time zone were trying to survive through. The body block from Esdeath to make sure that the Genji doesn't find anything before she goes down is massive.
What an intelligent play from Esdeath there. Body block there, but phone now coming for that Ana. Finally tracks them down. Bun does trade back Auburn, so it's a 3 versus 3 here onto the point. But Bun moving forward to that point. The Diva Bomb comes out from Elam, doesn't connect on anybody, but it hits Esdeath actually at the end of it, and H-Key gets the fall through damage on Azure. So even after the blade doesn't fully connect, 130 time zone with 6 seconds left, who can touch? It's just on phone here to touch with the copy last second with the Valkyrie, but nobody's there, and unfortunately for them, they will be falling down 2-0 to Altiora Artemis.
Yeah, Altiora Artemis actually able to negate any chance of overtime with a very nice hack coming through from Bun onto phone as that Echo, making sure that the duplication was not actually going to allow that Echo to continue their momentum and get that touch onto Cart, because you have to remember as well, it is 130 time zone who are coming to that fight with ultimates. If they were able to use them, then they could very easily have been able to get that payload just checked through that second block and pick up a little bit more time. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen, and Artemis is being able to use that blade to force that team onto the back foot, making sure that they're not able to find any progress on the card, exhausting their time bank, are able to just use it to make sure no contest, a free map for them.
No, it was so well played from Artemis. But guys, we'll be going to a short break. When we come back, the series isn't over just yet in this. It's going to be 1-3. So we're going to a short break. When we come back, more of this series to go. Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup, and we are in the middle of a playoff series with myself, Dustin, joined by Moxie, and we are having an extremely intense match with Artemis versus 130 Time Zone, because 130 Time Zone, they've tried to mix it up on Eichenwalde. First map maybe didn't really go their way, but coming into Eichenwalde, they've decided to run more of this Pharah composition with Mercy, and honestly, I would say Artemis struggled a little bit, Moxie, with that Pharah comp.
Yeah, it was really working out very well for 130 until we saw that nano boost come through onto the Diva. And from there, unfortunately, Artemis were able to just use that really chunky tank's health pool to make sure that they were able to take control of that fight, sustain on the cart, win it out, and then have full control on all of the fights after it by using the high ground and taking all of the opportunity to just force 130 into sacrificing seconds, losing players, not really having any control on how those fights began because you're running into a Sombra. So unfortunately for you, when you run into a Sombra now, because she can still hack and stay in stealth, it does become just waiting to see for when the Sombra reveals herself, as opposed to just waiting for her to come for that uncloak and cancelling the hack out that way. But it isn't like the previous two iterations of the Calling All Hero qualifiers. It is going to be a first to 3 rather than a first to 2. So 130 Time Zone have another map to be able to try and turn this scoreline around.
And coming into Circuit Royale, they will have a chance. I have to say, honestly, I don't know about you, Moxie, but do you like the daytime or the nighttime maps more?
I like the nighttime.
The nighttime,
I really
yeah,
like nights,
yeah.
but I mean, I'm probably a weird person. I like going for walks in the night because it feels like you're the only person in the world.
Oh yeah, no, I had the nighttime vibes, the night walks. Yeah, that's normal.
Yeah.
That's normal. You're not the only person that likes that. That is a very common thing.
Good to hear. So it is going to be 130 Time Zone coming out on this defense. And again, I really like this pick. It's going to be Orban this time going to be coming through on that Baptiste. So relying on that lamp to be able to make sure that they have time to adjust to when Artemis try and go for that aggressive dive in. Azure, unfortunately, not getting the space that the Widowmaker wants as Bun, using that Pharah to be able to just bounce over those rooftops and try to make sure that the Widow doesn't have any respite to be able to land those shots, but a grapple comes through, and the kill does manage to be found. Unfortunately, Wicker will be able to immediately erase that when the res comes on through, and the pharmacy is back in action.
Lucio Mercy, you don't really see this composition all that much either. Bun goes toward the top, looks for that Sigma already, make sure they're trying to pressure that back line and play these corners to make sure that Widow doesn't have a good line of sight, but it doesn't matter for Azure. They've been able to get those picks so many times. However, Elam on the other side did find S-Depth, and now that you're down your main tank, or your tank in general, it's going to be hard to win without these Widow shots coming in from Azure from across the map.
Yeah, this isn't really a support lineup that we tend to see a lot of because it's not a lot of healing, but what it is preventative measures. By using that Lucio, you're able to get your way through some of these really nasty corners, as well as using that pharmacy to make sure that no one's really taking that much burst damage, right? Azure on this Widowmaker has only really found that pick onto the Pharah, and since then, yes, they've been charging up those shots with a couple of body shots, but no kills coming on through for the Widows every single time. Azure tries to set up, he's pushed away by that pharmacy.
Yeah, they've almost captured this point. It's almost there, and finally there we'll cap it out after Halo and HK and Wicca go forward, get the resurrect, and also pistol open. It'll force 130 time zone to lose once more and give up this Streets phase. The first phase.
Yeah, Adam is just trying to search out whether or not there was any potential stagger coming on through for those members of 130 time zone. As they move aggressively forward, sights coming out from Azure, trying to buy this team the space to be able to push back onto Altiora Artemis when that fire is going to be out in the open. The pick onto that Mercy is really crucial because it does mean that Bun isn't going to have that same amount of support. And because Azure knows the fire without the Mercy isn't going to be flying out into the open, the grapple shot to predict where the fire is sitting in that backline waiting for the Mercy to come through is fruitful. The pick is found and Artemis to push back.
And Azure's actually been flexing quite hard too. Azure played that Genji in the Mei earlier as well, and the Sojourn, I believe. They've played so many different characters thus far and have looked pretty good on all of them. However, Widowmaker, seemingly their best character of them all.
Yeah, the thing for 130 time zone at the moment is that they have Transcendence for open. The problem is they're going to need it for both the Graviton and the Genji Blade, so they are going to use that Amp Matrix to try to win that fight before the Grav can come on through. Transcendence is there to make sure that 130 time zone survive it. The HK's Blade now is going to be so potent.
Yeah, and they've already lost Phone. Now they don't have, like you mentioned, that Transcendence, but they'll have at least a Baptiste Lamp to maybe melt him down. And without Nano Boost, maybe HK is actually killable while they are blading, but HK is already set up in the back line, goes down to half HP, has to deal with the Genji of Phone the entire time, but they have the heals. The Graviton Surge comes out from S-Death. Now the Blade is popped for HK with that beat drop. So it's going to be harder to take them out, but also that Baptiste Lance keeps them healthy. And S-Death got Elam at the same time. Now HK had to go back. They did get Phone, but they're going to fall to S-Death again. So S-Death with the positioning, with that forward momentum and the Discord Orb, they actually push forward, and Artemis has to fall back.
Yeah, Elam actually going down is massive because it means that those discords are going to be absolutely awful for Artemis to deal with. You have no way of cleansing it barring that Suzu, but you don't want to waste a 14-second cooldown on just a lowly discord orb. So it's just exit damage that Bond has to satisfy herself with. As now we see 130 time zone still trying to keep Artemis away, controlling how this team is going to be able to posture up as they try and use all of the cover around them to be able to block out any impact that the Widow can find as a rush comes through and they move forward.
Sune rush pop. Now the lamp is broken. HK goes deep into the back line, gets 3. Can they find one more? Unfortunately, the kill doesn't go to them. It goes to Elam and Bun. But 2 minutes and 10 seconds. That's a pretty fast Streets phase for Altiora Artemis.
Yeah, it did cost them, however, a lot of ultimate, so they are going to be coming up with this Graviton and Overclock to try to rule those high ground perches, denying any space for 130 time zone to set up either the Widowmaker or the Hanzo. As Wicked goes deep, uses that Suzu to make sure that they're going to be able to survive long enough to get the Swift set back to their teammates and make sure that all of that space and payload distance that they've been able to find comes by punishment as Bun on the railgun fire absolutely decimates the opposing DPS.
Bun don't miss. And Bun also has that overclock ready to go for this next fight as well. But 130 time zone has the Transcendence and the Baptiste window, you can't really save anybody from an overclock through the back of the map. You can one-shot through those Transcendences. And on the other side, the Graviton Surge is available, so they can go forward, but Elam also has theirs. And now they look for the grab onto the Hans, onto the back line, and actually captures two. Forces that Transcendence out, and at the same time, SDF did get a grab of their own and picked off Bun. So it was a good counter grab, and it results in 130 time zone actually coming out on top, even though they used the Transcendence.
130 time zone have to buy enough time for Phone to be able to hit that Dragon Strike, and actually they're going to be able to pull it off because they were able to find the kill onto the Lucio, who was trying to disengage. They will have the Dragon from the Hanzo to actually put into the team of Artemis when they try and open things up with this blade coming through from HQ, because again, that Graviton was used to bait out the Transcendence, and without that Hanzo ultimate, it would be so easy for HQ to just walk forward and blitz through this entire team.
HQ ready to go, has that blade, but at the same time, 130 time zone has zoned it well before. Can they do it again? HQ drops down, does get Phone. The lamp was committed, but he dashes back into a Dragon Strike from Phone. You rarely see that. Now the lamp is gone. Open gets Elam at the same time. 130 time zone with a perfectly placed Dragon Strike, and the Zenyatta playing aggressive with Azure. They force LTR Artemis to back up once more.
It's so smart from Phone. Doesn't Dragon Strike the Genji because that's what the deflect is looking for. Dragon Strike's behind the Genji, so using Orban's Immortality Field, they're actually able to burst the Genji down, and because everyone's split from the Hanzo ultimate, no one's able to peel. Unfortunately, 130 times would have no Dragon Strike now to counter this rush. As Artemis decided enough playing around, they are just going to use this rush and walk forward.
It works out perfectly. I didn't think that they would survive that Graviton Surge that would come from S-Death, but the beat drop from Halo counters everything, and they kept out the map with a perfect, no, 59 seconds. I was going to say 1 minute, it would be perfect, but 59 seconds is pretty fast time for such a defensively favored map.
Yeah, Circuit Royale, honestly, if you manage to actually cap out this entire map with any amount of time left in the bank, you're immediately going to be patting yourself on the bank. And for Artemis, it was just a matter of exhausting 130 on just the resources that they had, right? That Dragon Strike was necessary to be able to blanket out the impact of that blade coming through from HQ, because Artemis had made sure that there were no support ultimates, no Transcendence to stave the Genji blade's damage. And it does mean that Artemis, just by playing that waiting game, come into that rush. They know, okay, well, there's a Graviton on the other side, but our cooldowns are going to be on a 60% increased rate. As long as we just keep that Kiriko heal going, we get a good, 4 Suzus in one rush. We have a Lucio barrier as well. We just hit the rush. We're able to brute force our way past that really punishing corner, so the DPS on the side of 130 time zone don't have an opportunity to secure that first pick and secure the fight off of the back of it. And that's all they need to do. They hit the rush, they take the fight.
Yeah, it's just so smart. The play style from Altiora Artemis has been perfect, and on a map like you mentioned, where it's very defensive favored, 130 time zone, they'd put up a good fight, but unfortunately at the end of the day, Altiora Artemis did capture out the map, and now 130 time zone, they have to go to the drawing boards. Moxie playing this Zenyatta BAP with the Pharah again. Are they going to maybe mix it up once more?
Oh, it's the spawn camp. Ain't no Circuit Royale like a Circuit Royale spawn camp. As it is going to be Artemis just trying to burn as much time off of the clock as possible. 130 time zone, there is going to be a change in composition. The Sigma is just too clunky to try to get through those spawn doors. When you're facing down all of those different angles, it does push SDF onto that Zara just to make sure that no one is going to get sniped out by Bun, who, by the way, already has 100% charge on that railgun.
Yeah, now Phone got out of the spawn, but unfortunately they do go down to HQ, but who they get traded by Azure at the same time, and Auburn was there with the Resurrect. So now Artemis, even though they've tried to go for this spawn hold, that doesn't work out versus a team like 130 time zone here. However, Bun is still alive, has that railgun shot, doesn't hit the headshot. Win will fall to Phone, who is being pocketed by the Mercy the entire time. And now 130 time zone, they've broken out of the spawns, and they've built up that barrage for the next fight.
Yeah, it's really smart picks coming through from 130 time zone. Azure actually goes to the Ash to make sure that you can burn and bait out the bubbles and the Suzu and trying to cleanse the dynamite. Phone on that Pharah is able to get out into the openness of the map and force Artemis to actually try and focus on the Pharah, which means that everyone else is free to walk away from those doors. As now Artemis are going to be coming back in with high ground control, but they don't have that traditional hit scan counter for this Pharah. So it's going to be very hard to make sure that no one goes down early to that souped up damage with the Mercy to pocket.
Yeah, Phone is still building that the entire time, shooting that backline of HK. But HK's forced to get the bubble from Elim, so now they're down one bubble on Artemis. They have one more ready to go at the same time. SDF high charge, gonna have that Graviton Surge ready to go into the second. Here comes the barrage, but no bubble is there, and Halo takes them down. So they trade 1 for 1. The Resurrect is not gonna be able to resurrect that Pharah because it's 2 in the open, and now Bun does get 1, but also now the Resurrect does come through, but they did get bubbled, and now Elim walks forward, takes down Auburn and Phone off the back of Bun, and 2 minutes left for 1:30 time zone. They didn't even get a single kill off of that barrage, sadly.
Yeah, unfortunately, Asdef actually had the cooldown for the bubbles when the barrage goes through. They do have them for the resurrection, and Phone does come back temporarily, but it puts the Mercy out of position. The bubble pops, the Mercy goes down because the Farah isn't able to hit shift fast enough and allow an escape route. And it does mean that 1:30 times a with, well, 1:30 on the clock. They have to go back to the drawing boards and they try and brute force their way through this corner into an overclock, and Casino Rush the Artemis are just sitting gleefully on.
Yes, that goes to the back line. The Graviton Surge does come out onto the Zari, and it does get them. So now they're down their tank. And the overclock, it's here for Bun with the Kitsune Rush, but they're not finding the value. No kills just yet. However, SDF down to 1 HP, has to get healed, but HK just bouncing around this back line, goes for the blade. The Bob comes out, but not. It's a little too late because HK did get Azure, and Halo gets Auburn as well. And with a Bob just alone here on the payload, it also doesn't have as much HP as it did in Overwatch 1, so it's not going to get too much value, sadly. But now, with just the Kitsune Rush, and they might get staggered here. SDF's a little forward, actually.
That's the danger at the moment, and that's exactly what Artemis are looking to do. The problem for 1:30 times is that they can't afford that regroup. There is a Graviton on the other side. If they're not in position to already touch the cup when overtime's about to trigger, they could just get grabbed off of it. As we do see a very early grab come through. HK getting in position to be able to punish, picks off the Lucio. Auburn 5% away from sound barrier. And this is the curtain closing for 1:30 time zone on Circuit Royale. They've got 23 seconds, Dustin, but their only hope is for support ultimates, and Artemis are just not allowing them any breathing room to set those into play.
You have to die so quick, but Azure with the huge pick onto Wicca, that could potentially open things back up because the payload's almost back around the corner. It's fallen back, and Azure with the Kitsune Rush rips the head off of Bun, and now 1:30 time zone. They could potentially capture out on first point in the overtime last second. They only had 10 seconds left. SDF does get Elam, but it is at a cost. Auburn loses their life as well as Foam pushes forward and gets Halo. Overtime ticks down. No recontest is here, and off of the back of some crazy shots from Azure, they look very comfortable on this Widowmaker right now.
The absolute heroin clutch, the Widowmaker punishing Artemis for trying to go that aggressive, securing those picks and making sure that 1:30 times zone were not able to get that contest. As now they've lost control of that high ground, 1:30 times and can start to move forward. Phone with that infra site is going to have so much knowledge of where to look for that pulse bomb to land onto this team. Make sure that Artemis are just not able to set up. That rush is available, but at the moment that Widowmaker is too set up. The moment you walk out into no woman's land, you're gonna get sniped out.
Yeah, just a nice shot onto Bun, and also the trade did come through for Phone, so Phone has to come back now into this fight, but the Kitsune Rush committed for Wicca. They really want to stop giving space to Azure here to make sure they can't actually hit those Widowmaker shots from across the map, and now Auburn will have that B drop ready to go for next fight, but luckily for them, they didn't get picked off to that Kitsune Rush, so Artemis is going to be down that ultimate next fight.
1:30 time zone, once again, having so little time on that bank. Azure with that grapple, looking to land the shot to open up the fight once more. As SDF Graviton is still going to find value. HK goes down even in the Transcendence.
Yeah, it was around the corner, but unfortunately it wasn't good enough, sadly, for Artemis to just push back through and find the damage in the follow through. SDF, that was a very good grab. However, it did catch that Zenyatta on this other side. But now, 1 minute and 4 seconds left with the B drop engage, and you're still heavily relying on Azure to find these picks against Artemis's fully stacked ultimate buildup.
They have to make a move and quickly. HQ is coming back into this fight so close to that blade. Auburn, if they have to use the sound barrier to circumvent it, Elim's just going to come back in with that Graviton in overtime. as Azure again just making sure Artemis aren't able to put themselves into position to find those first kills and force 130 to just sacrifice the seconds to get a regroup going.
Azure, they found Wicca though. I think Wicca was trying to look for the pick on Azure. Azure is down to 1 HP, but that's what they potentially needed. However, Bun takes down Phone from across the map with the overclock or with the railgun shot. Now the blade comes out with the bubble. HK down to 1 HP. They counter it with the beat, and Death tracks them down. Azure going to be building up that Widowmaker ult at the same time, so they'll have wall hacks for this next fight, but they're going to keep playing this slow, hopefully for Azure to find this pick because they're down Death, so it's all on them. They don't have a tank. They do Kitsune rush onto the backside because they have to, and Phone finds that pick onto Halo, who couldn't build that ultimate, and they're just onto this backline. Can they find the value? Can they build that blade? Overtime ticks down. They're very close to capturing out this point, but the grab comes through from Elim onto that point, forces that Suzu, but Elim found Azure at the same time, so now you're down your Widowmaker. The blade comes out from Phone. It has to be big, but it's into a Suzu. Gets Bun. Auburn finds H-Key. Phone gets Halo, and overtime once more. This team could do it again, but Elim is on the point with their Lucio. They do get the Suzu from the Kariko, but it's not enough to capture it out. Elim, though, gets Phone. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Tank versus a Diva, and now a Tracer. But overtime, last second, can they touch yet again? It's a Tracer and a Genji, and H-Key comes back, gets Death out of the mech, and it's just the Tracer. Overtime drops down. Unfortunately, the hero play could not be committed for 130 time zone, and Alturia Artemis will win 3-0.
Oh, it's so unfortunate for 130. They get so close, but losing Esdef in that last push is unfortunately the nail in the coffin for this team, because they're actually forced to come back in on that Diva using those boosters to be able to get back into that fight faster. And you saw 80% to that self-destruct, but in the face of a fully charged up Zarya, you're not able to use the defense matrix to eat through the Zarya's primary, and that Diva just gets absolutely melted. And because that payload is so close to the checkpoint, it's unfortunately a little bit of a double-edged sword, because it allows Altura Artemis's players a far faster respawn. So when you're coming in on that Sojourn with the power slide, you're instantly back into that fight. And it is just the damage and sheer numbers that Artemis are able to put onto that payload, overwhelming everyone on the side of 130, that stops them from being able to pick up that second checkmark and actually allowing themselves to stay in Circuit Royale and potentially take the full map.
Yeah, what a clutch hold from Altura there. But guys, we're going to a short break, everybody. And when we come back, we will have an interview with one of the players from Altura. So we'll see you guys in just a second. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup. My name is Dustin, joined by Moxie, and we will be entering actually our second match of the semifinals, which is the other side. And that's going to be, I believe it's Shikigami versus Altiora Polaris. I definitely knew that beforehand, Moxie. We talked about this plentyfold. And on the other side of the bracket, their counterparts, Altiora Artemis, won 3-0 in the match we just watched versus 1:30 time zone. But now coming into this match, it's going to be a close one between Shikigami and Altiora Polaris, in which in the quarterfinals had some close games with 3-1 respectively.
Yeah, both of these teams actually coming into this round off of the back of a 3-1 scoreline. We actually got to see on broadcast Shikigami go up against Mochi. And honestly, it was really exciting to get to see what these teams actually do in terms of picking those push maps. It was something that actually our production was talking about too when we were waiting to see what exactly map would be fielded, because obviously we do have the newest iteration of the push map, Esperanza, coming on through and creating a little bit of discord in terms of whether or not you want to stick with Colosseo and your Queen Straight, which you might have had a little bit more practice on, whether or not you want to open yourself up to be flanked the amount of times that is there for new Queen Straight, or whether or not you want to opt into that potential 2 minutes 30 seconds of absolutely no one dying on Colosseo. But I think with that movement away from the Junker Queen being that meta tank, Colosseo has had a little bit of a new lease on life in the fact that it isn't just waiting for one player to put their foot wrong. You can now come in with that Zarya and actually have a presence on the bot, as well as trying to control the lanes on either side of the point.
Yeah, Zarya, one of the better characters at just taking space, controlling them, like you mentioned. And I guess with Esperanza specifically, we don't really see it because, yeah, like you mentioned, people aren't really too practiced on it. And at the same time, it plays so differently compared to the other push maps. It's a lot more flank heavy, like you mentioned, and it's really hard to kind of figure out what the right play is, considering there's so many different lanes and things to play on. But I'm sure Shikigami is ready and aware of how to play the map. Maybe they could pick it later on, but in the meantime, these gals coming in once again with the same lineup that they've been running with. Boggling Lee's been playing a lot of Zarya, although it does say they're on Orisa. Honestly, this lineup has been very, very talented, very good. There's a reason they've qualified already.
Yeah, they actually really impressed when they were going up against Mochi a couple of games ago. Boggling League was able to deal very well on that Zarya with Genji Blades, making sure that Megatron on that Baptiste was able to stay alive for as long as possible. And this is a roster that, coming into the series, was my second favorite alongside Altiora Artemis, with just the amount of experience that all of these players have had. A lot of them are actually off of the roster of Umphy Aimers, which you will recognize if you've been around for initiatives like the Challengers Cup. Was one of those matchups that we actually ran in February all the way back in 2021, where we got to see actually those marginalized genders going to go toe-to-toe. Umphy Aimers were the team that came out on top, and both Megatron, Shush, and Bogglingly actually played for that team and were able to secure first position.
Yeah, they've been such a good team thus far, Shikigami has, but on the other side, Moxie, they have to deal with Altiora Polaris, who have had their own run thus far and actually took down a fellow Altiora team in Nimbus earlier on in the quarterfinals. And now coming into this next matchup, we've seen these players before in Terra and Dax the other day with Nixvi as well, have all played phenomenally. And Dax actually told us, gave us a lot of insights on how to play Kariko, and they've played it so well thus far, especially off the back of Terra Zarya.
Yeah, we actually got to interview, as you said, Dax and get a little bit of some of her insights on how they like to play that Kiriko, and the answer was aggressively, and it's correct, right? If you are the team that makes that first move, you tend to have a lot of control on how that fight actually wraps on up. So I'm going to be expecting Polaris to play as aggressively as ever. They like to run Terra on that Zarya, using their bubbles to be able to stay on that front line for as long as possible, putting as much pressure on the other team as much as possible as well. I'm not expecting Polaris to be slowing down anytime soon.
I'm not either. I mean, this is going to be a banger of a series. I think it depends on which team really comes out first and starts swinging immediately, because at the end of the day, whoever wins map 1, I mean, it just makes sense comparing it to like first to 3 series. Whoever wins map 1 will have the edge. And I like how you talked about it before. Usually the team that caps out the point first has a huge advantage. I think the win rates are upwards of 60-something plus %. So because of that, if Altior, Polaris, or Shikigami cap out first, it would lead to them capturing out Oasis incredibly fast.
Yeah, Shikigami as well were a team that when I was watching them earlier going up against Mochi, I tended to see that they would play very quickly for a lot of early aggression and then would try to disengage as much as possible. So they could actually really use that strategy to bait Polaris into using a lot of those cooldowns. The problem that I did see crop up a couple of times was that when they disengaged, they gave up that ground, and even when they had ultimates to be able to throw in, because of that disengagement, they weren't always in position to be able to pull those off. Their Genji, especially Spiro, would actually go down because she wasn't in a space to be able to safely use that blade to intrude through. As we're going to see both teams immediately go for a fight onto that point. Terra just using those bubbles to try and control high ground as well to set up a crossfire for Polaris to be able to play off of.
And they force that lamp early, who Megatron is indeed on that Baptiste and gets punished this time because they can't relocate very fast as they are going to go down, as Bogley does get Mixby on the other side. So now they're down to Lucio. Back and forth it's going. Both supports down, but Sheep can't get the wall climb, and Spiro gets to fall through damage with New Year's Kiss. Both KJ and Sheep fall, and Shikigami get the point flip very fast.
This is what I was talking about from Shikigami, right? They like to play very quickly and then disengage if they lose one of those members before coming back in with that aggression. Spiro getting an absolute perfect dash to be able to bully Polaris off of that point, allowing that flip to come on through. And now for Shikigami, it's just a matter of stalling until those ultimates are going to be available. Megatron on that map is building up so quickly towards that hand matrix, the lamp allowing Shikigami to survive that Sojourn, ramping up the damage so that KJ does actually go down. Polaris are coming in terms of the kill feed, but point control is still in Shikigami's hands.
Yeah, New Year's Kiss always finds those opening picks, but unfortunately it is going to go in the favor of Polaris on this point. However, the delay is still coming through from Spiro, and I'm sure we might see one more, but no, they actually play their live. Gonna back up here and build that overclock for the next fight, with Bogley on the Graviton Surge, Beat Drop coming up for Quiet, and Megatron with an ultimate of their own. While this is going to be a pretty huge fight in terms of ultimate wins or ultimate advantage, it's going to depend on this Graviton Surge, which comes out very early. The lamp is there late, and then the Beat Drop follows up, but the lamp is broken, and the Beat Drop isn't there in time to save Spiro as the Kitsune Rush comes out from Polaris. The rest of them just run him down, and Shikigami, unfortunately, they don't get value to that Beat Drop.
Yeah, Shikigami actually having to use that barrier to try to sustain means that Polaris are going to have a lot of aggression and just damage burst potential in this opening for the next fight. Sheep is coming in with that blade. Mixby can use the barrier to make sure that her health is going to be buffed up to survive through it, as it is immediately going to be Polaris with that aggression, making that first move, bursting through the lamp to make sure that Sheep is able to deflect the overclock and find the kill onto the enemy map.
What a deflect from them off of a blade. The Graviton Surge was committed as well from Shikigami, and now coming to this next fight, all they have is that Baptiste one on blade, which is an ultimate advantage against Altier Polaris's overclock.
Shikigami at least do have that amp matrix to try to break their way through that choke, because we know Polaris are just immediately going to cycle into that next ultimate. Everyone on Shikigami just stuffed into these spaces trying to escape. KJ moves forward, power slide, and it's actually Spiro trying to use an emergency Genji blade. Now that Polaris went too deep, they exhausted their resources, and they pay for the hubris.
Spiro 5k with the Genji, pretty much solely did that by themselves. Moxie, that was quite a play from Spiro.
Yeah, Polaris had used so much to set KJ up in an aggressive position that when they started losing momentum because Spiro just immediately went in with that blade, they had nothing to fall back onto. The problem is that Shikigami now have to win out all of these next fights, and they don't have a single ultimate in sight to do it.
You can tell these players are also talented because Terra just tried to do a double jump up to the high ground, but they're already down KJ. Sheep trades back Spiro, and Dax falls. Now you're down Kariko. They don't have any sustain for Terra to stay alive, so they have to reset quick to the back of New Year's Kisses, disrupt their shots, and 77% on the board. Terra needs to find this space quickly coming into this next fight in order to hit the Graviton Surge.
Whisper just bought Shikigami a massive escape tool. Megatron hasn't been able to hit that rush, but Quiet is going to have the sound barrier to circumvent the damage coming through from Terra's grab. It's immediately come through, but the deflect from Spiro catches all of Polaris in the very ultimate they sought to use to take control of the point.
Spiro has been huge. Terra gets Boggling Lee, though. While that was a big deflect, it wasn't enough to keep Boggling Lee alive. However, Quiet did get cheap, and KJ on the other side found Spiro. So even though they found that deflect, they don't really have to sustain on this point. Kariko and Lucio are trying to sustain as long as they can for Shikigami, but they need to play their lives if they want to get a recontest here. Megatron will fall, but New Year's Kiss is back, gets bubbled as well, and the Beat Drop sustains them for a bit longer, but down to 1 HP is New Year's Kiss. Sheep finds the fall through damage, doesn't get the dash onto the Lucio, so Quiet, unfortunately, not going to deal with this Genji, but Sheep's not building the blade, but Spiro's back again. Yet again, a hero play from them. Now gets the blade, but it's got the Zarya! The 2K with the blade immediately KJ gets tracked down by Terra. Now Terra's in the 1v2 and falls as well, but the overclock is here for KJ, and KJ hits 2. Megatron and Quiet go down. The Lucio is back on the side of Mixfee, and this, we knew it was going to be a barn burner of a series, Moxie, but 100 to 99, I didn't think it was going to be that close.
Dustin, if every other iteration of this series plays out like that first round of Oasis, I'm gonna be a very happy Moxie indeed. My goodness! What skill from both sides!
Whew.
Absolutely massive plays coming out from every single player in this lobby. Spiro having some massive blades, some absolutely ginormous deflects. Megatron using that Suzu to be able to buy time for Bogglingly on that Zarya to come back and use that grab to potentially swing things back into Shikigami's favor. Altiora Polaris having just KJ come in with that overclock and catch out all of those members that Shikigami are trying to use to stay alive on point. It's going to be such a close series, and it really is going to be down to who controls this high ground, who can set their DPS up to absolutely blitz through the other team.
Yeah, Terra on the high ground. Altiora Polaris with the high ground control. Now they have to back down because Terra was taking the low HP, but they come to the back side, and guess who's here with New Year's Kiss, who gets that Suzu early, but then Sheep is right afterwards, is there with the fall through damage with the dash. So now they're down their Sojourn, and you're down a large amount of damage. Bogley does get Sheep, however, but Sheep also found Quiet, so it's not before they've already lost 2, and Terra's there with the fall through damage as well. And Polaris take first point control, and I'm sure they're going to follow through onto Bogglingly as well.
Oh, Polaris are just so good at sending Shikigami into panic mode, and that is the exact opposite of where this composition wants to play. Because both the Zarya isn't going to have any sort of access to other players' line of sight with those bubbles. Megatron Suzu isn't going to find any value other than just trying to cleanse one person. And Quiet on that Lucio has very little ultimate charge because everyone from Shikigami was playing so split. They were all shepherded away by that Zarya for Terra just walking forward into that front line and creating so much disruption. It means that they're going to be so far behind in terms of ultimates coming into this next fight. It's going to be down to Bogglingly to hit that Graviton and try and catch these members of Polaris. I punish them again for playing very over-aggressive and trying to find that first pick.
97, 98, 99. There's the grab. It's ready to go, but the dash comes through. Sheep goes into the back line, gets bubbled as well, and Terra doesn't really know where to grab in this situation. However, Shikigami has to back up. Now KJ gets the early pick on the Quiet. So, off the back of that grab, they do find one, but Nixie goes down as well. New Year's Kiss on the backside, gets Sheep of KJ. They have that Kitsune rush, and unfortunately, the fall through damage in there for New Year's Kiss. Now they have to back up the point 70%, and Terra is just too high charge. Can just run through New Year's Kiss. 70 on the board already for Polaris. KJ hits those shots, and now Polaris not only have an ultimate advantage, but also the point percentage increase as well.
Yeah, Graviton from Bogglingly should have been a fight win, but it's actually down to KJ with that disruptor shot to make sure no follow-through damage is actually able to be hampered onto those players caught in the Graviton, which allows Polaris to stay in the fight long enough for that rush to come back online. And with that rush, they've been able to use so much of those cooldowns with their sped up cooldown increases to be able to build up ultimates of their own. They're going to be sitting on an absolute nest egg coming into this next fight. Shikigami just having to use that rush to get onto point before the overtime starts to burn down, so they have a chance to turn this one around.
Oh no, New Year's Kiss found the 2K to recontest last second. Terra high HP and high charge gets the kill onto them. They had that overclock too, and now Spiro's forced to drop that blade into a beat drop, looking for that damage, but the Lucio boops just keep them zoned, but Spiro gets stacks, and no, it resets. I think another Kariko again. Kariko! What is going on? What is going on with Kariko right now, Moxie?
Let the Kitsune guide you to the next match. Maybe it just needs to be like a survey. You know, like at the bottom, whenever you get asked if you want to, when you go onto like a Google Pages survey, it just pops up like, do you have a moment of time to answer this question? And you have like the yes, no tick.
And I never open those.
Every single time Kiriko tries to just use the ultimate, everyone has that option to decide whether or not they want to let the Kitsune guide them or not. You can just tick no and opt out of it, so we can actually play the entire map.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
What do you say after that one? That's pretty hard. I think that generally it just seemed like they were going to win, but at the same time, I mean, this is a very close series. This is so back and forth, right? And really, at the end of the day, both of these teams are striving for that qualification, that seeds, sorry, rather, because they've already been qualified, right? So at the end of the day, both teams, I'm sure they're happy with their qualification status. However, at the end of the day, they want that seeding and they want to play against their teammates as well, by the way, in Altiora. Altiora wants to play against the other Altiora in Altiora Artemis. So we want to see that Polaris Artemis finals, in which could happen, to be honest. But at the same time, with Shikigami, they put up a chance that there was still a chance they could win that fight off the Kitsune rushes, and that's really one of the best ultimates in the game. So the fact, not only, okay, now we know, Moxie, now we know what the best ultimate in the game is, Kitsune rush. If you just want to restart, pop the Kitsune rush, there you go. What ult comes close to that? Honestly, none of them, right?
It's like the buffed up Sombra. She's just typing out an email to Kiriko being like, okay, well, what exactly is your tech? How does my EMP do that? Because, yeah, I think some remains wish that they had that power. But I mean, you're talking about like, oh, I hope we get to see Altiora versus Altiora. I'm just hoping we get to see more of this series because, my goodness, the interactions between all of these teams, like, it has been just absolutely gorgeous to be able to digest. And we don't have actually enough time to actually really go into all of those micro decisions that all of these players are making. My favorite thing was Spiro in that last fight tries to get that blade to land onto the opposing Kiriko. And then the swift step is there. So what does it do? It denies the dash reset, allowing the team that time to be able to cycle back into those cooldowns so that when Spiro is actually able to find the backline and that Lucio, the boop, is online and the displacement cycle just continues. Make sure that Spiro's play doesn't find the value that the team is looking for to be able to flip that point, given the fact that they'd already used that rush just to be able to break through choke and activate that overtime clock.
Yeah, that's a good point. Plenty of times I've talked about the fact that Kitsune Rush is probably one of the best ultimates, if not the best ultimate in the game. But we also have to bear in mind, if that was just the ultimate, if Kiriko was just her ultimate, probably wouldn't be played. The fact that, like you said, that she has so much mobility, so much disengagement, she has the Suzu, she has the teleport. These things allow the character to stay alive a lot longer than other supports. Even the likes of Moira doesn't really stand the chance versus Kiriko, who can just constantly teleport, wall climb, so many different things just to stay alive and play their lives, which is so different from the rest of the kit. And that's why Kiriko is one of the most fun characters, to be honest, in general. But guys, we'll be going to a short break real fast. When we come back, we'll have more of this series at hand, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup. My name is Dustin, joined by Moxie again, and we're coming mid-series in the second map now we will be going to after Altiora Polaris do win map number 1. We did have some issues with Kariko, but now coming into the second map, we will be giving Altiora Polaris the win. And now Moxie, I mean, Altiora Polaris, they look very, very good on Oasis after winning on University versus Shikigami. Shikigami has put up a fight with New Year's Kiss and also Spiro, but at the same time, Polaris, they look damn good.
Yeah, the thing is, like, University was very, very close because we actually got to see Shikigami break through that choke using Spiro. Her Genji Blade making sure that they were actually able to touch that point, allowing themselves to open up so much of that space and set the Sojourn up into position for Whisper to be able to try and find those snipes and set things up in terms of the damage burst potential, which wasn't really something that we actually got to see when we moved over towards Gardens, purely because Spiro was denied every single time she tried to break through that choke. She was just hounded down by every single member on the side of Polaris, making sure that the Genji was not able to find the same value that she had in the round previously. And moving over, we're now actually getting to see a team take us to Paraiso because, again, they want to use that Genji. They want to use all of the mobility that the Genji has, the fact that you have so much value being able to break through onto point A because you can just dash past that choke. And then when we head over to Street Space, it becomes so much impact and effectiveness on holding that high ground. The Genji and the Kiriko can both wall climb up there to be able to deny any sort of defensive DPS power of being able to blitz down your tank before the frontline fight even starts.
Yeah, on Paraiso specifically, when you get to those high grounds, we've seen, you know, Shikigami swap over to a Diva, if I'm not mistaken. So I would not be surprised if they try to pull that out as well, considering, yeah, on this map, like you mentioned, with those high grounds, it's a lot easier to be mobile and move around the map as a Diva comparatively to a Zarya.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Zarya definitely still wins the fight in terms of ability, though. That is the gamble that you take, are the Diva boosters, and the fact that you can control both the low ground and the high ground going alongside your Genji and Kiriko, going to bring more value to the table than when you sacrifice the mech because you have the Zarya primary beam, just making sure that you're always going to be in that baby Diva form. And it does seem like Shikigami have decided, no, the Zarya is too impactful. We are going to need those bubbles to be able to guarantee that Spiro can survive going in that deep on her own, as well as the fact that you need that frontline presence. You don't want to have your Kiriko or Lucio 24/7 babysitting a tank the way that you would if a Diva was in play.
Yep, now comes the Widow shot at the beginning of the game. Nope, doesn't hit the shot, unfortunately. Well, hits the shot, but into a deflect, right? So it's not really hitting the shot, is it? But the rotation...
It could have been worse.
Yeah.
It could have been deflected right into Whisper's cranium.
That would be pretty sad if that happened, but the rotation towards the point is Polaris, and they lose KJ. Now the shot comes through from New Year's Kiss, so almost a jinx in the right direction for New Year's Kiss as Mixfy falls to Bogglingly as well. And that's on the inside of the point. Then that's going to be all of the side of Polaris wiped quite easily. Shikigami will now move forward into the second phase of Paraiso.
Yeah, we actually saw this from Shikigami earlier, where they actually used on King's Row a Widowmaker pick for Whisper to be able to break through any defensive chokehold that Polaris had tried to set on up. As Bogglingly on that Zarya goes in, unfortunately, that leaves the Widowmaker vulnerable to being sniped out by the Sojourn. KJ able to break the DPS's backline for the side of Shikigami and immediately eject the team, forcing them back into those respawns as Polaris now looks to occupy an even more brutal choke, as that payload is now stuck in a real awkward position for Shikigami to try and get it running again.
This is so smart from Polaris. Usually we see teams try to go for too aggressive a spawn camp. It doesn't work out. So now the Zarya is in close. They see them at the stairs, or the Genji was rather up close at the staircase. Now has to back up to New Year's Kiss, who has this high ground and is just going to keep looking for angles. Can't really push forward because it's a little bit too aggressive if they do so. But now the Genjis on them have to back up. Sees the Genjis up here. The rest of Shikigami are looking for that Genji, but Spiro is the one to find Kariko early. So now the blade comes out from Spiro as well. And ever since Oasis, they've been coming online. They do fall to KJ, but they've already done their job. This car is almost finished out off the back of Negatron and New Year's Kiss. In 4 minutes and 30 seconds, they are steamrolling through the second phase.
And they're also going to be able to make it past this really brutal corner that a lot of the time the attacking team actually has to sacrifice an ultimate to be able to barge their way through. Polaris could try and get a contest if they want to, and that bubble coming through from Terra alongside the Gravitons does show that they want to try and set it up, but unfortunately it's a little bit late. Shikigami had already been able to set themselves up to disengage as that Graviton came through, and as a result, Polaris aren't able to find the stabilization they're looking for, and worse, they don't have the Grav to try and hold on to this next fight with.
Rico's so satisfying, so pleasing to watch. You see all how she decided to use her Suzu to save the Graviton Zarya and then just back up and use the wall climb to avoid any damage themselves. But Moxie, now the Graviton is ready for Shikigami, and they've been lapping Polaris and ultimates.
Yeah, as well as that, Mixby is not going to have that sound barrier either, so it's going to really come down to Sheep or a snipe from KJ to deny Shikigami from walking forward, allowing Mixby the time necessary to hit that sound barrier, so they have far less to worry about when that Graviton comes through. It was an assured win condition for Shikigami, but that snipe from the Sojin actually guarantees they have a chance to fire back.
Yeah, KJ's been on fire right now. The Nano Zar, or the boosted Kitsune Rush Zarya runs forward, and KJ with another shot onto New Year's Kiss has been looking phenomenal right now as the spawn camp actually comes through, and the disruptor shot does find Megatron as well. Shikigami have to regroup. They did use a Kitsune Rush of their own in that previous fight, so they do have an ultimate advantage. That'll be the Graviton Surge, but Altior Polaris, they're in the driver's seat at this choke point.
Yeah, Polaris actually had to use that rush to go toe-to-toe with Megatron, so Boggley holding onto that grab is going to punish the aggression coming through from that defense. Sheep trying to go for that back line, actually unfortunately got to go down to Whisper on the Widowmaker.
What a shot from Whisper on that Genji, who came back with that blade, but Spiro does find KG on the other side, and Terra makes things even again and just runs down this Widow at this hard choke point. It's hard to find too much value. Terra, low HP, actually manages to kill 2 in that Graviton Surge. I'm sure they were down all the 1 HP and were sweating so hard. But I wonder, Moxie, would you swap off the Widowmaker here? Because it seems like, yes, New Year's Kiss found that shot on the Genji. It's hard to find more value, though, if they don't push past this choke.
I mean, it's hard to find value, but at the moment you have Infrasight, which is going to force Polaris to not be able to push as aggressively as we know this team likes to. For instance, that overclock. KJ is being very, very hesitant with actually showing themselves. Because the second that they do, they're just going to get zeroed down by that Zarya as Polaris goes in aggressively. Spirit trying to use that blade again to try to break the team past that choke. We'll finally see this payload start to move, as Polaris not going to have anything barring this rush to try to hold on with, as she goes down to an absolutely uncontested Widow. Whisper running amok and finally reaping the reward of sticking on this pick.
Yeah, now that they're into the actual point instead of in the choke point, this Widowmaker will have a lot more room to do work. And New Year's Kiss obviously comfortable on this hero as well as on the Sojourn from earlier. But now the Kitsune Rush comes out. Is Megatron going to have theirs in just a second to keep Boggley alive? No, they don't, but they still decide to commit that Kitsune Rush. The teleport comes through. They're trying to just stay alive and play their line, so they have to teleport to the high ground, but they know, Terra knows that Megatron has no more cooldowns, runs them down. Sheep finds New Year's Kiss, but the payload at the same time back capped. Was that Spiro in the Lucio of Quiet, or was it just Quiet?
Justin, it's been 0 days.
I don't even know what to call a C9 anymore. I've lost all brain on this topic, I feel like.
It's been 0 days, and this is where that Widow pick really comes into fruition, right? The amount of distraction, the amount of attention that Widowmaker occupies in the minds of every player on the side of Altior or Polaris, because every single time you take a step forward, you're thinking, is the Widowmaker seeing me? And for KJ, when you're actually that Sojourn, if you're playing into a Widowmaker who's set up, it becomes a lot harder to actually be able to pull things off, because the Sojourn, obviously, she has so much damage potential and she's a lot faster than the Widow. So you can punish the wind up, the charge up time for a Widowmaker to actually be able to hit that kill potential is when the Sojourn is able to find value. But when the Widowmaker is the one set up and you're the one intruding into that position, that's when the Sojourn's on the back foot, and that's when Whisper is able to run amok on this team.
Yeah, Whisper with some nice shots, and on top of, like you mentioned, just pulling off that pressure, just allowed Quiet to be quiet. What a fitting name, huh? To just back cap. They have two players on the team, actually. If you don't know, New Year's Kiss is Whispers. So New Year's Kiss also wants to make sure their team is being, you know, nice and cheeky to make sure they get those picks. But they're going to be a Widow again, Moxie.
It's time.
I'm not really surprised. Widow can find a lot of value just playing from the backside of that point, punishing the fact that if Polaris just try and just brute force their way past this choke and turn Shikigami's attention, forcing them to leave that high ground, the Widow is going to be set up to snipe one of those players out.
Yeah, Sheep with some nice damage allows them to get Spearow, and Mixby finds New Year's Kiss on the backside. And we have to bear in mind, 2 minutes and 11 seconds is a lot of time, especially on this map. So Polaris also with a pretty fast first points take, and it seems like both teams kind of struggled defending right here.
Mixby as well on that Lucio, just getting to move forward and get into Whisper's face, punishing that Widowmaker, the fact that you have that grapple, but it's on a really punishing 12-second cooldown. And immediately we are actually going to see the swap as Whisper decides, I'm not going to just get dived by Lucio. I'm just going to be able to power slide away and use that to swap to shot to try and punish if Polaris group up and push aggressively in towards these clustered up houses. This Terra is extremely high charge. They're able to find Quiet. Without that, Lucio, Shikigami are stuck in position. They have no way of disengaging and losing all of the players that are bleeding away.
Terra has been a standout Zarya. They know that Megatron doesn't have any cooldowns. They track him down after that, and they're just going to keep pushing forward. They have the grab. I'm sure they'll use it eventually, but not right now because they're getting stagger picked after stagger pick. Now they pop the grab, and Mixby goes down with the Graviton Surge. Terra does find the fall through with KJ, but they've been rolling here in the Streets phase.
Yeah, that Graviton just assures that Shikigami are not going to be able to find that regroup until even longer passes, even more distance that payload gets to eat up. The problem for Altiora Polaris is that it was only really Terra getting to move on forward, so they are going to have to wait for that overclock and Kitsune Rush to be ready, which means Shikigami have a window of opportunity to use that Graviton and try and dictate this fight, as it does come out onto that high ground, catching the overclocking Killjoy.
Yeah, but the Kitsune Rush does come out. Now the Terra's in the back line. They're nice and healthy with that. The fact that the Kitsune Rush allowed them to stay alive, and Terra chased down Spearow. The beat drop was out too late. So now they don't have any support ultimates. They still have this Lucio and this Kariko on the point. New Year's Kiss is back into this fight. They'll have an overclock soon, but Dax finds Boggling Lee, and nobody's there to contest. They will snowball once again, not losing a single team fight just yet on to the last point.
Shikigami going to have a little bit of stall potential in terms of turning this defense around. They are going to have that blade and overclock coming into this next fight. But on the other side, Polaris holding on to a blade of their own. And if the blade is able to find that position, that time bank that Polaris are looking for, Terra is going to be coming in with that Graviton, punishing the fact that there is no support ultimate alive for Shikigami as Sheep goes into that backline, looks to connect onto the Kiriko. Suzu comes free, allowing Megatron to stay a little bit longer. But unfortunately, the 1 second frame evaporates, and very quickly, that Kiriko is down.
Terra has been on fire, and now the blade from Spearow comes out, but it's kind of in a weird situation where it's only them and the Lucio towards the spawn doors. Can they find the Genji? It's super hard with the heals. Eventually they do, and they're on to Terra as well, but Spearow down to low HP. And against Terra with high charge, you're not gonna live. Terra's gonna run you down and take you out of the server, and even go for a spawn camp, and maybe go a little too far. 11 HP though, they get healed by the supports, and nice job by them to keep them nice and healthy. Terra's gonna outbuild Graviton Surge versus Boggling Lee. I believe they've had one whole grab more than Boggling Lee. That's how many Graviton Surge they built, Moxie. And with 4 minutes and 11 seconds left, they might build another one yet again.
Shikigami just have no way of being able to break through. Remember, that Kiriko can try and get on top of that payload, but you actually need a player to be able to swift step too, to be able to teleport. As now, without ultimates, because of how one-sided that entire stagger was, Polaris are just able to wait for Shikigami to get onto that low ground before pushing back in aggressively. Mixby drops the sound barrier, and it's going to be a full push for both teams on Paraiso. So rare. We actually get to see the full push come through from any team that plays Dustin, but it is going to be so many time for these teams to be able to break through that choke and pick up point A, something that neither team really actually struggled that much with.
No, yeah, both teams look really, really good. And Moxie, I think, you know, we joked about it earlier. There's a chance we could see 2020 on the scoreboards. You know, I mean, it's not very likely at all, and actually is never going to happen in the entire history of the world. But I can hope, you know, I can hope it would happen. And honestly, Terra played so well, but it looks like we have a bit of a DC right now. Maybe a reconnect will have to come through. But Polaris, Moxie, they snowballed so fast, blazing fast time, 3 minutes and 25. That never happens.
Yeah, Terra just able to just push Shikigami back into that spawn. So the entirety of the time that that payload is chugging its way through C, the fight is so one-sided, Shikigami just do not have space to be able to actually bat back against that fully charged up Zarya. So their ultimate charge is effectively just playing off of its live charge, right? When you are still alive in Overwatch, you are naturally building up ultimate charge. However, it immediately gets to skyrocket when you output damage or as a support when you're able to heal. Both of those effects are entirely negated by Terra just moving forward and not allowing Shikigami to get anything other than that natural ult charge. So when they're actually able to break that fight out into a little bit more open space and try and push onto that payload, they don't really have anything to throw into the faces of their opponents and try and take back that tempo. And all of it just comes off of Terra from the very get-go, the second that they were able to cap out point A, just deciding, I'm a fully charged up Zarya. I have so many bubbles. I have a Kiriko and a Lucio who can enable me to just move forward with very little punishment. What am I going to do? I'm going to hit W, and I'm going to keep my finger on that keyboard, and I'm not going to take it off until we finish the map.
It's just so smart. I mean, they just played it so well. They just snowballed through. There's not much analysis you can say when Terra, just like you mentioned, his high charge runs through everybody and just Kitsune Rush to on top of the Graviton Surges, just continually pumping in that damage. And honestly, they look super good. They look really good. They won map 1. And then map 2 coming into it, I mean, they did C9. They did have to, unfortunately, get back capped. And that resulted in them, I guess, coming back with even more, a little bit more motivation, right? They got back capped on. That feels pretty bad to be back capped against a team that you maybe think you were beating. And in that situation, because they did pretty much get a team fight win, but except for the fact Quiet kind of sneakily snuck to that back line and back capped the point, allowing Shikigami to be back into the series. But it's been a close series, honestly, and on Peta ESO specifically, I didn't expect to see the Zaryas dominate as much as they have been.
So again, it really comes down to that target focus that we're actually seeing from Polaris's team, and that is always prioritize the Lucio. Because the Kiriko, yes, she can escape with the Swift Step, but she can't actually bail the rest of the team out. That's the Lucio's job. So for a Zarya, the one thing that you're actually counted by is players just moving away from you with that Lucio. Take the Lucio out of the equation, no one is actually going to be fast enough to try and escape from that Zarya, and we saw it probably the most prolifically in Street Space. The entrance of that, when they're able to take Quiet immediately out of that fight, every single member on Shikigami gets stuck in those houses, and they have no way of escaping Terra, who's able to use all of those really tasty health bars to charge up that Graviton, and from there catch out 3 members of Shikigami, making sure that they're able to stall out that defense even longer.
Yeah, they just played it so dang well. And I think generally in this series, I mean, both of the Genjis, both of the Sojourns, on both sides, also the Kirikos, we have to call out as well, have been playing phenomenally. I mean, they really know how to abuse and use those high grounds. And at the same time, people have gotten more aware of how to play Kiriko. This is honestly my biggest problem. I think most people's biggest problem with playing Kiriko in something like ranked in Overwatch, where it's people don't really know how to play against or even with the Kiriko. So what's happening is that you look for these teleports, you try to go for the wall climbs, and you try to get those heals into sustain, but it just seems like you can't really carry these team fights to a win. But now we're coming back into the series, and both Dax and Megatron look amazing on Kiriko.
Yeah, I think for Kiriko, like, the problem for a lot of players when they're running either ranked or they have that solo experience of Kiriko is that you have a lot of decisions on when to use Susie. So when we're actually looking at the compositions here, there isn't really an effect that you have to cleanse. There's no hack, there's no dynamite, there's no Ana with the anti-nade, no Junker Queen with that rampage, which means that the Suzu can literally be used to enable aggression for these Zaryas, and that's what Polaris have been using it for, and it's finding them so much value because Terra can just walk forward unimpeded.
Yeah, now Spira above the high ground. They're looking for Terra this time. They know that that's been a target focus for them. And now the Lucio looking for New Year's Kiss onto the back line. Quiet has to back up towards their team. And Dax is low on the front line, so they've distracted the Widow long enough for the rest of Polaris to move in without any of their team. Now Spiro finds Sheep, and also at the same time, Terra and Mixby trade back New Year's Kiss and Megatron. So now it was a 2 trade there, and Polaris are going to move forward onto this point and actually sustain to help defend versus Shikigami, with Spiro diving deep onto their back line.
Yeah, Spirit trying to build up that blade charge as quickly as possible. With only 1 minute left on the time bank, they might be able to get it online, and that is going to be something that Shikigami are relying on. Another thing that they're going to be relying on is this Widow pick, trying to find those snipes. It's at least denying Polaris from being able to hold up on that first block of high ground. So it does mean that Shikigami get closer to that point without having to risk using those abilities, as no one from Polaris wants to walk into that Widow's crosshair.
No, New Year's Kiss does go low though, and Mixby takes them out. So this Lucio now starting to play aggressive. Mixby starting to understand maybe where New Year's Kiss plays. Megatron does trade back Sheep, but Terra gets boggling lead. Now Quiet has to run around the map, just play their lives. With 26 seconds left, they did get a tick, so they can hang their hat on that, but Terra got Megatron delayed.
Yeah, really delayed, and it is going to be 18 seconds left. Shikigami just opting for those emergency picks of trying to use higher mobility heroes to be able to throw themselves onto this point. And it is going to be down to Boggling Lee to come in with that defense matrix and potentially take that Graviton off of the table, as she's looking to try to get into Terra and deny it, but the grab comes through and it catches Shikigami in its jaws.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to end here. KJ with the overclock. And 48.9%, that's what Shikigami has to hope they can defend with, because 3 minutes and 35 seconds, that's a lot of time, especially for both teams who kind of snowballed through first point very easy in the first round.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a question for Shikigami of whether or not they're going to revert back to those comfort picks. Because twice now we've seen Whisper try to go for that Widowmaker, and twice we've seen Mixby on that Lucio just walk up and absolutely encounter and assassinate that Widowmaker. And that is something that a lot of supports have had that learning curve of coming into, because of really a lack of healing that is available in Overwatch 2. Supports are having to get a lot more bloodthirsty. They're having to go for those DPS damages to be able to build up those ultimates fast. And Mixby has mastered how to be able to counter Widowmaker by using that Lucio, using that higher mobility to be able to AD strafe around those shots, so that you can get in close and absolutely pummel her before she's able to escape. And I'm very happy to see that Shikigami have accepted the Widowmaker pick. It's not going to work. They can't afford to be able to swap back onto the Sojourn after losing point A, because if they lose point A, this map is done and Polaris walk away with another map lead.
Yeah, New Year's Kiss has been very good on the Sojourn as well, so it is in their possibility of playstyle. However, at the same time, like you said, with the Widowmaker, the only thing with the comparing Widow to Sojourn is that you can just continually pump damage down range, where it's like you can't really do that with Sojourn until you build up those railgun shots or the overclock.
Well, Polaris immediately going to be moving forward. Disruptor shot to push Shikigami back just the way that they had to face, as they're just going to walk on point and force the defense to walk around them. And they're going to be so out of position trying to stop Polaris.
Yeah, they have to touch now. Bizarre used both the bubbles to just sustain on the point. Spiro does get Dax. New Year's Kiss gets Sheep, but guess what, Moxie? Polaris got a tick. So now they only have about half of a tick to cap out here. 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Polaris, they're getting wiped.
Yeah, Polaris able to find that tick and then just book it into those side rooms. It does mean that they have a lot of mobility stunted, so that Spirit on that Genji can move forward and very quickly dispatch that backline. However, for Polaris, they have 2 minutes and 40 seconds to pick up just over 10% and secure themselves another map lead, as Shikigami so far away from ultimates, going to be relying on a slight, but Sheep takes away the win condition. Whisper Sojourn is down. No one can use the railgun to secure a pick, and Polaris can just push themselves onto point.
Oh no, it's just Spiro and Boggling Lee now versus a Lucio and a Zarya. Boggling Lee's on. They need to stay on the point though. It's a 1v1. Zarya 1v1. Boggling Lee gets bubble. Terra's gonna have their bubble in a second to stay alive last second. Boggling Lee 1 HP uses the grab, and 1 HP left. Stays alive and hits a little bit of the crouch button. And oh my god, what a 1v1 at the very end.
A Oh my goodness, using that grab, just the little bit of damage tick that you take sitting in that graviton, allowing Bogglingly to survive. As Terra is going to be ramping up to a graviton of their own. However, Shikigami have pushed back the opposing team, allowing Spiro now to wait for them to move forward and hit this blade.
Yeah, the blade ready to go. Tarek comes to the point now, looking for that backside, looking for the Kariko, but Bubbles their teammate instead and has only a bubble in 5, but KJ with the early kill on to New Year's Kiss, but Spiro with the blade gets Mixv, and Bogglingly was there with Sheep. Spiro also finds Terra. The back cap tried to come through from KJ in 1 minute and 22 seconds. It's inching closer and closer to pretty scary times for Altura Polaris.
Shikigami just using one ultimate by one ultimate to get their way through these fights. Now they're going to be sitting on that Kitsune rush. Polaris able to dispatch the Sojin very early on, but just not having ultimates to be able to sustain through the entirety of the fight and pick up that last little percentage that they need. Graviton going to be there for Terra, not being used just yet. Rush for Megatron to try and let Shikigami find that pick as Polaris just wait, bide their time for the rush to see through before they push forward with the overblock.
They lost Sheep though, and Bogglingly on the high ground. They have the heals with the beat drop as well. The grab was not committed just yet from Terra, and 38 seconds left. Polaris, they need to hit the go key very, very soon. Otherwise, they might be waiting too long. Now they have built that 5 ultimate ult bank, but no! The grab on the high ground, does the Suzu keep them alive? Yes, it does! In fact, they get Kitsune rushed on as well, but they're all still healthy somehow. Now KJ gets the pick on the Megatron. The blade comes out from Sheep. Can they find the kill onto New Year's Kiss? Yes, they can. Bogglingly falls before they can build the Graviton Surge, and unfortunately the ult bank, it was just too huge for Polaris. And finally, with 7 seconds left, Altaria Polaris, they cap out and make this series 2-0.
It's honestly a really hard position for Shikigami to be able to see any map victory in terms of when they pick up just 48% of that point, because it forces their hand, right? They have to throw those ultimates in to be able to keep the map going. And Polaris identifies they have enough time to burn the other team out of those firepowers. The ultimate's gone. They're sitting on all of their ultimates still, because every single time when they've applied that pressure, it's been enough because they're contesting that point and picking up percentage to force ultimates out from the other side while making sure that they're still holding on to ultimates of their own. So as long as there's just 30 seconds left, they've got the Graviton, they've got that rush, they've got the overclock. All they need to do is bully Shikigami away, split the team so that you're able to isolate out those players. And even if you don't find the kills because you find the space, you only needed 4% in terms of picking up that point in the final fight. The second that anyone from Shikigami is pushed away from contesting it, you've walked away from the map.
Yeah, they played phenomenally. But guys, we'll be going to a short break, everybody. We will be right back. When we come back, we'll be going to the map number 3 of Shikigami versus Polaris. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes, everybody. This is the Challengers Cup, and we are in the semifinals of Shikigami versus Altiora Polaris. And it's been a series and a half because Shikigami took it to the brink, almost actually making a out of nowhere clutch with 3 minutes left on Periiso. And now coming into the next map, they look to be revitalized. Yes, they still lost that map, but I would say it was a bit closer than Oasis was, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the difference in time bank and the amount of percentage as well that Shikigami were able to pick up on their second lap of Paraiso, it was definitely a very admirable effort. The fact that it almost did go to that overtime, that Polaris did get pushed to the very brink, as it is going to be a matchup in terms of these teams trying to brawl it out to pick themselves up a spot against Altiora Artemis, who are already through after a win against 130 overtime, in terms of trying to pick up that first position seeding as we move towards those actual main events in December, with the second qualifier going to be determining the other 4 teams making it through, being held in November. As we're going to be sticking with the tradition of new map, meaning new map of Overwatch 2, and we've had Paraiso, we're now going to be moving over to Circuit Royale, which means it's time for the Zarias once again to just froth at the mouth and get to just walk forward into all of these teams.
Shikigami locking that Sigma potentially. Do you think it could happen? I mean, this is a good map for Sigma, right?
I mean, they're on the attack, so I can't really see the Sigma coming up here. It could just be to try and break out of that spawn camp because of how aggressive Polaris have been as a team. I would be very surprised if we didn't see them aggressively try and shave off as much time as possible by holding Shikigami in the spawn points for as long as possible. A fact that this team is going to be very much aware of, which is why we are seeing things like Spirit come out onto that Echo just to break out of those spawn doors and give Polaris a little bit of split focus. They're not able to keep the entire team stuffed up.
Now here it comes. Here's the close hold on the Shikigami with the Boggling League going to be onto that Sigma towards the middle of the map. They just have to look for this Widow shot, but they're not going to go for that Sigma actually to swap over to Wrecking Ball just to maybe contest this payload, force this Genji to fall back. Boggling League now just trying to play their lives, continually put pressure on the payload, and hopefully New Year's Kiss can find that shot on the Widowmaker.
Now, this is actually something that we saw in our previous series when we went to Circuit Rail, just using things like that pharmacy to try and break out of those spawns as quickly as possible, so that Polaris aren't able to just find so much time off of the bank with this spawn camp. As we can see, Boggling on that Hammond's indeed able to roll away from spawn, take the fight, take the focus away from the rest of the players, allowing this pharmacy that room to be able to breathe and land those shots. Kara, so low HP, does go down. And Shikigami can decide to either keep this composition, which it does actually look like they're going to be committing into. I wondered whether or not we would see Boggling swap back to that Zarya after the spawn camp had been broken, but they are actually going to be sticking on that Hammond to try to infiltrate that backline and potentially try to bait things out like that Suzu coming through from Dark on the Kiriko, so that Spirit can find value on this Pharah.
I like this from Shikigami to kind of find a hole in Polaris's armor where they maybe can't play that Pharah because KJ will be now on that Ashe. Taro is already low, needs the heals from the Kiriko, but Kiriko heals a little bit slow compared to some of the other healers. With Spear with the barrage into the back line, does find Nixby already. The Diva unfortunately went too far past. However, Tara did find New Year's Kiss. Into the back line goes Tara, but the Kitsune or the Kiriko with the Suzu keeps KJ alive, and now there's no fall through. Damage has to pop the Wrecking Ball ultimate, but nobody has to touch it. The Kitsune rush is here to maybe give everybody the DPS to take care of these mines, but it looks like Shikigami aren't going to pressure with this Wrecking Ball ultimate and just back up once more.
Yeah, Rush being used to drain momentum from Shikigami, forcing this team back around that corner so that KJ on the Ashe has the opportunity to try to deal with this pharmacy. As we can see now with control of that corner, Polaris can pull back into shop to negate that splash damage coming through from the Pharah before the fight begins. As an Ant Matrix from Megatron is going to punish any player that tries to contest that payload, threading the needle onto Sheep, who was trying to escape through the back door.
Yeah, but at the same time, now Tara comes back towards that payload, but New Year's Kiss hits those shots, gets KJ, and there's a reason why Widowmaker's played so much on this map. Tries to look for the shot, but hides behind the statue. Tara gets the Diva Bomb. It does hit Megatron, but New Year's Kiss with some perfectly timed shots hits literally everybody in the lobby in the skull. And now Shikigami will camp out this first point, although with not blazing fast time. They'll have 3 minutes and 36 seconds now onto the Street's face.
And this is a composition that can still find that same value as we head towards this slope, because both the Pharah and the Widowmaker, it's sort of a symbiotic relationship, right? The Pharah creates the space for the Widowmaker to feel safe to actually load up those shots, and because the Widowmaker is keeping all those players in check, the Pharah doesn't have to worry about players looking behind them! She can just use the barrage immediately!
But it doesn't matter. She didn't have any Suzu to keep her alive, and the barrage is entirely negated. The Bob came out from KJ as well, and Terra got Megatron, and now 3 minutes. Shikigami has to go for a reset, although the cart's not too far, so they have a little bit more space to work with here.
Well, now we're seeing the swaps come on through Spiro onto the Ashe, Whisper moving over to that cast. They're going to have to try to deal with the blade coming through from Sheep. They will have the lamp to try and buy themselves the time, and when that Genji closes up the distance, Magnetic Nade becomes a real worry for that Genji to have to keep in mind.
Wait, Bogglingly just got the pick onto KJ and dropped the mines. So there wasn't any support there for KJ in the backline. The beat drop comes out. Now Sheep has to go for the blade. But Mixby, they found Megatron yet again. The Baptiste doesn't have this ability that Kuriko has. However, though, Sheep did find one. Dax trades back Spiro, although he did fall. Bogglingly yet again gets Dax towards, I'm assuming, the back line. Now Bogglingly has to slam towards the front line, allow some space to be created. And now with this Moira Baptiste compositions, it's very unique, and it kind of allows for a little bit more sustain with that Baptiste.
It's survivability as well. The Moira with that fade, if the Genji tries to go in deep, will be able to use that fade to be able to keep herself alive, as we see the power drive come through, trying to set up for the DPS, but Polaris actually using the natural cover to be able to circumvent any impact that could come off of the back of it. Amp for amp, Shikigami trying to push on through, but there's a Diva Bomb right in their faces as they're able to find the baby Diva, but KJ off of the back of that Amp Matrix has full control of Slow.
What are these compositions we're seeing right now, Mox? We have a Cassidy and a Ashe at the backside. They have to deal with an Ashe Baptiste here. It's hard to deal with this healing, although New Year's Kiss is doing so, showing they can play pretty much every hit scan character in the game. Spiro with the fall through damage on the Dax, and it looks like they can potentially close this out off the back of this Bob.
Yeah, Bob does come through, suppressing a little bit of fire, forcing Polaris back. They could try and contest with a Bob of their own. The deflect comes through just to make sure that they do indeed have the space to do just that. However, Terra loses their mech extremely quickly. The Dynamite actually going to be hitting onto the enemy Bob, forcing that lamp to try and keep the players in those contests. Shikigami, it's just a matter of how many ultimates they want to part with to be able to ensure they're able to find that second check mark.
Bogglingly, the mines, the slam, the cold flank as well from Quiet, and Bogglingly clutched it out for Shikigami to finish out this second point.
Are we going to see the Hammond still stick, though? Because as enclosed and entrenched as these hallways are, which is brilliant for the high grounds in terms of getting those pile drive setups, it's really hard to be able to swing your way through with how close up those hallways are. We're going to be looking to try and go into that backline. Pile drives on through as Spirit trying to find an off angle. Runs into Terra, who'd actually swapped onto the Orisa, trying to use things like the Javelin spin for when the Hammond is very vulnerable, showing that their hitbox is going to be there, so you can stagger out that tank and deny the first step that Shikigami try and set into motion to find a win.
Both teams agree to not play Zarya because the Orisa coming out for Terra is interesting. And the Javelin just shreds New Year's Kiss, who is on Genji now, by the way. And Spiro's on the Ashe, so they've almost swapped roles entirely. And KJ gets Bogglingly on the backside. And Terra, they can just sit on the payload, get some heals from their Baptiste, and kind of shred everybody else with the fact that this Javelin just does so much damage.
It's not just the Javelin doing damage, it's also the Javelin spin absorbing both the Moira orbs from Quiet and the Afuda coming through from Megatron. Without those veins of sustain, Shikigami don't really have a way of keeping the Hammond or the Genji alive when they go for that dive in deep. And Polaris, as a result, are sitting coming into this next fight with 5 ultimates. Terra Surge, the lamp broken. Thankfully, the burst isn't there to find the picks necessary. So Shikigami can still try to pepper that Orisa with damage. Whisper going in with that Genji, but does get knocked back by the Lucio. Mixby allowing Dax the window to take the Genji out.
What a shot. What a play from the Lucio of Mixby. 30 seconds left now. Shikigami has to come with some ultimates in the next fight. Now, Quiet did go for that Coalescence previously. And Boggley also with the Wrecking Ball ult. That's how they won in the Streets phase. So can they do it again here on this third point? It's yet to be seen. KJ will have that Bob. Mixby does have the beat drop to counter that Bob on the side of Spiro as well. Now, Shikigami comes into the backside. Genji over the top onto that bridge. The Coalescence deep into the backline. Forces the lamp. Now the mines are dropped. Boggley slam decks in the face. Gets rid of them. Spiro gets Terra as well. And KJ with the Bob does get New Year's Kiss. Now Sheep does get Boggley lead. So now you're down them. But Spiro drops the Bob. Gets KJ as well. And Bob with the 2K on the Sheep and Mixby allows them this last second push in overtime.
Yeah, and if you look at actually where those hammer mines are placed, it's not on the payload, it's on the exit strategy for Polaris. Every member was funneled into side room, which is where Boggling was able to immediately get that knockback. They don't have a single ultimate to see that payload through. It's overtime. The Reinhardt from Terra, knowing that they're not going to be able to step away from the damage, from the hammer, from that charge, to just try and brute force through this team.
Spiro has to back up, give up that high ground, but he still gets Terra, who's on Reinhardt now, and Dax got rid of Quiet, so you don't have your Moira in this fight. Boggley down very low, falls to 5 HP, will go down, but Megatron traded back Sheep, so now you don't have your Genji. Spiro on this left side flank, dealing with a Baptiste in the back line, and will find them, so Dax goes down. Now Spiro's just playing aggressive on the enemy Ash, got the dynamite, so they know they can win this duel, but now the Reinhardt swinging on your face, and Terra does so much damage on said Reinhardt. Now New Year's Kiss on the Genji. They don't play it too often, and Terra shatters Megatron as well, and Alteria Polaris will hold in the third phase.
So there's a couple of reasons where the Reinhardt pick really allows Polaris to come back into that fight. One, it's overtime and it's on low ground. So everyone is having to walk into that Reinhardt. Everyone's taking the hammer damage. Everyone's taking the 2 fire strike charges as well that the Reinhardt is now afforded. And 2, because of that, even when Terra goes down early in a fight, just their presence in that fight means that space is created for the rest of the Polaris players to be able to work off of. And that's where they're able to really push Shikigami back, because even though Spiro is able to take those off angles, is flanking with that, Ash is getting into that back line, no one else on the side of Shikigami can actually play and capitalize off of those picks, and Polaris with those faster respawns are always going to be able to get back into the fight faster than the Shikigami players.
Yeah, and that's going to be the difference maker there for Polaris towards the end. And now finally Terra will be locking that Zarya. Really, everybody in this lobby, I feel like, specifically on this map, has been kind of flexing their hero pool. Moxie, do you agree? They've been like playing so many different characters.
Yeah, I agree, but at the moment, this Hammond pick, again, it sort of comes back to setting up those DPS, right? When the pile drive comes through, you literally just say in your comms, okay, I'm pancaking one up, and Whisper just waits for that shot to come through and catches out whichever squishy gets thrown through! She doesn't even need the Hammond's help! That pick onto the Kiriko is absolutely beauty in motion!
What a shot. Definitely on one of the best characters in the game. And off of that pick, I mean, this looks like it's sure to be an easy hold for them. Terra now on Winston. Moxie on this right side. The Winton finally seeing some play, it looks like.
Winton jump, Winton zap, Winton make your Widowmaker go to spawn back. As it is going to be a hack coming through onto the Pharah on the side of Shikigami as well, making sure that they're not going to be able to set that crosshairs up. The Winston moving on forward, brute forcing Whisper off of that push. As you can see, Polaris very much aware that the Widowmaker is a problem. The Winston bubble dropped in front of the Widowmaker's face to make sure that no squishy goes down to a snipe, as Whisper still being hounded. Spirit trying to use the barrage to peel for their fellow DPS, but now they're the one that everyone is going to be focusing on.
But it worked out. They got KJ, they got Terra, and now they just keep pushing forward. The Sombra's on the payload, has to back out of there. And with this Tracer Sombra hard dive, they really want to make sure they could dive this back line. But now Spiro tried to go a little bit too aggressive and tried to find that Sombra. But unfortunately for them, there was heals there for Altoria Polaris for Sheep in the inside. Now Boggley has to go back and... Oh! Another shot! From New Year's Kiss, aka Whispers, hits those shots. The KJ Mixby falls, and off the back of those 2 picks, it doesn't matter if you're down Sparrow, because now you're just sure to win this next team fight.
Oh, gets the foot onto Terror as well. Yeah, spray. Whisper absolutely dominating this defense on that Widowmaker, using so many of these long open lines of sight to just dumpster Polaris's members as they try and commit back onto that payload. Gets tagged out a little bit, has to grapple back to the rest of the team, but the peel is that Terra going for that dive is able to go in with the Primal Rage, knowing that they don't need that support. And it is at the moment just about denying that Widowmaker so everyone else can move forward. But look at the peel coming on through, gets batted off of the map, but the grapple is going to be back. And even in the grapple, even being harassed by the Winston in the back line, Whisper's still able to find a pick onto the Sombra.
Admin, check them PC. What a shot, 2 in a row. Spiro with the barrage gets 3 as well. The lamp is gone. And now Polaris, 1 minute and 30 seconds. Shikigami, and off the back of Spiro and Whispers, they're just dominant.
Oh my goodness. We're seeing the tank swap now come through. KJ going to the Ash to try to go toe-to-toe, use that hit scan to keep Spiro at bay. Terra going for the Diva for the defense matrix and the boosters to try and get on top of this Widow and force them back yet again. But Whisper sitting on that infra site, Boggley sitting on those hammer mines with 1 minute left on the clock. Polaris going to have to just try and get back onto that payload as Quiet does get burned out by the dynamite, but uses the valve to be able to fly back to the team and make sure the Mercy stays alive.
Yeah, now the Nano Diva comes to the backline. The Valkyrie is going to wear off in just a second for Quiet. Megatron's forced to use the lamp, and Terra gets rid of them in the lamp, pushes them away, and now Bogglingly is low as well. The Diva Bomb actually committed, goes deep, and hits the Pharaoh, or the Widow Mercy as they were trying to back up. It was perfectly placed. Terra exactly knew where they were going to go, and the prediction pays off because Polaris will now snowball into the second phase.
Yeah, Mixby actually had to throw in the sound barrier to take advantage of the fact that Whisper was not set up to snipe one of those squishies before the fight began. And that commitment pays off. 2 minutes and 40 seconds now on Polaris's clock. The problem is the Widowmaker is still just as strong, if not stronger, with immediate access to that high ground. The second that one of this attacking team loses that fight, but it's Sheep going in on that Sombra, and immediately Terra moves forward on the Diva to make sure that the rest is denied.
That piece window for Megatron is EMP'd out. KJ's there with the fall through damage. The Resurrect tried to come through, but they're going to fall as well. And now, Shikigami is going to have to rely on a recontest. I wonder why New Year's Kiss, aka Whispers, was AFK.
I'm not entirely sure, but unfortunately it is going to be Whisper as New Year's Kiss having to go onto that Sojourn. The Widowmaker has found her counter, and it is just brute aggression coming through from Polaris. As in the absolute blink of an eye, it feels like they've been able to cross through the majority of B. The Bob gonna be knocked back. A really nice anti-nade coming on through, but unfortunately, it's not gonna be doing much of anything as Shikigami still trying to contest. It is gonna be Whisper on that Sojourn with the railgun, able to snipe out KJ. The disruptor shot coming out onto that payload to make sure the player still unable to sneak it on through. As a last-ditch nano boost comes out onto Sheep to try and make sure that Polaris are able to keep themselves in this fight, as Terra is able to squish Spiro's body beneath the remake.
Valkyrie comes back as well, but it doesn't look like they can win this fight. The bomb is landed. Dax finished off Boggley. The res attempted from Quiet. And that was a lot of ultimates committed to, honestly, just a very hard-fought win for Polaris.
Yeah, again, it's because of how fast Shikigami were going to be able to get back into that fight, especially with Whisper swapping onto that Sojourn. The power slide, the fact that you can just effortlessly move from your respawn room back into the fight. For Polaris, it is just a matter of, okay, it's better we win the fight now, but we have longer to be able to build up ultimates and brute force our way through C. As Megatron's able to find Mixby. Thankfully, it is Sheep on that Sombra who doesn't need the Lucio to be able to rotate out from the fight, can just translocate to make sure it isn't going to be turning into 2 players lost. They can look to regroup again.
Dynamite eaten from Terra. Gonna have to back up here, though, because Boggley's in the face of them, but they got hacked. Boggley hacked into the back line will now go down or lose their mech. Now Megatron drops the window, but it's EMP'd. Everybody EMP'd at the same time. The Sleep Dart came out on New Year's Kiss from across the map from Dax. And that opens things for Polaris here with 1 minute and 45 seconds. They've got the Netta Boost. They'll have a Bomb Bob and a Beat Drop. Shikigami, they'll have pretty similar ults except down 1.
Yeah, they're going to have the overclock as well, which is why Polaris at the moment are making sure no main player is going to be caught out on that low ground. A lot of players taking off angles to try and circumvent, survive that Sojourn ultimate when it comes on through his stack. Sitting on that nano boost is going to give it to the D.Va to try and sustain them as they push forward and get into Whisper's face, denying the overclock and finding the damage that Shikigami were relying on turning this fight around. But even still, KJ is able to find the Ash!
Oh my gosh, after what an annoying play. The attempt from Terra was so smooth there, but they still gave up a kill, unfortunately. And Polaris, they're going to have to back up off the back of New Year's Kiss, who has been borderline the best player in the lobby.
Whisper has come alive on this map, and with 50 seconds left, Polaris have 2 ultimates to try and turn this around. They're able to find the first pick, though, onto Whisper, and just as we were loading their praises, Dustin, we've cast a curse. Without that main vein of damage, Shikigami have to allow the pillar to move a little bit closer and wait for the regroup.
Beat drop comes out. Bogglingly delays the payload now for New Year's Kiss to come back towards this fight. The lamp is utilized. So Bogglingly is going to be able to look for this D.Va bomber to the back line. But Terra, they found Spira, who was on the flank at the window. Now the bomb has to be dropped into the open. Can the hack come through and finish him off? No, because New Year's Kiss got Mixie. Quiet has the beat dropper to go. Now pops it because they know there's no EMP here. And off the back of this beat, they could push forward aggressively. Eventually, Bogglingly loses their mech. But the hack came through on the New Year's Kiss. Low HP Spiro's back onto Reaper now. The window is dropped in the main, so nobody can really touch first this window. New Year's Kiss gets cheap. The heals are here from Megatron. Overtime ticks down. Shikigami are heavily in the lead. And on the payload goes Terra. Lucio is trying to touch. Dax just respawn. Nobody's there. And Shikigami reclaim a map win, making the series 2-1. And the potential worst reverse sweep window has opened.
Dustin, we're off to push. We got to see it once earlier today. We're getting to see it again. Sheep may have taken play of the game, but honestly, Whisper has to take MVP. The amount of damage that Widowmaker did, the amount of time that you were able to save on your bank on point A and point B was crucial for Shikigami to be able to turn that around. Because again, if Polaris were coming in with time when they had point C and they were able to burn those ultimates out from that defense, starve them of those abilities, they would just have been able to build up to the EMP. And we saw how brutal those EMPs were in countering the opposing Baptiste's play. Every single amp matrix we saw when an EMP was available just led to an inevitable fight loss for Shikigami, because when you use the amp matrix, all of your players want to be sat behind it. Everyone's going to be clumped up. Everyone's going to want to use that window as an opportunity to open up that fight and get that damage multiplied, which means so many players are going to be hit by that EMP and face 40% increased damage from the Sombra, as well as those precious seconds where you're not able to use your abilities to disengage, which means for a Mercy, it's a death sentence.
It was expertly played by Shikigami, but everybody, we will be going to a short break. When we come back, we'll be seeing the map number 4, which, like you mentioned, Moxie, will be pushed. So you're not going to miss it. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. And my name is Dustin, joined by Moxie. And we are in the semifinals of Shikigami versus Altior Polaris. Polaris are fighting to get that spot versus the other Altiora team in the finals. But Shikigami are not giving up just yet. Although they fell down 2 maps, they just won the last map in this first of 3 series. Now we will be going to push Moxie, like you mentioned. What map are we going to get?
I mean, it's a little bit of an uphill battle for Shikigami, because not only if you lose one of these maps, you immediately lose that series and lose that potential first or second seeding, you also lose any control of the map that we get taken to. So I'm going to be very interested to see what exactly Polaris want to take it with. And I'm actually, not going to lie, very surprised that the fact that Colosseo is going to be the map that pops up, because Whisper on that Widow was instrumental in Shikigami getting to turn that map around. And Colosseo, especially with that first beginning fight, with how long that opening sightline is, becomes so brutal to try to deal with before the fight even begins. It does lose a little bit of its value as you move away from that first arena fight, but it can still find a lot of value looking for the off angles and the flanks. And I am absolutely positive that Whisper, at least for the beginning fight, is going to be looking to take full advantage of how that's going to play out.
Oh my god. Wait a second. Moxie. Jim has been subbed in on Shikigami for New Year's Kiss, aka Whispers. What? Where did that come from?
So this is actually very interesting. Jim, they tend to get subbed in either to play Widowmaker or to play Tracer. So we could actually see Shikigami, because it is very sort of vocalized. If you go to Colosseo, when you just suffered against a Widowmaker, you're going to try and either dive the Widow or just look for different rotations and rights to make sure that you're not going into line of sight. So again, when you have that first fight after the Widowmaker loses value, you can punish the fact that a lot of the fights take part in a little bit closer and more closed up line of sights, which means that Jim is able to come out on the Widow initially, and then being able to specialize into that Tracer can swap off and make sure you're still going to have a presence in the rest of the map.
All right, well, let's see if they can hit their shots leading into this next map on Colosseo, similarly to how New Year's Kiss was. And they're playing that Moira Ana composition. Spiro with the deflect gets KJ already off of the rip. So nice deflect from Spiro allows them to gain more space, with the fact they're also on Winston. And we're seeing quite the variation in compositions. Shikigami trying to prove that you don't need to play the Zarya composition, Zarya, Sojourn, Genji everywhere.
Yeah, you don't actually need to worry about the Zarya, because Winston just jumps past her. As we can see, bogglingly just moving into that backline and forcing Terra to not actually be able to push aggressively as you want with that Zarya, because you don't have the support and your team to back you up. What you do still have is a Sojourn with a Railgun charged up, and Jim is wiped off the face of the earth.
Yeah, KJ does get traded out from Boggling Lee at the same time. And Boggling Lee is just trying to deal with this Lucio, doing a great job of creating space. Now Spiro gets stacks as well. And at the same time, Terra, without a team, what do they do? And now Shikigami just keep pushing forward, keep building that Nano Boost ult charge. Tracers on them, force the recall eventually is sure to fall. Eventually the Winton and Megatron with the nade find them and take them out. But Altiora Polaris, all they have is this pulse bomb leading to the next fight, Moxie.
Yeah, Sheep has been able to build it up. Again, they're trying to deny that sustain that's available for the Winston, just as Shikigami are trying to go for that backline and deny the sustain that's there for Terra. So it is just a war of who can get to that backline better, who can take the supports off of this map. As a Nano Blade comes through on the side of Shikigami, immediately cuts through that lamp. And Mixfight actually has to use the barrier to try to save the team, but with that Nano, it's absolutely denied. And Spiro is still able to find the win, even with the support ultimate on the side of Polaris invested.
Great job from them. Sheep did use that pulse bomb mix. We did use that beat drop. And Shikigami, they've only had to commit 3 ultimates. Now that does lead Altiora Polaris to have an ultimate advantage coming into this next fight. But also, you have to bear in mind, Jim is in the lobby on this Widowmaker.
Well, it is going to be Polaris holding on to that Graviton quite on the mark and try to fade away from it. Fades actually into the back line. Damage orb comes through. Coalescence to catch on to the players and make sure that Polaris, even with the Graviton, have no players in position to be able to capitalize off of the back of it. You've seen it on Twitter. You've seen it on Reddit. Moira doesn't need to heal her team if side is dead.
Why is this working? How did they just do a Moira aggressive coalescence with just the damage? It's been a while since I've seen something like that, Moxie.
Well, it's very fitting that Shikigami is able to find that fight win, but they're still not able to push that bot as far as they would like. Jim on that off angle, trying to bait players of Polaris into walking out onto that ledge where the Widow's going to be able to chew through them as KJ operates that overclock. He comes through with the damage necessary to just push Shikigami away. They don't have the burst to be able to keep the Winston up, and without the tank's presence, they have to fall back.
Yeah, now they drop down lower. Get rid of Spiro. Chief does fall to Jim, so Jim will leave with a consolation prize, but they unfortunately will now be caught out by Mixby at the same time, and Polaris are finally being able to reclaim some space. They'll have that pulse bomb, they'll have a Baptiste window, but they don't really have to use any of it because they know that they don't have a Jim anymore. Now Jim swaps with the Sojourn at the same time. The window is popped. The Tracer all the way behind Moxie. They're going for a pulse bomb flank here at the same time. Now Terra pushes this front line past the Baptiste window so they don't get value. But Chief with the pulse bomb is here. Spiro with the blade into the back line. Gets two with the blade. Mixby and KJ both fall. Terra does as well. And that's about a wrap for Polaris here on this offensive push.
And Dax actually trying to use that lamp to try and keep themselves alive. Unfortunately, doesn't have it to bail the team out from, again, the Nanoblade wing condition that Shikigami are able to use to just roll through all members of Polaris who just, without that barrier, have no time to be able to react to the Genji. Sheep actually going to be going to that Reaper, trying to contest that Winston. The closer Buckling gets, the better the Reaper is going to be equipped to be able to use those twin shotguns to be able to deal with it.
The Coldplay again.
Quiet. Another fade into the back line, but the health bar doesn't actually allow her to go into that coalescence, and so Buckling is forced to actually use that primal to go in deeper. Has the jump pack to be able to escape, and Quiet still hit.
Yeah, they're still flanking this back line. KJ gets boggling lead. Eventually they fall. I like the effort, but you gotta do that every play. You're just gonna keep Moira diving into the back line. I respect it, but eventually they're gonna catch on, right?
Like I said, preventative healing, Dustin. It's the Zenyatta school of healing approach. So you can see Sheep just again closing up that distance. Does actually get reduced to half health. Does not get the opportunity to dive onto that Winston. Has to use the Ray form and a Zarya bubble to be able to get back to the rest of the team. But Terra sitting on that grab is going to make it a little bit harder for Shikigami to be able to keep themselves in control of this next fight. But it doesn't catch on to any of them.
A Nene grab. Oh, it's so unlucky. KJ goes into the back line with the overclock. Does trade out Quiet, so that could lead to something. But KJ for the Moira, I'm sure Shikigami are not fine with that trade because they have the coalescence. Polaris is, and they have the window with Reaper on the cart. So they're just going to keep doing pressure to this Winston and Tracer that keep trying to touch. But the Winston, it's nano boosted into the back line, trying to look for that Baptiste, trying to create pressure on him. Has to back out, though. The Coalescence is now back with Quiet because they can get back into this fight very, very fast. Now the Reaper ultimate lands, but no value just yet. Quiet gets stacked and traded out by Terra. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. Flex support for flex support. And Polaris come out on top with the back of that Reaper roll because Shikigami, they're going to set up this blade.
Yeah, Mixby though still holding onto that barrier, waiting for the Genji to show themselves. Jim looking for an opportunity to get that pulse bomb to connect onto the support, potentially trying to play out the ultimate so that Spirit is going to be set up, but the Genji is able to find the pick onto the Lucio, and Polaris immediately just having to turn tail and run to make sure that they're going to be able to find that regroup, wait for the Lucio to return, and use the Silent Barrier to try and live through this play, but it's allowing Bogglingly to build up to that primal, and it's getting stagger picks on the side of Polaris.
Pulse bomb out onto the Zarya from Jim. Takes down Sheep in the Terra. Dax falls as well. And Moxie, this is the problem with push in general, is once you already have 101 meters, it's such a long hill to climb. You have to win so many fights to cap out on Coliseum.
KJ is actually going onto the cast, accepting the fact that Shikigami are trying to go for this brawl style and just get into that face. So the closer you are, the better that magnet nade has an opportunity to hit onto some of these players. Buckling gets stuck by the magnet nade, gets taken down, but Spiro is in the back line. The Silent Barrier finally comes on through. The Spiro slashes at the cast, but doesn't manage to find the kill. Dax gets so much burst healing and will be able to survive the Genji blade, as it is now going to be Shikigami with no ultimates to try to survive in this next fight. Jim is off the Tracer, going for a Reaper of their own that they can try and use that Ray form to escape Terra's grab and the follow-through Ant Matrix that Dax can set into motion.
Yeah, we're seeing an absolutely huge variation in heroes played right now in this series. I think it's the most we've seen thus far in the tournament. Terra grabs boggling lead. That should just be a free team fight win for Altiora Polaris, and they have to keep pushing forward, but Jim gets 2 on the other side, gets 3 actually, and is still alive as well. Dax and Terra are still here, but they're purpled, they're anti-grenaded. Dax in fact got Sparrow on the other side. Jim still has the heals, can deal potentially with Terra in the 1v1, but the sleep dart from Megatron connects perfectly, and now they have to back up. Terra low, the Ancient Egg comes out onto the Baptiste, that allows Boggling Lee to go for that dive, and now it's the Zarya. They do zone Boggling Lee out, but it's Jim yet again. The sub coming in and allows them this to keep pressing forward with the W key. The Reaper play has been phenomenal from them, and Shikigami keep pressing forward with a minute left on the clock.
Shikigami, remember, have pushed that robot so far. Polaris have barely been able to scrape past the initial starting point, so they don't have those forward points. Shikigami is always going to be able to come back in first, but KJ is able to find Jim. The Reaper denied before the Death Blossom can be set on through. A minute left on the clock. Terra swapping onto the Orisa to try to counter that Winston, break the bubble as fast as possible, break the anchor that allows Shikigami to stay in these fights and sustain so that the DPS can go in and find those low health targets that the Winston has been able to burn down. And as a result, Polaris just gain control of the bot and have ultimates to try and snowball through this next fight with.
Sheep on the flank has that Reaper ult, but they're a little too far away. The walls are a bit too thick on this map. Now they know where they're coming from. Terra comes in on the Orisa. Reaper ult on both sides with a sleep dart from Megatron yet again. However, on the other side, Jim only got Dax, and now KJ gets 2 with the flashbang. Cass has been amazing, has been a must pick for KJ here. At the same time, Jim does get Terra, but KJ opened that up with the high noon off of the back after the back of Sheep's Reaper ultimate.
Again, Quiet getting stuck in that coalescence animation, not able to fade away from the cast. And remember, Deadeye now actually allows over defense for that cast to be able to survive. As Shikigami still holding on to this blade. Altiora Polaris not yet having that Terror Surge to be able to counter through. Shikigami start off with a pick onto the Lucio. No ability to be able to disengage when the blade comes out as Spiro goes in deep. Finds one, finds almost the Baptiste. The Ant Matrix comes on through, but that just sets in motion the deflects. And it's Shikigami walking away with push, surviving longer in this series. And Dustin, we don't just get to see 4 maps. We get to see 5.
I can't believe what's happening. Somehow Shikigami are making the reverse sweep happen, coming back in this series when all was seemingly lost. However, they've proven to have that backbone to continue on forward versus Polaris, and they're not trying to lose right now. They're going to go to this map 5. And Moxie, on a map 5, anything can happen between Shikigami and Polaris. But before that map 5, guys, we will be going to a short break. When we come back, we see the conclusion of this semifinals. Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup. You are joining us. We were going into a map 5 versus with Shikigami versus Polaris, and this matchup has been one to watch. You know, Polaris did go up 2-0 in the series, but Shikigami has clawed their way back, bringing us to a map 5, Moxie, which is going to be Control, right?
Yeah. So I think for Shikigami, like the reason that they were able to win push was because they were just able to find that beginning starting momentum. And a lot of it came down to the fact that they come out with a composition that I don't think Polaris were expecting. And we saw Polaris really cycling through all of the different heroes that they tried to use to be able to counter the composition that Shikigami were running. And that's something that you can really use moving into this next control map because of how diversive control maps can be in terms of which map that you're able to find and what meta composition you want to actually run out with, and especially as we head into Lijiang Tower. Before Busan came through, this was really that control map where we would see a lot of diversity in terms of the comps from map to map. As it is, you know, Gardens is some way where you can run things like the Pharah. You want to try and just cross over the bridge as fast as possible. So we'd see things like the Winston being run. And then when you head over to somewhere like Mecha Base, that's actually where things like the Reinhardt and the Zarya, because of how close those fights, those spacings force you to be, that's where those melee fighters really come into their own in terms of that tank lineup.
And the conclusion of this series will be happening on Lijiang Tower, like you said, and then also on Control Center, in which both teams are sure are TP'd out. And you think we'll see that Reaper? Jim's still in the server, by the way, instead of New Year's Kiss, aka Whispers. So because of that, yeah, we probably will see that Reaper, right?
Yeah, and I mean, this is actually one of those maps where the Symmetra could actually genuinely be a pick, as opposed to on control maps where we normally just see that Sim use that TP. Mecha Base was one of those maps where Sim was coming into her own. You could use those turrets to be able to connect onto all of those players and catch them out in the server side room, and it's exactly what Shikigami are actually opting into, running both the Mei and the Sim so much slow effect to try and make sure that these players on Polaris' side get stuck on that front line and have to take the Ryan's damage for as much as possible. But Polaris with that Lucio able to just dance around the comp and immediately make sure, even with the slowing effect, they've still got the speed to be able to escape.
And we see exactly why this composition with this Zarya, Sojourn, Genji, Lucio, Kariko is so popular, because they just have so much damage as well. And now the deflect comes out early from Sheep, already up to 60% built on that blade. Terra has to look for these right clicks as Shikigami push forward on towards this point. At the same time, KJ looking for these railgun shots onto the back line. Gonna have a shot available and finds it on the Jim, who is on the Symmetra. Now the Baptiste low. Terra taken down extremely low themselves, but at the same time, they do have that Suzu to keep them healthy. And KJ hit 3 railgun shots in a row, make it 4. And Alteria Polaris already create such a dominant fight win on this round.
Yeah, so that Sojourn from KJ just punishes the second that Jim on that Symmetra was away from their Reinhardt shield. Luckily still sticking on that one. It is effectively going to be a free shout out aside from those Zarya bubbles, as we see Sheep going in with that Genji blade, cuts through the lamp, cuts through the entirety of Shikigami's team after.
Sheep decided to come online here on this last map. Oh, almost the pin from boggling into the spawn. They only have a They have a Shattered Beat Drop of Mail coming up, Moxie, but Alteria, they've only used that Genji blade.
Yeah, Alteria going to be sitting on a lot of control in terms of entrance on this choke as well, which is something that Buckley has got to watch. You can already see Polaris using that Lucio to be able to back on up. Kitsune Rush, try and make sure that Shikigami don't have any time to be able to set that Shatter into motion as they move through from chokes. That Polaris now have been able to occupy so much open space. Hardly any of this team are going to be hit by the Shatter even when it hits.
Did hit, but the beat drop was countered by Mixv at the same time. The Mail came out, gets onto the Zarya, but they don't have the fall through damage. Finally, now they do. Terra goes down, so does Mixv, but Sheep is still in this fight. And as long as Sheep is here, it's winnable, but bogglingly shuts everything down. Hammer greater than Blade. So they'll flip the point, get a team wipe, but Polaris, they have 94% on the board.
Yeah, it's effectively one fight necessary for Polaris to be able to win. Shikigami going to be coming towards that Death Blossom, but it can just be cut down very quickly, especially since they're not really going to have a sound barrier to buffer that Reaper's health. You're going to be relying on something like the Suzu to guarantee that Jim is going to be able to survive the second that they actually decide to use that ultimate, as Polaris able to push themselves back onto that point, forcing Shikigami to turn around and open the fight up.
Jim now forced to fade, has that Reaper ultimate in just a moment, has it ready to go, but it's taken out by Terra before they could even use that ultimate. Now Bogglingly gets Terra, Mixed Feed gets Megatron. It's looking rough for Shikigami, who has that Reaper ult. They'll have it on the comeback. They might just give up the point, try to regroup, but it's going to be against the Genji Blade yet again, and Terra's coming back on to that Reinhardt. But no, they still want to delay this point. Quiet goes down to Sheep. They're having more members come in. Throw the Suzu out. They have only this Reaper on the point. The Reaper ult's coming in. Is it enough? It gets one, but the shield is zoning it off yet again. Terra gets Megatron. Now Jim's forced to fade, taken out by KJ after said fade. Now the blade lands for Sheep, but KJ's there to fall through, and the rest of the damage is online for Polaris. Shikigami can't even touch. And now we're going to round 2 while Polaris is up 1 on the Zhang Tower.
Yeah, so control center for Shikigami is lost the second. Unfortunately, that Jim is kited away and trying to chase after that Lucio. It's really smart gameplay coming through from Polaris. They know that the Death Blossom is going to be in position. They make sure that they don't walk into the Reaper as a full team. Instead, it's only the Lucio that then baits Jim to walk out in front of the Sojourn, who is just looking to get that Reaper down, force out the Wraith, then follow through with the kill to make sure that everyone on the side of Shikigami weren't able to use choke to really be able to gatekeep how we saw Polaris move on to that point. As we head over towards Gardens, and immediately the comps are going to switch on up. We're going to be back onto that Pharah, which was something that Polaris really struggled with the most in this series when we saw their iteration of Circuit Royale.
Yeah. Bogglingly now goes to that point on the Wrecking Ball, and they plan to run a similar strategy as they do on Circuit Royale, but Spiro already finds that. Jims gets KJ as well, and now the rest of Polaris have to kind of back up towards this white room as they can't even touch the point, so it's going to start in favor of Shikigami.
Yeah, again, just getting to use the fact that the skybox is so tall for this Pharah to be able to push on forward. Bogglingly creating so much space and distraction so that Spiro is not going to be contested when they're looking for those 2-tap connections with Megatron on that Mercy, boosting and swooping that damage on through. And we're not actually going to see a composition switch coming on out from Altiora's side. KJ is going to be sticking on that Surgeon, trying to find those snipes onto these players. But what there is on the other side is so much stall potential with this ball, and Tracer just playing footsie on that point, making it so hard for Polaris to actually gain a single foothold.
Terra gets Jim, so now they're on the Tracer, but Spiro's still in this fight, drops the barrage, can't find that Lucio. It's actually deflected back into Spiro, and now Terra gets Megatron as well, so Polaris somehow make a comeback here versus the barrage, but Bogglingly here is to delay, but unfortunately can't delay for too much longer, and without a lot of heals is going to die awfully quick. But now Quiet goes down as well. The delay won't be coming in anymore for Shikigami, and Polaris flip the point.
Stall is going to be available, as well as potential peel for this grab that's going to be coming through from Polaris in this next fight. Terra has that graviton available. Dax about to hit that rush, but Bogglingly can actually circumvent both with those hammer mines dropped in front of it to try and deter any follow-through damage. Shikigami as well playing a very split composition, so the grab's not going to find a lot of value with how mobile all of these players are. They just decide to go point, throw the hammer mines and force Polaris into giving the flip or walking into the mines and taking the damage.
Yeah, Valkyrie's out for Megatron, but they're down Jim. Jim's going to have to come back. Terra with the Graviton Surge, looking for Bogglingly or just about anybody, because Shikigami can keep playing around this point and zoning it out. So they come to the point. Now Jim does get KJ, but the grab, it's big. It lands on the 2, and the Pulse Bomb goes in, but Terra just blocks it with the shield. However, Spiro did get Dax at the same time. Bubble comes out from Terra. Now he doesn't have any. Spiro's still on the point, building that barrage, but at the same time, Terra found Quiet, and Blade is now here for Sheep. Does it find the Pharah Genji or Pharah Mercy in the sky? Finds the Mercy. There's one, but the barrage is out here, and actually Spiro gets 2, but Terra gets the fall through damage, gets the kill onto Spiro, and KJ is here with the follow-up damage, and it's only Bogglingly, so Shikigami have to back up and allow Polaris more space.
You want a crossfire, Polaris will give you one. Run into the Genji Blade or run into the Disruptor Orb. Beautiful to be able to pin down Megatron, clip the Mercy's wings, and make sure that she's not able to escape away. And without a lack of healing, Shikigami just not able to keep themselves in that fight, as it took so long that we're heading towards final fight territory. Dax now going to use that rush, trying to bait out even more point percentage, but Jim goes forward. Quiet again with the aggressive coalescence, catching on to all of the players. who are trying to use that pathway and get the reduced cooldowns, baiting them into the Moira ultimate, and Shikigami sweep a full team kill.
And now you're on this Pharah Genji composition. You rarely see many teams actually recontest well with the Pharah composition, but Dax now onto that Baptiste instead of Kariko. They move forward onto this white room. Hope they're looking to fight over there. But guess what, Moxie? Spear's going to have that barrage.
That's the one thing that Polaris are very much aware of, taking the longer rotation, trying to keep themselves out of line of sight for as long as possible. But Bogglingly has been able to use that space to build up those mines. Barrage comes through, but it's all just stall tactics. So that Shikigami can just keep as much point percentage as possible.
Terra's still here, though, on the point with the beat drop. They actually have been popping off high charge. Dealing with this Pharah is Terra, and the grab comes out as well. Can Terra do this by themselves? No, they have Sheep as well, but they're still alive. The boops are here, but it's not going to get Terra off the map. They're too aware of those angles, and now Bogglingly can't even touch. KJ gets quiet on the fallback. The point is sure to flip. However, Jim will be back with the blade, looking for Terra. Terra's out of bubbles, but Sheep is there with the damage. Jim down to 1 HP, has to blade with 28 health. They have to touch. Sheep gets the deflect, gets the kill. Terra's there onto Megatron as well, and Polaris have stamped their way into the finals. Almost reverse heat from Shikigami was stunted, and Altiora Polaris will be taking on another one of their teams in Artemis in the grand finals.
Grand final's going to be Altiora versus Altiora, but it is Altiora Polaris walking away with the match win over Shikigami, denying that reverse sweep with some really well-placed target focus coming on through, knowing that the supports are what sustains that composition, that without the Mercy, the Pharah is virtually useless. The second she shows her face, you are just going to be able to two-tap her. The same for the Hammond. Without that amount of healing that the Moira is bursting through your health bars, you're not able to just keep yourself swinging on that point, because remember, the Hammond's grapple got a major nerf moving forward in Overwatch, and the fact that you can only run it for a maximum of 6 seconds before you're immediately automatically unclipped, so you're not able to keep yourself mobile and unkillable just by using the mobility that is there over for other players, which means that if you don't have the support sustaining you, the Hammond's going to be able to make it, 10 seconds, and then you're just going to be busted down.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a good point. It's really hard to run that, but congratulations to Polaris. We will be talking to one of the members of Altiora Polaris in an interview right after a short break, guys, so you're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back in just a moment. What a series, man. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup. And we just watched a barn burner of a series with Altura Polaris versus Shikigami. And now we have one of the winners. We have Sheep, the Genji player for Polaris. How are you doing? Congratulations on the win. How are you feeling?
Sweating. So nervous still. There's so much adrenaline.
Well, congratulations on the win. It was a very long series indeed. And I think the biggest question for me in terms of the entire scope of the series was definitely the team's decision to take the push map to Colosseo, given how much you struggled against the Widow. Was there a specific reason you wanted to run that map?
We knew that all the push maps were like kind of good Widow maps there. And so we just thought, well, Colosseo is like the easiest one for us, I think, and the one we like scrim the most. So it was really just like what we were comfortable on. But then we ended up like playing Mystery Heroes, and that kind of lost us the map. So unlucky.
Was that a part of the strategy, like to kind of go for that Mystery Hero swap?
I think we got a little like mixed up by them like switching their comp off of Zotes. And so we were like, what are we supposed to do? And so we just started doing it back, and we did it a lot worse. So unlucky.
We also as well saw a major change up for Shikigami in terms of what they ran on Mecha Base and what they ran on Gardens. Running against a Reinhardt Zarya and Mei versus a Pharmacy Hammond, which of the team did you find a little bit easier and preferring to actually get to run against?
Sorry, I don't think I quite understand what you're asking.
So did you find it easier to be able to counter the Reinhardt Mei Symmetra on Mecha Base, or was it easier countering the Hammond Pharmacy on Gardens?
It was way easier. I think Mecha Base is Busan, right? But this is Lijiang. On Lijiang, the Rhine was like so easy to punish, honestly, because like we can just collapse around them and we can just burst the damage way higher than them. Their comp is around like poke and like getting a like tank poked out, right? And like ours is to just burst, and they can't really stop that burst with just a Rhine. You really need the bubbles.
Well, that sounds about right. And I guess to move forward, I guess more towards you, Sheep, on Genji. I mean, you look phenomenal, but specifically playing the Genji, how has it been like just playing Genji in the current meta? Because personally, I've tried to transition after playing a bit of Kuriko over to Genji to kind of figure out how it works, because kind of both characters play the same.
Yeah.
Would you say like a lot of the skill cap of Genji is kind of figuring out like when to play aggressive and when to just kind of play back and poke?
Exactly. It's like a really risk versus reward game, and you have to like tiptoe on a tight line, basically. Like, because at any second, you know, the enemy Genji is trying to kill you and take the 1v1, the Sojourn trying to rail you, the Zarya is trying to beam you. Like, everyone on the enemy team is basically focusing Genji as default. And so it makes it really like scary to poke as Genji, which I usually like doing a lot, but there's like Railgun is just so good. It makes it scary. So it's a lot. It is a lot about just like watching for opportunities to punish and like really just listening to your teammates on like when they call someone low or something, because that's like you can't like hero Genji unless you're like insanely mechanically cracked.
Yeah. And like have really high sense too. Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, and I just like no, I'm a low sense gamer. I can't do that. I'm not. I like Genji a lot though. I think what's cool about Genji in this meta is that like, you know, you do get to control the tempo of the fight somewhat with like Blade, and like if you get a pick, and you also get to like have a lot of fun just like finding really weird angles to like come in from. I think on Oasis I did like a sneaky little like wall climb up, and I got a free pick on their Sojourn, and it's stuff like that that like makes it fun to just like look for weird angles.
Yeah.
So talking of scary, we obviously sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
So talking of scary, we know that you're going to be headed into the matchup against Altura Artemis, a team that are currently undefeated. How is the team feeling, and do you have any specific strategy so that you can be the first ones to hand them their first loss?
Well, they are obviously really strong, and when we went against them, we kind of felt like we were super tired, and we hadn't properly like taken the time to rest and like take drinks and snack breaks throughout the day. And today we really like tried to focus on giving everyone breaks and stuff so that we could go in with like a more full mindset. And like our biggest strat, I think now is like, it's not even anything secret. We just try to keep comms up. We just try to like keep really clear and concise comms, and like try to like really focus on the targets and like our fight plans and stuff. And I think our biggest secret is that before every map we do 10 jumping jacks together, and I think it helps.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I believe it was it Dax that said that yesterday on the interview as well. Yeah, that's so
Oh.
smart. I mean, it keeps you guys going, right?
I mean, it's just nice. I love this team. This is my favorite team I've been on, I think. All of them are so sweet and so supportive, and we all just want to like play to our best ability and have fun. And it's just so cool to have this tournament, and it's just so cool. Everything's so cool.
Yeah. Well, it's good to hear from you, Sheep. Thank you for
Yeah.
coming for the interview, and good luck in the grand finals. It's awesome you guys are there.
Thank you. It was absolutely insane meeting you. I used to watch your podcast before Al, and I would go crazy about it.
Don't bring that up.
Okay.
It's gone. It's
Thank
gone
you.
now, sadly. Thank you, Sheep. It was good
Well, I
talking to you.
appreciate
Good to
it.
meet you.
See ya.
All right. Well, hopefully we have a good grand finals with Sheep. I'm sure they're going to put up a good fight as well in the rest of both of the Altiora teams. But we'll give both teams a little bit of a break here, and we'll be going on a break as well. So we'll see you guys in just a bit before the grand finals. See you in a second. Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup Grand Finals with myself, Dustin Bowerman, joined by Moxie. And Moxie, it's been a heck of a day leading all the way up to this qualifier's Grand Finals. We go back and we look at our playoffs, and through this tournament, we've had ups and downs, but at the end of the day, Altiora's in the Grand Finals still.
It feels like ever since we sort of looked at the teams that were participating as well, Altiora has been one of those names that has just always popped up. For me, it's always been Altiora Artemis, the favorites on paper, still the favorites as well when we saw them perform. They came in off of the Swiss stage with a absolute jaw-dropping record of 6-0. They breezed through the grand finals in their matchup earlier against 130 overtime. And it is going to be Altiora Artemis going toe-to-toe with Altiora Polaris to try to figure out which of these teams is going to be able to pick up that highest seeding as we move and look towards both the second qualifier in November and then the main event in December. And just look at this roster and just let it sink in, the sheer amount of raw talent that is on display for all of these players, because this lineup is just absolutely stacked.
Yeah, not only have they played for fantastic teams, but they also are high ranked on the ladder, each and every one of them. But on the other side, their opponents, Polaris for Altoria as well, like we mentioned in the grand finals, literally just played. So hopefully they've had some time to eat some snacks and recoup, like Sheep said. So maybe they'll be back in order, ready to go for this match, Moxie. But any last thoughts, I guess, on Polaris before they fight yet again?
I think for Polaris, well, we talked to Sheep after their matchup against Shikigami, and they did actually confess when they lost, actually went up against Artemis. A lot of the team members were very, very tired, and that can really run you off course in these longer matchups. So I think it really is very important that they're able to continue and fight through that exhaustion, because they've had a 5-minute break after being able to walk away with a very long series up against Shikigami that went the distance, full 5-map series, and now they have to come back in again and do it all over, starting off on control once more and going up against the favorite team of the entire tournament.
Yeah, and that's going to be intimidating for them. However, Sheep, like they mentioned, when they played against Artemis before in the Swiss round, yes, they lost, but Sheep mentioned how she said that the team goes for snack breaks, recuperates, and got full today before matches, which does mean a lot, right? However, I mean, sometimes you can't overthink like the energy aspect of it. Hopefully Polaris aren't doing that. Maybe they're staying focused and ready to go for Artemis, but like you mentioned, Artemis, I would say they're pretty strong favorites coming into this, but Moxie, there's a 100% chance an Altiora team is going to win, right?
Yeah, Dustin, honestly, we don't need to be able to see into the future. No crystal balls necessary. An Altiora team is indeed going to be taking first place, and can you believe it? An Altiora team is also going to be taking second, as that has already been determined. It is just a matter of which team it's going to be. I, for one, I'm going to be looking forward to this matchup between the two. I think we could be in for a very long series, and heading off onto Busan, I'm very excited to get to see if we're going to have any sort of variance on the compositions coming on through, whether both teams are going to be sticking with that Zarya, whether we're going to see a move away to the Pharah, as it was actually something that we got to see Polaris trying to use in places like Circuit Royale to be able to negate a lot of those entrance points where you have to really brute force your way around those corners and really risk life and limb to be able to just get a little bit of space.
Yeah, and now we'll be moving over, like you mentioned, to Busan, and a map where, I mean, we haven't seen these teams play just yet in the playoffs, and I think specifically for Busan, we'll probably see more of that Zarya comp with the Lucio, with the Kariko, with the Sojourn, with the Genji, right? Both of these teams have been playing that composition for the entirety of this tournament for the last 2 days, and it makes sense why they have been. Both teams are amazing on those compositions and also on their heroes respectively. Who would you say, Moxie, that we would have to look out for individually leading into this grand finals?
Individually, I have to say, I think a lot of power does come onto those supports, just making sure that everyone is sustained. But in terms of lead up to those fights, so much importance is placed on both the Sojourn and the Genji in terms of having that aggression, finding that first pick that allows you the numbers advantage. So even if both supports are still alive, you just have that extra player still around, still brute forcing out the damage that you're able to steamroll over the other side. And it's not going to be Mecha Base up first. It's not going to be downtown. We are going to be headed off towards Sanctuary. This is maybe one of those maps where we do get to see a little bit of deviation away from the Zarya, just with how long it can take to be able to ingress into those places where you do want to brute force attack.
Yeah, we could see that Wrecking Ball come through, but no. Elam sticking on the Zarya, Genji, Sojourn on both sides. Nobody opting for a Widowmaker, in both teams kind of playing this semi-brawl format with the Sojourn, Genji as their DPS lineup. Both teams move forward towards this drum on the left side, but Polaris are the ones to make the move first, forcing Elam to actually sit back towards the back side of the choke and bubble their Genji, who is low on the left side, as H-Key's over there. But actually, it is Polaris who are the first ones to make the aggressive push, as Artemis look to make that rotation already towards the right side of the point. But Polaris are very well aware, and Terra's the one to go first. Using both of their bubbles, have to back up towards this point. The Sojourn goes low, forcing the Suzu out. And Bun stays alive last second. But Polaris, they still have point control. They get the point flip, and actually above the point is H-Key and Terra. They find H-Key first after a lengthy first fight. Terra with high charge is the one to snowball and run down Artemis.
So you can see that Artemis really wants to try and deny Terra's existence. H-Key going on forward actually baits that Suzu out from Dax, as you pointed out, when both bubbles have been exhausted, trying to keep that Zarya up. The problem is, no one's actually able to follow one through, and Terra is fully charged up. The second that HK tries to make that movement and take the Zarya off the table, the Genji goes into the melee's quarter, and Terra just is able to beam her down. And it means, with all of the damage Terra was just blitzing onto the members of Artemis, she's going to be coming into this next fight with a Graviton.
Yeah, and there's that grab. Lands onto the Lucio, so they could get that kill very fast, even through that Suzu. And that they do. Elam is not even close to their grab just yet. No ultimates built either for Artemis. So they're just going to have to back up and wait for Halo to respawn. But Polaris, they're ready to go already with the Kitsune Rush. They have it for this next fight. It's all on Elam to see how fast they get that Graviton Surge to stop that Kitsune Rush from dealing damage.
They're also not playing up close. They know that the Graviton is potentially going to be coming online for Elam. They want to hold on to the barrier for when HK hits that blade. And with the Kitsune Rush coming out for both of these teams, that's actually going to benefit Polaris, who have that distance and can actually find the opening pick onto HK. Genji denied, no blade opportunity for Artemis. Halo forced to use the sound barrier to try and keep this team alive in this fight, to turn it around, as Wick and Elam are able to find the picks. But it's still sacrificing so many ultimates that Artemis really needs to hold on to.
Yeah, sadly, they're not going to have them for next fight. They'll only have that blade. However, it can't get Graviton surged, and it'll be against an overclocking Sojourn. So pretty great first push for Polaris, as they kind of had that warm-up match leading into this one.
They have all of the power as well in this next fight. Artemis literally have their back against the wall. If they lose this next fight, no one is really going to be in position or time to be able to hit that overtime. And so Polaris, with this overclock, can either sideline out HK's blade or use it to bait the Genji close and force them to try to deal with that Sojourn as the blade comes through. But there's just no follow-up damage from Artemis. They can't move forward to help the Genji out, otherwise they walk into the overclocking Sojourn.
No, Zarya bubbles used both ultimates down. Now it's dry fight versus dry fight. Terra 60-70% on that grab. And Terra has been a difference maker, running down Bunt, down to 1 HP, gets the Suzu, still alive, 5 seconds till they get another bubble. And they go down a little too far. Halo and Wicca turn it back. KJ does get H-Key, and now a reset has to come through for Polaris. But luckily, they didn't give too much ult charge to Artemis.
Artemis, however, are about to be hitting both the Graviton and the Rush at the exact same time. For Polaris, they're only really coming in with that grab. And even when there's no sound barrier on the other side, we have seen that Rush allowing, with the faster cooldowns, sustain for the other team when they're stuck inside it.
Yeah, now Terra's bolt that grab, goes in, grabs the backline, catches out Halo once more. Do they actually find the kill, though? No, this time Halo escapes with their life. And Wicca pops the Kitsune Rush. Dax doesn't have theirs just yet, but Terra does get HQ on the other side. The Kitsune Rush not available. The Graviton Surge, this time by Elam, is huge. Halo with the follow-up shots. Bun is there, 85%. Artemis has turned this fight around.
one fight left on the table for both of these teams. Bun and Halo coming in with ultimates on the side of Artemis. Polaris sitting on this Kitsune Rush. Terra onto that Winston just to try and jump past the Grindful setup for Artemis to hit the overtime, allowing Jack to come in with that rush and set these members up to try and get that damage to connect. But Artemis just pulled back, break line of sight to make sure that they're not going to be caught out.
Sheep, the deflect hits onto Bun, goes onto the back line, but being tracked down by Zarya. The beat drops committed by both teams. HK will be coming up in a blade, so will Sheep, and Sheep is looking for the Zarya. Elam taken down very, very low. Will they fall? Doesn't look like it just yet. The blade has to be popped, and now it is there. Bun's coming back to the overclock, can't find anybody else, but Terra is there onto Halo, and the low sense gamer of Sheep open things back up. HK's back with a blade. Could they do this in overclock? No, because Terra with the Winston damage is too much, and against all odds, Polaris will take round one over their counterparts in Artemis.
So honestly, that rush with KJ as well set up on that Sojourn is instrumental in allowing Polaris that control, because from the back of it, everyone is already hiding. No one is actually able to step away from the cover. So when Sheep is able to infiltrate in on that Genji, no one's able to move away. The deflect comes on through off of Bun trying to snipe the Genji when she gets close. And as a result, Polaris are able to tip the scales in terms of the numbers that are set up on that point and are able to regain power and control. And heading into downtown, Artemis, a team that usually have been able to walk these control maps 100-0, are for the first time struggling.
Yeah, it's a huge surprise coming out of them, but maybe it was that match warm-up that Polaris had before Artemis did, in terms of the little bit of a break that Artemis had before the next match, which is this one. But now, Polaris, they take that Mega Side Moxie. They're going around the back. Elam forced to use the bubble early, and so is Terra. Now Terra has one more bubble ready to go, ready to use it on the Genji, who they want to dash in and get on that Sojourn to make sure they can't get that beam one shot. Now Terra looking towards that Sojourn. Next sets their eyes on Elam, who gets Suzu'd early. Forced to drop towards that point. Polaris has the high ground, which can't be too beneficial until Sheep drops. But it's into a Sojourn Disruptor shot, so it's a trade 1-for-1. But Terra, still alive, still high charge, gets their counterpart Zarya, and just keeps running at Artemis, and really has been a huge difference maker for Polaris to keep winning in these fights. But HK, they bring it back. They did get the Kariko of Dax, but as long as Terra's still alive, if they're full health, it doesn't even matter if you're missing your Kariko.
Yeah, and it's actually a very aggressive dive coming through from Wiki, using that swift step to try and support HK when they were able to take that Kiriko on the other side out to see if they could turn that fight around before the reinforcements from Polaris were able to arrive in full. And it means that they get staggered out. HK, however, building towards that blade, Wicked towards that first rush. Dax going down a little bit earlier does mean they're behind in ultimate percentage, but Terra on this Zarya with those bubbles getting to eat into all of the poke phase damage that Artemis are trying to open up a shot with. Charging up that Zarya beam is going to be absolutely monstrous when Artemis get close.
Terra has the backup. Now Elam going towards that point. High charge, Kitsune Rush available for Wicca before anything else, and Terra gets picked off early. But before the Kitsune Rush is here, KJ on the top side with Mixfy rips off the head of Bond and gets HK as well. The beat drop before it could hit, unfortunately, was not there in time to save their teammate. And now, with that overclock is on towards the point with the beat drop in Sheep's Blade. So they do take down Elam even after ultimates were committed from Halo. Artemis are going to back up once again.
Artemis thought with a lack of Zarya for Polaris, they would be able to turn that fight around. So much damage and space creation denied for Polaris, and that actually forced the Sheep into using that blade to be able to secure Polaris' continued presence on that point. What that means is Terry comes back in with the grab on, and it's huge!
Follow up the damage. Everything is just a wipe for Artemis. Now, Artemis, maybe if they die fast, they can get another fight here, but 83%. Dax has the Kitsune Rush. Do we see yet again a Kitsune Rush spawn camp? No, not today. But they're ready to fight with this Kitsune Rush. They might even take a dry fight here because Artemis, they're sure to want to commit all of their ultimates.
Artemis have to win this next fight. Wicca throwing in that rush. Elam going in with that graviton. Bun even throwing the overclock on top. And Polaris, they do answer back with a rush of their own. However, so many ultimates were pulled from the side of Artemis. 3 to be able to secure the continuation of this map. HK is going to be coming in with that blade, surely trying to land it onto those members of Polaris, punishing the fact that they're going to be coming through from that choke. It's so easy for the Genji to just use the stepping stones when those dash resets come through. Goes in with the blade, isn't able to find anything just yet until that kill onto the Kiriko guarantees the dash reset to be able to land onto Sheep. And off of the back of a Genji blade, Artemis keep themselves alive.
That's one fight for Artemis. They've got to win at least 2 more here coming into this fight. KJ will have that overclock in which Artemis has to be very well aware of, because Moxie, they have no ultimates for this next fight. Like we mentioned before, they used them in the previous fight, and now into the back line, Sheep goes, and Halo, they found Mixby early. They found the counterpart with this dry fight. KJ does get one, but the reset has to come yet again for Polaris. 50% on the board for Artemis. They have to win now with this next ultimate coming in with Sheep's Blade and KJ's ult.
It's the overclock, though. And KJ has been so good at using that overclock. Just the presence of one of those ultimates could just break choke control for Artemis entirely. But Polaris actually going to be taking that cliffside approach, making sure that they're going to be able to take that fight a little bit more into the open, setting KJ up to power slide onto the high ground and catch out those members of Artemis. But Halo uses it to bait Dax into an environmental knock.
Oh no, they've got to be feeling bad after that one. Now Sheep goes with the blade into the backline, but it's countered by a beat drop. In 83% on the board, the staggers come through. They're going to have to touch last second with a beat drop, but HQ will build that blade. Bun will build that overclock in the spawn camp on the Kariko. Could that happen? That's humongous. Dax isn't there anymore. Mixby's got a touch with the beat drop yet alone. 97, 98. Can anybody even touch in time? They do. So they have the Diva, but it's caught in the Graviton Surge. The beat drop is here onto the point, but it is a sloppy re-engage, allowing Artemis to take this to round number 3.
Yeah, Polaris unfortunately punished for just that little misplay. When we saw Artemis throw in 3 ultimates, and we said, okay, as long as Polaris go for a dry fight, they're coming to this next one with Rush. They have all of the power. They can use Rush to be able to break choke and make sure that they don't just get stipended by the ultimate economy that is always going to be in power of the team in possession of choke because of the amount of spam damage you do before those fights begin. And unfortunately for Polaris, they do rise to the bait. They do use the Rush to try and return into Artemis's aggression, and as a result, they get bitten by the ultimate economy, turning the tides against them.
In Moxie, we are in a recession, so each ultimate really matters. The ultimate economy is at an all-time low, so not everybody is building ultimates as quick as they once were.
Stonks unfortunately decreasing, as it is going to be off to Mecha base. No one going to be changing composition. These players just knowing that that meta is so powerful, the damage that you can output as well as the survivability rivals absolutely no other hero at the moment, as KJ is able to find HK again. That Genji looking for that dive, but punished by Polaris, who know that HK is just an anchor for Artemis to find those kills off the back of.
I love this. This is so good from Polaris to actually play aggressive over a team they've lost to before. Usually teams might have a mental barrier, but not in Polaris' situation, Moxie. They've just put the pedal to the metal in this matchup.
Yeah, if you hesitate, you allow way too much power to fall into HK's hands, and she is just going to steamroll over you with that Genji. But we can see the second that Artemis show themselves, Polaris are punishing, taking advantage of the fact that they have that choke, that Zarya is getting so much damage to be able to connect with those secondary fires. The primary beam out going in, forcing Artemis to try and escape up onto that high ground, which means that so many of those bubbles from Elim already going to be used early, so that Sheep can look for that dash to actually land into a kill.
Dax gets one as well to trade it back. Sheep trying to look for something, but Elim in the entire time has been pumping in damage into the backline and into Terra. And now Artemis do flip this point as well at about 35%. And yeah, there's the flip. Now Artemis, they don't have any ultimates, but neither does Polaris. However, Terra, they built the grab even in the loss.
Yeah, but Wicker is so close to that rush as well. So it really is going to be a race between which of these teams is going to be more aggressive.
What?
But that early pick, Wicker able to find the kunai shot onto Sheep, forces
NG
Polaris back, and Wicker hits Rush before Terra.
That is a kunai diff versus the Genji. Who is better, the Genji with the shurikens or the Kuriko with the kunai? Terra now comes back in to try to equalize things. Use the Graviton Surge on the Zarya. Forces bubbles out and the Suzu. Is the peel there? It's not enough to save Wicca. At the same time, the heals are here now. Sheep pops the blade down to 1 HP. Gets traded out by H-Key, who is going deep onto the Kuriko on the other side. Halo's there with the follow-up damage, and Dax falls as well. So Artemis, although it was a very tough one, Terra used the Graviton Surge, Sheep used the blade. You've got to feel good as Artemis about that.
Yeah, Sheep trying to punish the fact that when you run that rush, you want to be playing on the path of it, so everyone's going to be in distance of the Genji blade. Unfortunately, you're not able to find the value with it, and now Artemis are coming in full control of choke. Graviton, the second Polaris, show their face. They try and use the rush, but it's a little bit too late. The animation startup finishes, but the team is already in pieces, as it's just a combination of Graviton into Genji Blade. H-Key has absolutely no respect, and just ninja warriors for the entire team.
Hopping on over now to the Sojourn ultimate and the beat drop coming into this fight. Polaris have nothing besides a beat coming up in just a second, so Mixby's gonna have to get a big one, either versus overclock or to counter beat. Mixby decides to pop it now to make sure the team doesn't die to this overclock, but at the same time, Terra is being hard focused by Artemis. They want to run him down. Target focus is so crucial, and Artemis has perfected the calls, and they get Sheep, they get Dax. Nobody else can touch for Polaris, and although they dropped one round, Artemis are looking to make a stamp on their finale of Busan. Altaria Artemis win map number 1.
Well, it wasn't a map drop, but it was still a round drop, and I think we could be in for a very interesting series. The problem is, for Polaris, just a little bit of ultimate restraint absent for this team. Twice now we've seen them being baited into using those ultimates, and twice it's meant that they just have not been able to break that barrier of choke, something that Artemis, with that control over the ultimate economy, is just able to continuously cycle those very aggressive pushes, waiting for Polaris to show themselves before going in with those ultimates and immediately picking off those players, either off of the back of grabs, Kitsune rushes, or blades. And every single time, unfortunately for Polaris, they've tried to answer back with ultimates of their own, but either because it's a little bit too late or the animation takes a little bit too long, they've used the ultimates but not find any of the power that they should bring, and as a result, it's bitten them in pushes further along the line.
It's so hard for Polaris, but they can still make a reverse sweep in this, or not reverse sweep, sorry. They can still win map number 2. We'll be going to a short break, everybody. When we come back, we'll see you in just a bit. everybody, to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. We are in the grand finals with myself, joined by Moxie, casting for you guys today. And in this series, it's been pretty neck and neck, to be honest. On the first map on Busan, unfortunately for Artemis, they did fall down to one round. However, Polaris unfortunately dropped the next two to Artemis to win Artemis the map. And Moxie, you talked about before the series, Artemis, they were a pretty solid heavy favorite coming this next map. So which map do you think Polaris will choose coming into this next map?
I mean, I probably shouldn't answer that given the fact that we
we see it right here.
The answer.
Yeah.
I mean, like, what could it possibly? Oh, it's probably gonna be Eichelon, isn't it? No, I think honestly for Polaris, like if they're just able to clean up a little bit of that alt restraint, they're going to have a lot of an easier time. And Eichenwald is definitely one of those maps where you're going to really punish the fact that there is that choke that you have to break through. It's a little bit of a concerning one, given whenever we've seen Artemis, a lot of the time they have been able to really use that choke to burn off a lot of time for the teams that they faced up against. We've seen full holds coming out for them when on the defense of Eichenwald as well, because they have a very good understanding as well of the spacing and architecture that really funnels those teams into taking the full wrath of the Genjis, because just like Mecha Base with its hallways and bunched up spaces is really perfect for that Genji to be able to dive in deep and get those dash resets to be able to get the amount of distance and space necessary. So too is the beginning of Eichenwald, something that you have to really contest the Genjis with very early on.
Yeah, and right now Reaper's in that position, Moxie, where he kind of plays like did I say Reaper or did I say Genji?
You said Reaper.
Oh yeah, well I reversed the order here. Genji is kind of in a position where it plays like Reaper almost, where it's a lot of right click damage close range, which kind of act like shotguns. So that's kind of putting it in a similar position where you would see Reaper. I see a lot of people in rank constantly saying, "Hey Dunstan, you know, I play swap to Reaper, swap to Reaper." It's like Genji does even more damage than Reaper does to tanks, like at the current moment with the right click. And it's just so strong at the current moment. And that's kind of why things are being looked at, I imagine, behind the scenes with Genji, because it kind of just makes Reaper useless, because Genji kind of does exactly what Reaper does, but better.
I mean, Reaper definitely still has his uses, right? We have seen teams today trying to play Reaper so that they can counter things like that. Winston, obviously, if you're able to take the fight closer, Reaper with those shotguns, and the fact that the parts are a little bit closer together, he did get a little bit of a buff moving into Overwatch 2, but still, for the most part, unchanged in terms of that ultimate, with the Death Blossom dealing a lot of damage to players above and around him, but also being very easy to cancel on out, whether or not you had something like an Ana who could throw a well-timed anti-nade to make sure that the Reaper doesn't get that self-sustain, whether or not you could just, you know, sleep him so that he really gets knocked on out of it. Orisa can just javelin throw to get their CC to connect as well, and that stun is immediately going to stun any of the Death Blossom movement, as well as the teleport. Like, it's great the fact that you can now really use it when you're falling. So a lot of the time, if you have those fast reflexes and you're getting environmentally knocked off of the map by something like a Lucio or an Orisa, now you can be able to react quickly enough to be able to get that teleport, but it takes a little bit of a time for the wind-up, as opposed to the Genji dash, which a lot of the time not only do you become harder to hit, but it also tends to go off faster than the Reaper TP2, so you do tend to get out of dodge a little bit easier as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think there's a lot of different compositions in which you can mix it up. However, at the end of the day, the meta does seemingly is in favor of that Sojourn Genji composition. And for the delay, instead of Doomfist, Moxie, I thought that was quite interesting how Terra decided to come back as a Winston. What are your thoughts about that? Where instead of maybe coming back on a more mobile character, you're coming back on Winston, who is mobile in their own right, but I would say a little bit more tanky than Doomfist is.
Well, Winston as well is a little bit more, you know, selfless, which kind of feeds into the canon. Doomfist is one of those talent players, and so obviously all of their tank utility is very selfish. It's very much thinking about how they're going to be able to keep themselves alive, and not really how they're going to be able to keep the rest of the team alive. Essentially, you peel as Doomfist for the rest of your team by creating enough of a focus and distraction that everyone stops shooting the people behind you and decides to shoot you instead, which is where that power block comes on through. The Winston, on the other hand, can go for those jumps. Yes, he is a little bit more aggressive in terms of separating himself from those healers, but he has the bubble, which everyone on the team can use to block out the damage, as opposed to just relying on it for his own benefit.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think that, Winston with that bubble, you're right, just does such a good job for the team. And Alturia on the same time, Polaris rather, will be playing that Zarya to kind of give that similar situation on a pretty fast cooldown. And on the other side, Artemis probably going to run the same composition. They're just, you know, messing around in the spawn real fast, right?
Yeah, especially if, you know, you're trying to run Junker Queen into Zarya, the fact that Zarya and Kiriko as well now have that ability to be able to cleanse the wounds, so even that self-sustain for the Junker Queen is just denied entirely, as well as the nerfs that came through onto the commanding shot. Yes, you do still have that speed boost. However, you don't get the same amount of overheal, so that sustainability when you're running both the Kiriko and the Lucio is just not enough to be able to keep that tank alive, as we are going to see that swap come through for Elam. It is going to be the mirror matchup once again as Artemis try and negate this choke. They've already been able to actually brute force their way through the majority of it as Polaris backs up and allied them the space.
Yeah, they bubbled their Genji, and now they have the bubble for themselves with KJ with the early pick on to Bun with the disruptor shot and a little bit of soft damage from the primary fire. However, Halo gets KJ on the other side, and now Elam is being ran down, but Terra tried to commit hard to get rid of Elam, but couldn't find them. So now Elam's left alone, or left uncontested by the enemy Zarya and Artemis with a pretty clean first point take.
Yeah, and that was really the problem for Polaris. Again, just not really using that choke to the full value. Yes, you can sometimes find value by baiting Artemis into those more open fights by trying to split the team that way, but it's a gamble, and you lose KJ, your main source of damage of trying to bait Elam into using those bubbles and having them burst too early. Without that damage burst, you just don't have enough damage to be able to eat into the Lucio and Kiriko sustain. You do, however, get control of high ground now, so Artemis are going to have to be a little bit more careful about how they intrude into that one. Already we can see Bond just using that disruptor orb to make sure that Polaris aren't able to stay on that high ground for as long as they would want.
Yeah, Polaris has been doing a pretty good job in general this series, but unfortunately, KJ got picked again by Wicca, who came on the flank of the high ground to take KJ out, but now Bun got chased down themselves. So you don't have your Sojourn any longer, but Elam, with that grab, is ready to go on this cart, whereas Terra is only 93%. Maybe they're trying to build theirs before they come into this next fight. At the same time, Mixby is going to have that beat drop for this fight as well on the top side. Sheep is trying to look for a lot of damage, but HK, they're looking for the setup here. They're calming to each other, communicating where to go. When the grab comes through, they try to bait them into the castle. The beat drop is here, but there's too much damage to deal with the grab. The counter grab came through, but the Getsune rush is here for Artemis and sets them over the edge. However, KJ did trade back HK at the same time, or HK at the same time. Now into the castle they go, and KJ is taken down. Elam did get them, but over the top side, Elam gets taken out by Mixby and the Genji of Sheep, in which Sheep still has the blade. Dax still has the Kitsune rush, in which they saved. And somehow, some way, Polaris has come out on top, although HK did find Wicca on the, or Mixby on the flank.
Yeah, Terra's grab actually pulled out Halo's sound barrier. And as a result, as you pointed out, Polaris are coming in with that overclock blade and Kitsune rush, as opposed to Artemis, who are only going to have those two DPS ultimates. And the worry for them is that when they actually use that blade or overclock, Dax is just going to throw in that rush, and Artemis aren't really going to be able to move forward to capitalize off of the power that ultimate should bring to the table. All the while, Polaris stood up on this high ground, but HK gets bubbles. She's immediately going to be able to go in, connects onto the Lucio, but Dax is still able to survive, activates the rush. Even still, HK is able to find a pick onto Sheep. But unfortunately, again, Artemis was just not able to capitalize off of the space that Blade should have created because no one wanted to walk into the space of the rush.
No, it was too tough to deal with that rush from Polaris, allowing them to come out on top. Now, Bun, Moxie, they have the overclock, and so does KJ. So with the high ground, you would think Polaris has the advantage in this overclock situation.
I mean, it's more about how easily you're going to be able to disengage, as Artemis have actually been able to take high ground control themselves. Bun trying to go toe-to-toe with KJ. Both Sojins looking for any opening, jousting out over this high ground. As Bun's still not able to find the pick, but HK is able to move forward, creating the space now for that Sojin in the back to be able to pick Terra out as they try to disengage. And immediately the floodgates open, Polaris losing control of the situation very quickly, as Artemis sweeps the high ground and should be able to pick up that second check mark.
Yeah, that's the difference maker we talked about. HK being on that Genji has been crucial for Artemis to be as far as they have been, or to get as far as they have been in the tournaments. And now the body block's actually coming through Elam. They actually haven't pushed it all the way in yet because there's a Genji of Sheep on the payload. The Kitsune rush comes out from the defensive side. Wicca does get traded out, but Bun, Elam, and Halo get Nixie, Terra, and Sheep. Dax and KJ fall, and Artemis move on to this third phase.
So many ultimates, however, for Artemis to be able to secure that second check mark, making sure that they don't have to brute force their way through that high ground once more. As HK is sitting so close to that blade, but Mixby's going to be holding on to that barrier, and if you're not able to infiltrate and take the Lucio out of the mix early on, Dax is going to be able to hit that rush to be able to counter. It's getting so much damage with the deflect, forces out the Zarya bubbles from Terra, trying to find the pick onto Sheep, who goes so low. Gets back to the rest of the team until now.
The Kitsune Rush is here, but everybody's already too low. They've lost the health battle. And although they have 3 with this Kitsune Rush, it shouldn't be enough to deal with Elam here on the front line. They do pop the Suzu to keep them up for a little bit longer, but eventually they're sure to fall, right? But the heals are here. Mixby does go down to Bun. The blade is now here for HK, though, and it actually gets KJ. Was it completely necessary? I don't know, because Dax actually found HK with the kunai from across the map, so it does give them a little bit of an equalizer to get some footing. And also, Sheep's coming back with a blade, but look at this, Moxie. Bun's gonna have that overclock ready to go, but Terra on the aggression goes forward, and now Elam has that Graviton Surge. The Baptiste Lamp was utilized. Sheep down to 1 HP. Is them rather. Elam has that high charge. Bun does get KJ on the other side. Now Bun pops it overclock against Sheep's blade. Is it enough with just that blade alone on the side of Polaris? It doesn't look like it just yet, because they go down to Halo. The beat drop was not there in time to keep them alive. However, Terra still high charge, finds Wicca in the back line with that window. No lamp to keep them alive, and Elam trades them out once again. But Polaris, Moxie, has that spawn advantage to come back into this fight.
They're going to have a Graviton, Overclock, and Kitsune Rush as well to give them advantage into this next fight. Artemis only sitting on that sound barrier. Overclock going to be coming out through very early, just forcing Artemis back around that corner, allowing Polaris the time to be able to reset all of their members, so they're going to be able to hold sway in the approach. As Artemis still too far away from these aggressive ultimates, just having to play reactive at the moment, knowing that the Kitsune Rush is going to be there, trying to bait it out before they can disengage cleanly, and the rush is there, and once again, Artemis just back on out of the fight, but Polaris this time with the Lucio Amp actually chase after, and are able to secure the kills onto the BAP. Wicca falls after the lamp, and with 60 seconds left, Polaris still sit on this grab.
So smart for Wicca to swap back over to that Perico in which they were on before. The Baptiste, unfortunately, hasn't had that same sustain. Keeps getting ran down. We've heard this from Polaris. Dax said this the other day, where they look down and hunt down those supports in the backline when they don't run a Kariko, because the Kariko can keep teleporting away, but now Sheep has to get all the resources pumped into them. The grab on the other side, so the beat drop actually doesn't hit H-Key. At the same time, Terra can just run down Elam. They also didn't get that Graviton, or that beat drop on the other side, while Terra's high health gets the heals from Dax now. What an expertly placed grab from Terra. Now they go for the stagger kills as well on the outside. Now KJ comes towards the inside. Bun goes down. The grab was used by Elam. No! But it did force the beat drop out. 10 seconds left, Moxie. They have no ultimates. They're getting staggered. I don't think they can touch.
Yeah, Altior Artemis is trying to use that Graviton to maybe keep Polaris occupied, but one of those members can touch onto that card, and it just does not happen. Polaris off of the back of an absolutely massive grab from Terra to make sure that Sound Barrier, it's an ultimate that if it's to connect onto those players, it requires line of sight. So if they're stuck behind that pillar, as you pointed out, they're not going to receive that over health. They're not going to be able to sustain through the grab. And Polaris know H-Key is going to be the player that Artemis look to boarding up an ultimate and brute forcing through Polaris's forces, so the Genji is the first to be focused down, and from there it's just falling dominoes, as Artemis are not given any moment to get that regroup, any moment to be able to try to push forward as a team, delay sustaining the fight long enough to cycle into those ultimates. Polaris plays that entire last fight perfectly.
I like how Polaris is adjusting, Moxie, where they're allowing Sheep to play aggressive and committing so many resources into them to keep pushing forward and allowing them to hold that space, because everybody wants Sheep dead. Honestly, Sheep told us in the interview before this, where she said that, you know, you get focused so heavily on Genji that it's almost like you are the #1 target to kill. They know that. So Sheep's playing that aggressive and just forcing all of the resources of Polaris into them, keeping them alive to win these fights.
Yeah, that's what an absence of CC does when a Genji comes through. Everyone really just has to focus and zero down that Genji, and it's those teams that are able to keep those Genjis alive that are able to come out in top in terms of the seedings for these tournaments. As we are going to see Polaris now on that attack, trying to make it through this first choke. Artemis actually going to be holding a little bit closer than Polaris when they were defending. Still going to be getting a lot of entry damage onto Terra, forcing that Suzu into its 14-second iteration, so that now Artemis can just keep Polaris hampered up in this choke a little bit longer until that one resets.
Yeah, Bun does get the kill, though, on Sheep while they were pushing forward, and now they're down a lot of health in the health pool. As Terra tries to go for a trade on the backside, Bun caught out, but Terra traded immediately. Elam not having that aggressive Zarya play to shut them down. Built already 60% on a Graviton Surge.
Polaris trying to actually use those Suzis to allow Terra to try and stay in that fight as long as possible and get these picks to connect onto Artemis. When these defenders lose those players, if you lose one player, you can still stick around that choke, but if you lose two, because of how long those respawns take for that defense, you really do have to give up that space.
Fun.
And as a result, Polaris have been able to make it through choke, but again, Fun comes in with that first pick and forces Polaris on the back foot. Without that Zarya, they are just absolute fodder in the face of Elim on this Zarya with that beam charged up to full.
Oh no, and now they built that ult charge. They have that grab ready to go, Moxie. They have so many ultimate advantages over Polaris, and also a minute and 30 seconds is off the clock, so Polaris are in a rough situation at the moment.
Dax as well coming into this Kitsune rush can use it to try and break through this choke, but Artemis are just going to disengage away to the back of that point. They're the ones to make the aggressive play first. The Graviton comes on through. It's only the Graviton, and Artemis are going to be able to find a fight win off of the back of it. Dax holding on to that rush. This time Polaris just giving up the fight, not giving ultimates away. They're going to have that rush still to hold on in this next spot.
Sadly, we've seen this happen before for Polaris previously, where they keep trying to take dry fights, but unfortunately Artemis are so smart, not wasting ultimates. Halo picks off KJ as a Lucio. Hello. How does that happen from across the map? We really haven't seen it that much. And Artemis, they're pushing forward, but Terra, with the high charge, managed to pick off Bun. So they make it even. Now the Kitsune rush from Polaris. They see their opportunity, and they're trying to take advantage. Both Kitsunes on both sides. However, Sheep bops the blade of the Kitsune rush, has the damage, pumping into the backline, gets Halo, gets Elam, and KJ gets HK after the reset as well, finally allowing Polaris to capture out this first point.
And Polaris rewarded for actually taking that dry fight, having that restraint to hold on to the rush, so they're able to couple it up with that Genji blade and finally break through that choke. However, Artemis now going to be aggressing immediately back in with an overclock, not allowing Portcullis to even lift.
Very interesting to use this ultimate so aggressively. Nobody is dead just yet. Terra taking down the 1 HP. KJ again with a railgun shot takes down Wicca, but HP's there with the follow through damage to get mixed feed, to get Sheep, get rid of Terra as well. And the damage output they've been putting down has been unreal.
That's the element of surprise coming through from Artemis. No one really expects the defense to be that aggressive. Usually you wait for that gate to lift, and the defense having that high ground control, especially when you're running something like that Sojourn, looks to open up the fight with a sniper, get that poke face, or at least your railgun is going to be able to match the opposing Sojourn. And Polaris caught unawares, unfortunately not able to find the opportunity for that Graviton. They have to panic and throw it in, trying to regain control of that neutral, as we see KJ going in with the overclock, trying to find any player, but she gets stuck in a Graviton coming through from Elam, and Artemis are able to turn the fight in their favor.
And the beat drop was too late to save them. Elam now with the 100 charge just looks for the backline now, forces out the Suzu from the Kariko of Dax, and now they could just take down Mixfee as well. And Elam's positioning was very aggressive there, like an off angle at the choke, and it worked out phenomenally for them, as Polaris, they're seemingly staggering themselves here, Moxie.
Yeah, this is the problem for Polaris with how aggressive Artemis has been. They're just not given any respite. In fact, they're actually being pushed back into their spawn. Not a single ultimate invested, and still Polaris are being pushed even further back. They're running out of ground to actually be able to give. as Artemis are literally just going to keep them stuck in spawn.
This choke point feels so hard to come out of, and yet somehow Terra comes out very, very fast. Now pops out the Continuity Rush from the defensive side from Wicca. Elam does get cheap, and they're still holding the spawn here, Moxie.
And this is the problem for Polaris. They've got the rush to try and break through, but they can't actually go one of these side angles because it's a building. It's a wall. It's taller than Kiriko. The only way you can use that rush is if you get out into the open. As finally we see Polaris just bite the bullet, walk through the spawn, out into that space to be able to use the rush. But Artemis is just able to disengage, go for the off angles, and with that Sojin overclock, find the picks.
And that's enough. They hold 1 minute and 11 seconds. Artemis with their first point choke hold, or second point choke hold, is working out is so well for them at the moment. Terra's going to have that Graviton Surge soon to potentially counter HK's Blade. But will it be enough?
That's the question for Polaris. They have 60 seconds left. Artemis finally now actually going to be playing a little bit further back. But Wicker is still able to find the pick onto Sheep. And with the Genji going down, Polaris don't have the time to go for the reset. They have to keep themselves in the fight, because if they go back to that respawn, Artemis are just going to keep them held up and choke.
Wicca, the unsung hero from Artemis. What an insane Kiriko player to find these picks after picks after picks. 30 seconds left now for Polaris. They're going to have to go for a Hail Mary of a Graviton Surge with the follow-up overclock. 24 seconds left. Are they going to have to walk out of the spawn? They grab in their own spawn doors, basically, and they pick off Wicca, who has been a thorn in their side. And KJ moves forward with the rest of Polaris towards this payload, but HK's still alive. They have something to say about losing right now. Somehow with 1 HP, they get 2. I don't know how they just did that. They're still alive at this choke with like no heals. They're full HP. They have a Blade. They could somehow clutch this up versus a Zarya with only this Lucio. The payload's being pushed. The Blade is now here, but the beat drop is committed. HK understands he forced that beat out of Polaris, or they forced that beat drop out of the Polaris with just that Blade alone. Now they come out of the backside. The overclock is popped by KJ. They did get 1 kill. Can they find more? Terra is there with the fall through damage, and finally they got rid of HK in their backline, Moxie.
Wicca goes down, but already so close to that rush. Artemis have secured themselves another fight, given the fact that Polaris literally have to push the entirety of B in overtime. It took them that long to be able to break through that choker's bond, so close to the overclock as well. Polaris now are relying on a Hail Mary pick coming through from one of their DPS to open this fight up and offset the ultimate economy imbalance.
Bun has the overclock. There it is, like you mentioned. Although Elam already taken out, Bun does rip Mixie out of the fight. And over on top of the bridge, here it comes. But Dax with Sheep, they're holding on this car. Overtime ticks down. 3 seconds left. Kitsune rush pop for Dax. Wicca wasn't there to pop their own, and they capture out this point. 1 minute and 30 seconds. They could snowball leading into this third phase.
I told you, Dustin, it was a Hail Mary necessary, and it was a Hail Mary they were able to find. Elam goes down, and there's no presence of that Zarya to push Polaris into the overclock from Bun on the off angle. And as you talked about it, there is momentum for Polaris. Momentum that forces Artemis into using that rush before the fight can even begin, but she just dashes past it and pulls all the focus away from the members of Polaris who are still playing in that rush.
Elam's gone. Halo trains out Mixie, but guess who's still alive? It's Terra. However, Terra doesn't really have a lot of heals here on the payload, only has that Kiriko. But with the Graviton Surge, Elam's not here. They could pick these guys off. Last second, Kiriko, no! Wicked can't live with their life, but Hitchkey comes back, does get KJ. Terra's taken down to 1 HP, but they have the heals from the Kiriko on this payload, and they're still in this. 30 seconds left, no ultimates for Polaris, but guess who has the grab? It's Elam, and Hitchkey's also still alive on the Genji. 23 seconds left. Mixie's got to reset fast, and the rest of Polaris do so, but they don't have speed. They're so slow. They're gonna have to back across towards this Mega. They know they're caught out. The Graviton's now here from Elam, lands onto the Kiriko. They melt the Kiriko. HK gets the Blade in 7 seconds. They try to touch before the time is over, but you can't stop HK with the Blade. And Artemis hold in the third point. 2-0 in this grand finals.
I applaud Terra's attempt at using that Graviton to catch those members of Artemis in the hopes that they're going to all be caught by the Graviton. No one's actually going to be able to touch the cart, so they should be able to get that distance necessary. No one's going to be able to contest. Unfortunately, there are 2 One exits. And so only one player gets caught in the Graviton. The Genji is still able to break through and keep that cart contested. And with how close that defensive respawn rooms are, they are just able to continue to funnel their bodies onto that point. And we already know that they're coming in with an ultimate advantage. That's why we saw the Desperation Grav coming on through. If it had worked, you would have been able to sidestep the ultimate deficit coming on through. You wouldn't have had to worry as well about trying to find those picks with the closer respawns. You would literally have just won with the fact that you forcibly C9'd them. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out like that, and you use that Graviton, so you don't really have any way of trying to set your DPS or supports up to be able to hit the damage necessary to build into an ultimate to go toe-to-toe when we see the opposing Graviton come through.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Polaris, they are now done 2-0 in this series, similarly to how the last series went, with them being in the advantage over the team they faced in the semifinals. But ladies and gentlemen, we will go into a short break. When we come back, we will have the third map of this grand finals. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We're Kitsune rushing into the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup Grand Finals third map, Moxie, and it's not been very fast at all because Eichenwalde, it was close.
Yeah, it was extremely close, and you also have to like really wonder what would have happened if we had seen a little bit more time for Polaris having to be able to brute force their way through, be in the entirety of overtime if they hadn't unfortunately been stuffed up in that respawn room. But that amount of time would we be seeing for the first time ever Artemis taking one of their map losses? Unfortunately, we're on this timeline. So it is still going to be Artemis retaining that golden streak, still being undefeated on every single map that they've played into, putting us into potentially series point and allowing Artemis to potentially be that first team to ever walk away with a first place position in a Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup.
And what a statement that would be for them to actually come into the December playoffs with such a lead, to have that first seed. Polaris obviously fighting for that first seed as well, but either team will be in a pretty good position after this qualifiers, no matter who wins here. However, you know, it is at the end of the day also kind of a grudge match, right? It's a matter of it's in-house, right? Who wants to be the better Altoria team? Will it be Polaris or will it be Artemis?
Yeah, and both of these teams had already faced up. We heard from Sheep, who did confess that when they faced up against Artemis in the previous series, they unfortunately had gone through a very long series before, and so a lot of them were very tired, and it really is very nice to see that despite having just come off of a 5-map series going up against Shikigami to be able to book their position into this grand finals, they are still going to be able to hit those mechanicals. They still have that confidence and aggression be able to go toe-to-toe with Artemis, who are going to be starting off on the attack. For the first time, we're getting to see Route 66, which does mean we get a slight tease of the Widowmaker before Bon tries to swap away onto that Sojourn. No one on the side of Polaris actually going to be in position to get sniped out by that Widow, so we're not even going to see Bon attempt a shot, just go straight for the swap.
No, they actually stay on that Sojourn in this fight as Dax looking for poke. So is Wicca on both of these Karikos. However, the Lucio already taken down low of Mixfy. Has to back out of there as Elam pushing the payload with the rest of their team. 3 on the payload. However, at the same time, Artemis, they have the low ground while Polaris is sitting above the gas station, has the high ground. However, Sheep taken on early, tracked down by H-Key on the Genji, understanding what their job is to take down their counterpart. Yes, they fall to Dax. However, Wicca gets rid of Mixfy at the same time as Elam bounces up to the top of the gas station, pumps in that damage to Terra, forces them to back up, but it's hard to live when you have a high charge Zarya and the rest of their team following them up.
Yeah, a little bit of parkour for Elam to be able to take control of that high ground and just brute force through Polaris, and without Sheep to really pull focus away from that team. It is just Elam brute forcing in with full Zarya cooldowns at her beck and call, as we see again Polaris is being stuffed up into these chokes, having to use that Lucian to try to rotate around the sign and recontest on the payload that way, but Artemis still going to be able to come in with a couple of those shots. Fun with that power side, able to take full control of high ground, disrupt a shot coming on through just to make sure the Polaris aren't able to disengage back to the rest of their team, but thankfully Dax, who will split off, is able to swift that back, and it does mean that the rush is going to be there, forcing Artemis away.
It's unit rush here as well. Yeah, they're gonna have to back up now. However, Bun's still alive, doing a great job just playing their life even through this Kitsune rush. And now Wicca will come back with their own in just a moment. They just have to build it up as Terra is only 60% on their Graviton Surge. Elam will have theirs. Same with Bun. It'll be on Artemis to... The onus is on them to see what ultimate they use first. However, KJ will have this overclock to try to counter everything. Here is that Kitsune rush from Wicca. So it allows Artemis to build up whatever they need to for their ults. But at the same time, Terra has to touch this payload. And now they drop towards it as Elam got Mixfy. H-Key deflects the overclocking KJ. And Elam finds Sheep. H-Key gets Dax. And it's just Genji and Zarya in the kill feed as Artemis moves towards this third phase.
Sheep will at least have Blade to go toe-to-toe with H-Keys as 9% away. You have all of the times to be able to hit that last remaining percentage. The unfortunate thing for Polaris at the moment is that they don't have an overclock to go toe-to-toe with Bonds. And that does mean that Artemis are holding a lot of power in how this next fight plays off with. You can see Bun already in position, just throwing in that disruptor shot, making sure that they're funneled into that choke. Zarya bubble just to be able to break on out as Bun gets in position to use that overclock. The second Polaris try and charge the payload.
Graviton Surge out does land onto the Zarya, but it's not enough follow-up because the beat drop is there to keep everybody healthy, and Bun just spamming these chokes with an overclock finds Sheep but Dax. They get H-Key. That's a lot of damage down. That's also the Blade down on both sides, so they do have this recontest available, Monster.
Yeah, Polaris as well holding on to a Blade of their own. Mixby does have the Sign Barrier as well to negate the impact of H-Keys, but Polaris not wanting to contest Artemis until they have their full strength. Allow the payload a little bit of movement, allow H-Key as well the time to be able to come back into the fight.
Elam taken down low. Here comes the Blade now into the backside with that beat drop to keep them healthy, but it's not enough to save you from a Lucio boop. Gets rid of Sheep. Now the Blade is popped by H-Key to secure this fight when KJ goes down. The Lucio of Mixfy falls to Dax. They get Elam, but I doubt a recontest can happen with how far this card is pushed.
Yeah, so Mixfy actually uses the Sign Barrier to try and help Sheep in their ultimate rather than holding on to it to play reactively when HK pulls a Blade of their own. And as a result, Polaris just do not have the sustain when HK is able to use that Zarya bubble from Elam and close up the distance so that those Blade Slashes are able to connect. As Jax holds on to that Kitsune rush, but Altior Artemis will be able to hold on to the payload long enough to find the second checkmark. As Polaris going to fight high ground control and choke over actually contesting this card.
Here's that Kitsune rush. They push forward towards the spawn. Artemis understanding to just disengage. So smart, so intelligent from them to just leave this fight. And Wicca just spamming the back line with the kunai. Hit onto those Zaryas as Elam takes down Mixfy. And Artemis is almost playing perfect Overwatch at the moment.
So here's the thing. It's not a disengage, it's a bait. every single time Artemis has seen a Kitsune rush in the past iteration, they've disengaged. And so Polaris, when they see the team back off, they think it's exactly the same thing. They're disengaging. What do Artemis do? They Lucio amp. They just follow Polaris. And they're not expecting the team fight to come through. So they're all out of position. As Artemis now been able to brute force through that trope. Fun again on that off angle, able to play off of the graviton setup from Elam into that overclock and just massacre every Polaris player as they just try and book it back into spawn to be able to get full 5 players recontest before that cart hits the finish line.
All Polaris have is a Prayer right now with that Sojourn ultimate. Terra's on the Reinhardt to give themselves a shield to make sure that KJ doesn't get shot in the head by the other Sojourn while they walk in with this overclock. But unfortunately, no kills just yet. Elam is the one to actually get the kill with no ultimates onto Sheep. KJ's being dove upon after using the slide, and now the blade from HQ with the beat drop is there to secure things, and Artemis close out the map with a pretty blazing fast time, 2 minutes and 16 seconds.
Yeah, a very speedy time bank for Route 66, which is definitely one of those maps where you can find yourself being slowed down so often, right? Whether teams decide to go for that very aggressive defensive holdover train so that you just catch them in their spawn, similar to Circuit Royale, whether or not you get just stuffed up on the low ground trying to push past gas station because the defense has, again, that really defensive position where those hit scan, those DPS can just farm your poke phase. That they're going to be coming in with those railguns already charged up. In terms of as well that B, especially if the cart slows down at any point before it hits the final meters of that check mark, the amount of time it takes for the attacking team to be able to just walk past their spawn rooms and the amount of poke that you're taking, it can be really hard to be able to brute force through. But Altiora Artemis, with Elam on this side just moving on forward and applying so much pressure, HQ gets just so much free reign on that Genji to run amok both in the front line and the back line.
Yeah, it's just too much to deal with for Polaris at the current moment. I mean, they're going to have to adapt, right, Moxie? They have to make something up with their strategy here against Artemis on their offense.
Yeah, we've seen teams that are sort of struggling with being able to react to those Genji dives or just the amount of aggression that their opponents are putting down, adapting with that BAP, using that lamp to throw down to be able to secure themselves a little bit of a longer iframe and survivability, because Suzu is great. It does have that iframe, it does have that cleanse, but it only lasts a second, as opposed to the lamp, which does stay up for a hefty amount of time unless it gets taken out early with its health bar.
Yeah, that's going to be a big deal. KJ on the bottom side drops that disruptor shot on top of the gas station as Artemis just try to play around it pretty hard. HQ trying to set up their Genji as well the entire time, just trying to poke down dash back towards their team as KJ's looking for a pickoff. Now has built that railgun charge to 70. At the same time, Terra's high charge under the gas, but they're being dove upon. 75 health against HQ. They have heal. Is it enough? But it's not enough to save KJ in the whole time because Halo found them. Wicked gets Mixby, and Elam takes down Terra as well. And Artemis with a clean team might win, although Polaris were high charge.
Yeah, so Terra actually unfortunately gets zoned and separated away from their teammates, and so no one is actually within line of sight for that Zarya to bubble, and by keeping the tank occupied, Artemis are free to just farm all of those other players, as we see them now actually taking that aggressive defensive high ground control, making sure that Polaris aren't able to try and get themselves back onto that payload for free. They really do have to sacrifice health bars and potentially players just to gain that ground back.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something here to open it up because 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. The first seed on the line for Polaris right now. Artemis trying to put a stop to Polaris to have to make a comeback here as KJ shuts it down already with the pickoff at the railgun, gets Halo across the map. That's a crucial opening pick. No more speed now for Artemis to try to re-engage, but now they actually have the speed because they popped the Kitsune rush, and now everybody moves a lot faster. However, Elam gets Terra and is traded back by KJ. So KJ trying to make sure they can win right here and right now, but the Kitsune rush still available for Bun to keep running on. Sheep is down as well, and now it's just KJ on this payload with both supports. They're going to have to back up again.
Bun's about to come into this overclock as well, keeping pace with Elam, and we know how much Artemis loved that combination of the Zarya and Sojourn ultimate. Dax does at least have Kitsune Rush to try and push Polaris into a position of getting back onto that payload and trying to go toe-to-toe with Artemis in terms of ultimates that can come on through. But the amount of burst damage that's going to be available to Artemis just out-boggles everything that Polaris could throw if they don't intrude in first. They have to be the team that goes aggressively. That disruptor shot comes through to allow Dex the position to set up the rush. But HK in the backline has found KJ. The Sojourn falls, immediately swaps onto the focus of the Lucio, and Sheep is actually able to turn things around for Polaris.
How could they have done that? But at the same time, and now it's Terra versus a lowly. It's a Sojourn on the backside, down to 1 HP, trying to get right click, but no, the Suzu's there. The payload's being pushed yet again, but Polaris, Moxie, they have beat drop, they have that overclock. Bun has an overclock of their own. HK tried to open things up, but Sheep, what a hero play from them.
Yeah, Sheep not going to have to play it in this next fight. Instead, Polaris going to be relying on that second DPS. KJ opening up with that overclock, making sure that Artemis are just not able to contest that cut as it gets so close to that check mark, so close to a little bit of extra time, but it's Wicked Elim moving forward and pushing those players away.
It's too late for them. Everybody down already for Polaris. The reset again. 30 seconds. Terra's going to hope to die fast. They do get Bun. They have high charge. They're just going to play their life now coming to this next fight. They are 70% of the Graviton Surge, Moxie. If they build that beat drop and the Kitsune Rush pops on Artemis, they could have a chance here.
Well, Rush immediately comes out for Artemis. The second Polaris try and show their face, going to pull out the sign barrier from mixed speeds. Polaris is throwing themselves onto that cart, trying to deny these members of Artemis, but Terra falls. And with that, Zarya, so too does the frontline presence absolutely evaporate as overtime activates. The Polaris without ultimates, without any player to really keep that cart in position, allow Artemis to walk away with the win, and we have our answer in the battle of Altoria squads. Who comes out on top? It is indeed the goddess Artemis herself.
Congratulations to Altoria Artemis for winning the Challengers Cup qualifiers #1. What a victory for them against one of the better teams we've had in itself, Altoria, in the grand finals as well in Polaris. They have come out on top and rightfully deserve that champion position.
Yeah, Artemis just having a very good understanding of when they want to play aggressively on those defenses so that they get the most amount of impact when it comes to burning that clock down for the attacking team. They're really able to take advantage of the chokes. They're really able to take advantage of the split as well, that they are forcing Polaris on so that the HQ knows, okay, the full team isn't there. 5 players aren't immediately going to turn around and focus me down. I'm going to have that time to zip into that backline, find a kill, and I can trust my teammates to have my back, that if I'm able to find the kill, I'm going to be able to survive getting back to everybody else.
So smart. HK is such a great player, and so is the rest of Artemis as well. Congratulations to them, and we will catch one of them for an interview after a short break, everybody. So we'll be right back. We'll see you in just a second for that interview. welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. And we have an interview with the grand finalists, one of the winners from Team Artemis. It's good to have you here, HQ. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Congrats. You guys played amazing. You played awesome. I've seen you in ladder on Genji a lot. I know you've been grinding. How does it feel to win the first qualifiers for the Challenger Cup?
Feels great, honestly. I'm really excited for finals mainly because it's just qualifiers. And yeah, I was really confident in my team. I'm glad I got the result we expected.
So, sort of talking about how it feels then, obviously Kiriko was enabled for this tournament, and as a Genji player, you get to be one of those DPSs that have the benefit of Kitsune Rush. How does it feel as a Genji player getting to have Kiriko as a support to back you up?
So yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff that changes gameplay wise. Like for example, on Eichenwald on third point, I totally fed because I didn't realize that we had a Baptiste instead of a Kiriko. So it just really allows certain things if your supports are like really with you. It allows a lot that you can do, and then the ult's also it's just really really good. So yeah, overall, I mean, I just love playing with Kiriko.
Yeah, I'm sorry for cursing you guys, by the way, on King's Row. I saw what you guys were saying in the
Yeah,
chat
that's
about
fine.
about
It's
Kiriko.
whatever.
Well, oh yeah. Well, like
Yeah.
Kiriko in general, with the current metas, HQ, how does it feel for you to play that Genji to consistently be able to just dive into backlines and just play so intelligently? Because I don't think we've seen, at least in the Challengers Cup, it feels like you kind of outmatched a lot of these other Genjis. They were really good, but you kind of were a step ahead of them. What do you think you did differently compared to maybe all the other Genjis so far in the Challengers Cup?
So honestly, biggest advantage would be Contenders experience. Most recently, I played in Contenders with Cryx. And the biggest part of that is we had access to Overwatch 2 because Contenders was on Overwatch 2. So, and Genji was really meta there. So I've basically been one-tricking Genji for like the past like 5 months. So it's really just muscle memory and just really familiar with the hero.
So then, speaking of that Contenders experience, obviously the meta in Contenders was, for the most part, Jotes, where the tank was Junker Queen as opposed to Zarya. Does anything really change as a Genji player when you're playing with a Zarya as opposed to when you're playing with a Junker Queen?
Yeah, actually. So back on the Contenders patch, you actually had to play a lot more passively as Genji a lot of the time because on that patch, Junker Queen's knife would just go straight through your deflect. So it was incredibly easy to feed because Junker Queen only really provides the overhealth from Shout, not really like a bubble or anything. But then with Zarya, the bubbles can just enable you so much harder, and you can actually more or less rely on your deflect.
That sounds about right. And with the matchup specifically with you guys, I guess, HK, to move things over to Polaris, obviously in the Swiss format, you guys beat them 3-0 in the Swiss. But coming into the grand finals, did you feel like you guys had it in control the entire time?
Actually, in Swiss, it was 2-1 because it was actually best of 3.
Okay.
Yeah. So the King of the Hill was the one that we lost, and there were definitely some playstyle issues with us as a team, and that was the reason why we lost King of the Hill. And then for this match, our first round with King of the Hill was really shaky, but we resolved that during the map, and then we felt a lot stronger and incredibly confident for the rest of the series.
And then, speaking of, the rest of the series, you talk about immediately looking towards the finals. Obviously, we know 3 of the other teams that are going to be making it alongside you for that main event, but a lot of the teams that participated in the qualifiers this time around are also most likely to be signing up in the qualifiers in November to try to make it into the main event again. Which of the teams that you sort of didn't see qualifying do you think has the amount of mechanical prowess to be able to make it into those other 4 teams in November?
One of the main ones that I would think was Altior and Nimbus. I was kind of surprised that they didn't qualify. They were sort of among like us. They were expected to win against like Polaris, for example, but I'm not exactly sure, what happened inside their team. But on paper, I feel like they have a lot of potential, and they should be very strong contestants for the next qualifier.
Well, it's great to hear from you, HK. Thank you for coming in for an interview. Do you have any quick shout outs to anybody on your team or anything else you'd like to say before we let you go?
Shout out to my parents because they're watching. It's pretty cool. Shout out to my main support, Autumn Lee, her mom as well. She's also watching. And basically, all my friends and family and everybody that I DM'd to have talked to a lot. There's been a crazy amount of support. And yeah, it's just been amazing. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, thank you for coming, HK. Congratulations again to you and Team Artemis for winning. And guys and gals, thank you for coming so far to the Calling Out Heroes Challenger Cup. That was the grand finals, and we just had an interview with HK from Team Artemis. It was such a great series, Moxie, and a grand finals that, well, we just die for, honestly.
We had some absolute stunners of a series today, Dustin, and we can actually have a look at how the entirety of the playoffs panned out, as well as looking at all of the teams that qualified. Yes, Altiora Artemis walk away with that first place position. However, they're going to be joined in the main event in December by 3 other teams, Shikigami 130 Time Zone, as well as Altiora Polaris. So we're going to be very much looking forward to seeing how all of these teams are going to adapt into the meta that develops around December, as there is a lot of time between now and then, and we might actually get to see a little bit of a shuffle. So adaptation is going to be really key. And I think for a lot of those teams, being able to just go for those different hero swaps on the fly is really going to be able to play into their wheelhouses. As you can see from our format, this was just the first qualifier. And it is now going to be a second qualifier that takes place in November the 18th to the 20th. That is going to cement the other 4 teams that make it for that prize pool of 25,000 US dollars. And do not forget, it's actually going to be signups for the second qualifier opening tomorrow. So if you think that you have what it takes to be able to make it into that main event, be sure to hit that one up and don't let that deadline pass you by.
Yep, and congratulations once again to our winners of this qualifier, the very first one, Alturia Artemis, for winning the entire thing. And it was such a series for them. They played so well, and we talked about it. Their contenders experience, like HK just said, really led Alturia Artemis to winning this series. But, you know, Polaris put up a fight, and they still qualified for the finals, which will be in December. So thank you guys so much for coming and watching the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup qualifiers #1. It's been a heck of a ride with myself and Moxie and the rest of everybody from production. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll have to catch you guys in November for the qualifier #2.